the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The Cigars International Superstore is now open in Bridgeville next to Top Golf. Join them Friday, February 7th for Puente Friday. Cigars International has received a rare shipment of Opus X, God of Fire Series B, and Angelinos by God of Fire. These premium cigars are produced in limited quantities each year. Also catch the big game with them on Sunday and enjoy bar specials all night long. Cigars International feature a giant walk-in humidor with a large variety of brands and accessories. Come to Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville this week.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right, needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there, and they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep. Pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded, and the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, schultzford.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. We're one day into the week. Small victories. Time just keeps moving on. Groundhog Day's already past us. 6 more weeks of winter. Doesn't feel like it outside, though. It's like mid-30s, getting close to 40 degrees on some of these days. Hey, not bad, not bad. Compared to the other week where it was below zero, one of those days and just in the single-digit temperature numbers, this is a lot better. See, that's the thing, too, while I'm thinking about it. This is why my subconscious, where I'm like, hey, like I'm not in a rush to wear a coat, because, I mean, there are conditions where like you need a jacket, especially when you're getting close to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, that's cold. But for me, like, I always look at temperature, at least when it's between 32 and 90, I look at it like it's like a mindset. It's like when it's the fall, 50 degrees feels cold because you just went through a whole summer where the temperature's regularly 80 degrees. So it definitely feels colder, but then you get into the winter and you're sheltered more. Like, I think anybody's outside more often in the winter than they are in the summer just because of the conditions. Less sun. And so then it gets to consistently be 20, 30 degrees outside. So when you get a day that's 50, now all of a sudden, springtime 50 feels warm. So to me, I kind of like felt that, and I'm like, yeah, 50 is not so bad. Like I was testing it in the fall, too, when I was, in high school. I was like, it's the same 50 degrees. It just feels different because of the environment that we were last in, but 50 is still not that cold. Should have worn a jacket during that cold week, though, I will admit. But that's just where my mindset's been for a while, and then I got lazy with it. I'm like, I don't need to wear one. Because 50 degrees is 50 degrees either way. 40 is not so bad either. 30 is a little bad. 20 below, yeah, bad. All right, well, there's my weather report. 412-928-9370. Nicholas Harry Callis here. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Your gateway into the sports talk day. That's what we're doing. The beginning of local sports talk. I'm your warm-up. So this is a time to not get too upset, right? It's too early in the morning to yell and scream and whatnot, but doesn't seem like anybody's really yelling and screaming at this point because the passions are not there. Usually when a team's close, whether it's the Pirates or the Penguins or the Steelers, when the team's close, we'll get people yelling out of passion because they're like, this sucks, this is terrible, fire Mike Tomlin. Penguins need to put up a fire sale, Pirates need to do more. Right, we get all those complaints whenever the teams feel like they're close. Right now, nobody's really close. The Steelers, they just lost in the playoffs again. The Penguins, well, they're doing something. They just won over the weekend, but they're still pretty far buried in the Metropolitan Division. Now they're third to last. They were second to last the other day. Now they're third. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wild card standings. They are second to last in the Metro. They are third to last in the entire Eastern Conference. So that's okay. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So they're still doing pretty bad. So the Penguins are not close, and they're not really that inspiring. And then the Pirates haven't gotten their opportunity yet this year to do anything. So 2025 has ended for the Steelers, is going to end poorly, it seems, for the Penguins. Now the Pirates are next, so we'll see. I mean, we can't really get mad at the Pirates yet, other than you can criticize the moves they're making in the offseason. I get it. I understand where your perspective comes from there. But they haven't played yet. So we'll see. The pitching staff is looking legitimate for the Pirates. The offense is going to be where there's some worry for me, and I think for very many people out there already who are fans of Pittsburgh sports. 412-928-9370, by the way. That's the phone number you can call to get in touch with me this morning. 412-928-9370. 9370. And you can talk to me on X, too, if you prefer to type out your words rather than speak. At Callas_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. You can talk to me on there as well. I do pay attention to my X account this early in the morning, too, while I'm on this show. So have a conversation with me any way you feel like having it. But you are welcome to join the show at any time. 412-928-9370. So my worry about the Pirates, just because we're getting closer. I mean, we're only a couple weeks away from the pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. And then games start beginning of March for spring training. So, good time to reflect, I think. Not that the offseason's over. Something still theoretically could happen. But, I mean, this is just kind of where my head's at. The first thing I think when I think about the Pirates right now is the 2017-2018 New York Mets. What I mean by that, and even 2019 a little bit too, but what I mean by that is Jacob deGrom was a Cy Young Award winner, I think consecutively. He was doing really well. And National League, he got some National League honors, some Cy Young Awards with the Mets in his career. But in 2017 and 2018, the Mets did not make the playoffs. 2019, they did not make the playoffs. Yet Jacob deGrom was one of their top pitchers and kind of slipped into that ace role. He was one of their top prospects. Now, they had a bit of a different storyline from the Pirates in that they, had made it to the World Series in 2015, had a wild card appearance in 2016. Like, they had a lot of high expectations, in the middle of the 2010s decade. But the big headlines at the end of the decade were, Jacob deGrom gives up 2 runs. Mets score 0 runs, can't win. Jacob deGrom gives up 1 run. Mets score 0. Mets lose. Jacob deGrom pitches a shutout through 7, but bullpen gives up 2 runs. Mets can't score. Mets lose. There was some weird stat, too, that was going around back in those days. It was like if the Mets would have just scored 1, 2, 3, or 4 more runs, it gave a percentage on each of those. If they would have scored 1 more run, they would have won this many more games. If they would have just scored 2 more runs, they would have won this many games. 3 more. So there was a whole stat out there that said, well, if the Mets offense could have done just a little bit more in their games, the Mets would have won so many more games than they had. Now, why am I bringing up the New York Mets from, 7 years ago now? 7, 8 years ago. Because I'm worried that the Pirates are going to be that team this season. Like, the Mets had a couple solid pitchers as well. Noah Syndergaard was pretty good in his time with the Mets. It's a pretty good pitcher. He's a young guy who succeeded pretty quickly in the majors and was a formidable starter. He was good. As was Jacob deGrom, though, who was the guy for a while. Had a lot of arm injuries. I think in 2019 was his first big one. I can't remember exactly. But he had a lot of arm issues toward the end of that decade, into the 2020s here now. But, yeah, he was so good. And the Mets had invested in him. He was the ace. And he was pitching like an ace. Yet the Mets still weren't winning games. That concerns me. That team concerns me because the Pirates, I believe, could become a mirror image of that team. Because while the Mets had deGrom and Syndergaard, the Pirates now have Paul Skeens and Jared Jones, who are great. Who seem like they're going to have successful major league careers here. Jared Jones, almost out of nowhere, caught everybody's attention and was a a strong starter with the Pirates until he got hurt later on in the season. And Paul Skeens was in the minors. Remember that? Remember when that was a big thing? Last May. Call Skeens up. What in the world are we doing? Was the storyline. And then they called him up. And he, for the first 2 months of his career, just dominated. They both seem like they're going to do well. But I'm worried because, like, the Mets couldn't score for DeGrom and Syndergaard a lot. And although Jacob DeGrom was a multiple-time Cy Young Award recipient, they didn't win. They didn't really win when that rotation was there. Like, they were pretty bad. They didn't make the playoffs. So when I look at that, when I take that into consideration for assessing the Pirates, like the only thing I can think about when I think about what the Pirates are constructed like right now is that the Mets pretty much did the same thing, where they invested a little more money in the offense, but their offense wasn't hitting. And so their pitching was futile. Like, it didn't really matter. Because you can't win if you don't score. That's just like a sports requirement. You have to score to win. You have to play good defense, but if you don't score any runs, you don't score any points, you're definitely not going to win. So that's where I am in reviewing the Pirates, which I don't mean to, sulk any more than anybody else already has. It is a dark day and a dark time, a dark era for Pittsburgh sports. It seems that the Pirates, there's still hope, and I'm clinging on to it because there's no choice. We already know what the Steelers have done. We got to wait a long time to see them play again. Penguins, second to last in division, right? Not great. This is all we have right now is the Pirates. So I'm just sitting here kind of sad because the only thing I could think about is that the Pirates could be like that Mets team, where you got Skeens and Jared Jones dominating on the mound, but the Pirates offense can't score. Like, there's a lot of unestablished talent in the Pirates lineup. I didn't even consider Adam Frazier unestablished. Like, I think we know what he is, but he's certainly not somebody that I have absolute confidence in to go into this season and absolutely light it up. Now, he was great when he was on the Pirates. Great contact hitter. Hasn't had great numbers since. Versatile guy, but are the Pirates in a position now where they need a versatile guy to start every day? They shouldn't be. Spencer Horowitz, the answer at first base. Trade acquisition from the Toronto Blue Jays. Unestablished. Brian Reynolds is, he's put together consistent contact seasons before, but, he's a guy that is getting paid like we need to rely on him to hit and come through. He, I'll say, is established. O'Neal Cruz, kind of established. We know what power he has, what abilities he has. He just needs to put it all together, string together some more consistency, but I'd say he's established. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa had the best offensive season of his career last season. So I don't know. Cool that he did that. Doesn't mean it's going to happen again, so you got to tread lightly when assessing him. Am I missing anybody? Anybody more consistent? Anybody that you consider an established hitter? I don't know. There's not very many. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number if you want to get in on this conversation. Harry Callis here. That's me. I'm worried that the Pirates are going to be a team where the pitching efforts are not going to be enough because the offense isn't going to be able to score. That's just where my initial concern is right now. What do you think about the Pirates? 9370. Not limited to discussions on the Pirates either. It's just there's not really much to say about the Steelers at this point. The Penguins, they're the Penguins right now. So, if you want to call and talk, Pirates is on my mind this morning, so that's kind of where I'm directing the conversation. But, feel free to talk about whatever Pittsburgh sports related you'd like to address this morning at 412-928-9370. And there is a caller on the line right now that wants to chat, so we'll take him. Good morning. What's your name?
G.
All right, what's up?
I was just thinking about the Pirate stuff here. I just hope that Andy Haynes was the problem and that we now have this new hitting coach that maybe will turn things around. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, there's always, when you get new coaching, perhaps that's better. Perhaps things could be looking up. So we'll see. I mean, let's hope. I mean, like I said, the big complaint was that the collective, it's like, how has the entire team done? Hopefully the new hitting coach come in and create a better approach for these hitters. That is one thing that I definitely criticized before was if it's just one player, that's one player that's got a problem. If the entire team isn't hitting, perhaps there's a collective approach that's just not working. So, yeah, totally with you on that call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. It's Mike.
What's up?
Not too much. Just on my way to work. Just heard a conversation about the Pirates.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I'd say catching is a big thing for them, too. They went out and got Henry Davis a couple of years ago. Phenomenal guy, power hitter. They used him out in the outfield in the beginning of the season, which I liked him in the outfield. He has a strong arm. I don't think they used him as good as they could.
Mm-hmm.
Power, Hayes as well. I feel, if he stays healthy, he's good at bat.
Yeah, he's not somebody I'd consider established, though, because he's had all those injuries and he hasn't been a consistent hitter. You know what I mean?
Right, correct.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Mike, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line out there as well. Yeah, catching, I'm all right with the catchers right now. Like Joey Bart, I've got confidence in. Again, I wouldn't consider him established, but he's going to lead the way, it seems, for the Pirates at the catching position. Henry Davis, I don't know. I mean, could he bounce back? Probably. Not even going to say probably. Maybe. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to say for sure. Could he bounce back? It's possible that he could bounce back. Is he going to? I don't know for sure. I just got to see how he develops. I mean, I want to have confidence in him to do well, but you drafted a guy first overall, and you moved him to the outfield pretty abruptly in his minor league career to have him play there in the majors. And then and only then, when an injury came to Henry Rodriguez, who seemed to be the favorite for 2024 before he got hurt, now Henry Davis is coming up. And remember, Yasmani Grandal was on the team last year, and Henry Davis would not have been on the Major League roster had Grandal not gotten hurt during spring training, during the spring training games, to give Henry Davis a chance to come up and play in the majors for the first couple weeks of the season there in 2024. So, catching, I'm not concerned. I think they've got enough guys that they can rotate in there. But it looks like Eddie Rodriguez isn't even going to catch now. They might try to rotate him in there at first base as well, at least from the last things that I've heard about him. So we must wait and see in that regard. But I mean, how many established hitters right now do you think are on the Pirates? I got Brian Reynolds. I got O'Neal Cruz. That's all I got so far. And Cruz is kind of on the border for me with that opinion. So what do you think? Who's an established hitter on the Pirates? Who do you have faith in? Are the Pirates going to be the late 2010s Mets, where they have all pitching, a lot of awards and accolades for the pitchers, but no team success to go with it, no run support to go with it, no wins to go with it? You tell me. 412-928-9370. Pick up the phone. Call me if you want to have a conversation this morning. Phone lines are open all show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Back after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Franklin Township, Butler County, a multi-alarm structure fire has closed Route 422 in both directions between Dick and Eagle Mill Roads. You'll be taking Old 422 as an alternate to get around it. Meanwhile, inbound parkways east and west, fairly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway East, though, watch for a lane restriction as overnight roving work crews are blocking that lane between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Penn Hills. They should be out of the way shortly. HOV lanes are open along the Parkway North in the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Pittsburgh legendary group The Jaggers come to the Jurgle stage for one night only, Sunday, February 23rd. As part of the Golden Classic Series, don't miss the Pittsburgh Legends live. The Jaggers, 4 p.m. show, February 23rd at Jurgles. Get reserved seats at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show, the morning show that previews the pre-show, that previews the morning show, that then leads into the other two shows, Midday, Pomp and Joe show, and Afternoons with Pony and Mullet. And then there's nighttime, evenings, nightly sports call. Then we do it all again the next day. If we're not covering Pitt football, Pitt men's basketball, or the Pirates. Do cover those teams as well on this station. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. If you want to call and talk, we got about a minute, so we'll take this next caller.
Hey, Callis, good morning. It's Rob from Chicago.
Hi, I'm sorry. I think I hit the wrong button there. A dial tone just came up, and then you did, so I'm glad it's you. All right, what's up? How are you, Rob?
Well, I'm glad it's you too, my friend. The Pirates have got a couple little problems. They got too many guys at catcher that don't belong there. I mean, Henry Davis, they think they're either going to put him at first base or right field, and they got too many square pegs that they're trying to pound into a round hole. Just admit the fact that you miss evaluating on Henry Davis, see what you can get for him, and move him on. I mean, you got a whole influx of infielders, which are mediocre. A few guys that can start. Adam Frazier was unnecessary. You'd think that everybody who doesn't work out at catcher is just going to fit at first base. They need to just kind of clean house on the guys that don't belong there. And they're also banking on a lot of things that went wrong last year to go right this year. They're thinking David Bednar is going to get things rectified. They're thinking that this hitting coach may make things a little simpler and a little easier for these guys. It's just weird, their approach on doing things.
Yeah, Rob, I hear you, and we're out of time. Thanks for the call. No, I hear what you're saying. There's definitely a lot of concern. There's a lot of concerns that I share, and there's some things you brought up where I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. Not every failed catcher or guy that doesn't play catcher can translate into a first baseman. And that certainly doesn't mean that every catcher that goes to play first base is guaranteed to hit. So, we just have to have faith and move forward. But I get you. I mean, they need a little bit more help, and I don't think that they got a sufficient amount of offensive help. That's just my opinion. So I agree with you there. And I relay everything that you said here now, too. I mean, I echo it. Relay it. It's a good call. I understand where your concerns come from. I think there are a lot of people that are concerned for similar reasons. So thank you for voicing your opinion. And with that, this show's over. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is coming up next right here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Celebrate Guardian's 75th anniversary. Buy one camera and get a second one for just 75 cents. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Terms apply. New customers only. That's guardianprotection.com/fan. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Get inside the Fan Studio. Watch the live stream on the Fan's YouTube page and watch your favorite shows streaming live every day. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms clean starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Since 1980, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank has leveraged the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Today, nearly 300,000 people in southwestern Pennsylvania are food insecure. Now more than ever, we need your help to ensure our neighbors have the food they need to thrive. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals. Donate today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org. Spitzer Toyota is a proud sponsor of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Major fire blocking a major Butler County roadway. This report brought to you by Staples. In Franklin Township in Butler County, crews still on the scene of an earlier multi-alarm structure fire that has closed Route 422 in both directions between Dick and Eagle Mill Road. Old 422 will be your alternate around it. A little closer to home, an accident in Crafton Borough that has restricted the intersection of Maxwell Street and South Linshaw Avenue. Parkway East on the outbound side, you have crews blocking a lane for some moving road work. That's between the Edgewood-Twistvale interchange and Penn Hills. Also, parkways east and west inbound mainly steady into their respective tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 4/5. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Dickerson. It's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. We haven't even had a chance to say good morning to Callis off the air. How you doing, Doran? How you doing, Callis?
I'm great. We got a packed day today, huh?
Just jammed.
Jam-packed.
Hathorn, Mackey, Tyler Kennedy, ESPN draft analyst Matt Miller.
Jake.
Southside Jake.
Oh,
we got to get revenge. I need you because I screwed the pooch thoroughly without you here. Got shut out. The questions were so hard I couldn't even.
You didn't get any?
No.
Oh, man.
And I couldn't even.
That's the first time?
Muster a guess.
That's the first time that he just whooped us?
Yeah. Wouldn't have happened, too, because it was some 90s football guys.
Yeah, that's
which is right in your wheelhouse.
Yep. Callis, how you doing?
I've never been in a better mood.
Ever?
Green Tree Council has announced that they are opening the pool for 2025.
Oh, here we
meaning
go.
They're going to redo their plans for construction and consider more community input.
Here we go. Yeah. What's your number one thing? What do you want?
Yeah.
I want the pool to be open, and I want it to be the same size.
Let's go.
I mean, if you could pick to make Green Tree better, what would it be?
Oh, I'd improve the communication wholesale. Everything would be refined. They don't stream live to YouTube or Facebook. They still do Zoom calls for their live meetings. They have one camera on the ceiling, and the microphone, an audio system in those council chambers is terrible. I think they could do a way better job with just communicating with people my age and younger.
Oh, there we go.
I like it. And that's a big win for the pool thing.
Yes.
It's been a long time coming.
I'm very happy, yes.
It's occupied a big space in your brain for a while.
Yes, it has.
Dub. Big old dub. Everything's coming up Callis in 2025.
Mm-hmm. I can feel it.
I can feel it.
Coming in the Callis now.
I'm still running for council. That is
I
happening,
can feel
too.
it
That's
coming
good.
into Callis now?
Hey, it's Callis' year, man. Like, never know what could happen. You never know what could happen. Just saying. Might get down like that.
412-928-9370. This is the phone number I threw out there as a transition when I don't know how to get out of something. We were talking yesterday about youth officials in sports. That's a job that I don't think anybody wants anymore.
No.
Because it's really hard. And then we started talking about jobs where everybody hates you.
Yes.
And youth official does seem to be one of those, or at least there's a vocal minority that's just going to give you hell all the ever-loving time. And I was trying to rack my brain for some other jobs where people just don't like you. The meter person.
Yes.
I always, back in college, on like a rainy or snowy day, knew I could get away with parking in bad places because they wouldn't want to come out and write you tickets in the rain. But that person has to deal with an unholy amount of you-know-what constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I also wrote down mall cop.
You know what? Like, there's obviously Paul Blart, the movies and everything, and Mall Cop is a thing, but I don't remember, like, going to Robinson Mall when I was younger and seeing a Mall Cop.
I don't remember that when I was younger either. Now I see him riding mopeds around.
Do you really?
Yeah.
They really do?
South Hills Village saw moped cop.
I go to South Hills Village every once in a while. I never see him.
I was actually taken down by a cop one time. Well, not like tackled.
Please go on.
So 2 weeks into my BPTV internship, we were at the mall because this store had a show. And we weren't recording people out in the mall. We were recording in the entryway to this lady's store. And my partner just keeps recording the mall cop guy on that thing.
Moped.
He's rolling around.
Is that a moped?
Segway.
No.
It's a Segway.
Segway?
Segway sounds right.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he's rolling around. He's just looking at me. So he goes away, and eventually a lady in a nice suit comes up.
It's a Segway, yeah.
Lady in a nice suit comes up and says, "Hi, who are you guys? What are you guys doing here?" I said, "I'm with Bethel Park Public Access Television." She's like, "Do you work here? Do you have any identification?" They got my ID, but I don't have, they don't give us a work badge. I'm an intern. She said, "Can you come with me for a second?"
Oh,
so we go up the escalator into the room, and I explained to the mall manager, like, "No, it's her store. I don't know. I mean, I just started working here. I mean, I don't know what we're doing." So then the store lady, obviously she saw me get taken away, so she storms upstairs. I've been doing this show. I've had a store here for 10 years. What are you guys doing? We're not recording the patrons. This is my store. I can do what I want. Oh, it was a whole thing.
Wow.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you got tackled, though.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah.
No, I meant like taken away, I guess.
You got taken to mall jail is what happened.
Pretty much for 5 minutes.
What did the room look like? Was it like an actual a room that they
It's like an
paint?
office. There was like a secretary and a bunch of rooms, and the manager came out of this room and was just like, so you can't record people, but you're okay if you record in the store. I'm like, that's what we were doing.
Dang.
I know the law.
I know the law, he says.
I thought he got tackled.
I
and,
did too.
And arrested.
Yeah.
Like in handcuffs.
Got read the Miranda rights right there in the middle of the mall. Locked up.
Or
Banned.
like those plastic strips. Like, they don't have handcuffs. They have those, those plastic, where you kind of pull it and it kind of snaps in.
Zip tie.
Zip tie, yes. Yeah.
But it all started with a cop on a Segway, yep.
I wound up getting put in the Galleria of Mount Lebanon jail because my friends and I, when we were teenagers, my God, we were such losers. We were playing hide and seek in the Galleria, and they told us we're not allowed to do that. And, of course, that made us do it harder.
Mm-hmm.
And we got taken to the office. Parents got called.
Oh.
Which, yeah, my parents didn't give a
How
rat's
old were you?
ass. Probably 17.
Jeez. You're playing hide and seek at 17?
Playing hide and seek in a mall at 17.
At 17?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I was high. Texter, I fill vending machines, and everyone hates me because the machine either ate their money or didn't drop their product.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The worst kind of people, though, aren't the vending machine people. They're just trying to do the job. There was a person who worked at our old building, and maybe the texters, maybe you guys are more inclined to agree with this person than me right now, but their money would get eaten. And they'd write it on a Post-it note for $1.25, and they'd leave it on the machine. And then when the vending machine person would come, they would hound them for the money. And I'm like, yo.
Come on.
It's $1.25.
I mean, come on.
What are we doing here?
Seriously.
Even if it's, one of them super expensive ones, you get the $2.50 Aquafina. It ain't great, but I ain't writing a note for $2.50 for God's sakes.
That's too
Priorities. Much. You become the bleep hole then. You do. You got wronged, and it stinks, and it's annoying, particularly in the moment when you want the thing that you were going to eat or drink. It's an inconvenience, especially you're working a desk job, and you're like, the one thing I have in my life is these Pop-Tarts or these Cheetos. And then you get the Cheetos or Pop-Tarts, you're pissed. But then you become the jackass.
Leaving a note. And probably counting down the days until vending machine guy comes back. I mean, you obviously are scoping out whenever the vending machine guy comes.
Yes.
Like once a month, so you know the date, so you're just ridiculous doing that as well.
Right.
Of just figuring out what days that they show up.
Oh, and we made fun of this person mercilessly. I fixed it. And we talked about it on the air, and that person lost their mind. This is the same person that I would make fun of this person all the time on the air. They were a disc jockey at the other place because they would just complain about everything.
Oh.
Like they were the office police. That person sucks.
The worst.
Forget about jobs that suck. We can still do that, but that's a person that sucks. Office police, like a narc. Like, what are you, a cop?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Like, oh, you guys left a pizza box out. Yeah, there's half a pizza in there. You can leave pizza sitting out for like 10 hours, and you could eat some. We were being courteous. Apparently, I still have an axe to grind.
I guess what are some bad jobs that like people like hate? Like, I mean, I guess referee is probably number one, right?
And that's not fair. That's not, especially if you're a youth referee. And look, these games are important. There's no question. And you want to win. Like, I ain't here for participation trophies. I know you ain't here for participation trophies, but they're trying their best.
Yeah.
It's not like they're affected by Cameron Indoor Stadium or Fog Allen Fieldhouse. Like, they're just trying to call the game. And we need youth officials. You need them. You can't be calling your own fouls, although they do that in Frisbee.
I mean, I this summer with youth baseball, I saw at least, 3 umps throw out people this year and within the game, within my son's games. I mean, at least 3 different times. So that's insane.
Did you know I used to do that too?
Yes.
I had a patch.
Did you have a cool strike 3 call?
Strike 3! Out!
You got to stand up. I need to see the gesturing is just as important.
Strike 3.
Oh, I love it.
That's good.
He throws the arm in the air, right arm in the air, and then he goes, bang, little judo punch right in the middle of it. That's
like
pretty
that.
sick.
Did I tell you the worst insult I ever got, though, was this tournament, and I made a bad call the day before, and I admitted that to all the coaches. I was very much about that because I make mistakes. Kids need to learn. The kid at second base was the coach's son. Went up to tag a runner going from first to second and clearly missed him. And I'm standing behind home plate. I was the only umpire. Called him safe. The coach goes, listen, don't make these calls. Don't punish the kids. Don't make these calls to punish the kids. You might be mad at me. And I'm like, guy, no, these kids are 10 under. I do not have retribution against anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I once was umping a game back. I didn't ump as seriously as you did. I did it Mount Lebanon in-house, and the checks were small, but I love baseball. And, I mean, you do get tired of ball. But there was one game, it was the 6th inning, which was the 9th inning, and they hit a home run right down the line, and I called it foul. And I'm pretty sure it was foul. Next pitch, same exact thing. But because they were barking at me, it didn't matter if it was actually fair. Oh, yeah.
You're like, oh,
I'm swinging that finger around, baby. Touch them all. I was absolutely swayed by the managerial staff.
Yes.
Oh, they have no.
Of the blue team.
The blue team.
I always learn they have no real authority.
No, of course not. But I was like 12.
How many people do you think I've thrown out in my career?
5.
None.
0 is correct.
Oh.
Because I always would explain to coaches after, and most of them were pretty calm once you just went up and said, hey, listen, this is the rule, or this is what I saw, so leave me alone.
If you throw a coach out at that age, then you are hurting the kids.
Yeah, because, I mean, then it becomes a whole thing. It's all dramatic. Everybody's talking about it. The kids start to resent you because they think, no matter what, they think that you're the enemy after you be mean. But, like, when coaches would be mad, like, I would go talk to each dugout in between innings. And I would just, like, make conversation on the game, like, with some of the kids who were sitting by the fence. And we talk about, like, Minecraft or video games or anything, too, and just, like, and they thought I was great. So, like, even if the coach was mad at me, that was my strategy to make sure the kids knew, hey, I'm for you guys. Have a good time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do my best out here.
Yes.
Someone texted in. Look up the number of deaths involving a vending machine. So I did. Between 1978 and 1995, okay, so that was a long time ago. We're not doing vending machine death statistics all the time. 37 people and 113 injuries had occurred due to falling vending machines from 78 to 95.
It's probably from people trying to shake their snack out.
Yeah.
And just falls on top of them.
Just falls on top of them.
Man, that would be a way to go.
That is an awful way to go. You ever watch that show?
What's the worst ways to die or something?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it.
Something like that.
1,000 ways to die?
1,000 ways to die.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, my God. If that happened to me, I'll just put this out there now because I would never have an opportunity other than this. I'm talking directly to my wife right now. If I am killed by a vending machine, and it's because I was rocking the vending machine, you don't have to do the funeral. You don't have to write an obituary. I don't want that out there.
Mm-mm.
And if it were to happen in here, Doran, you can't tell people why.
Oh, everybody's going to know. You don't have to worry about me. I mean, everybody's a blabbermouth here.
I wonder who you'd have to worry about.
Yeah, it'd be Pony.
Yeah.
No.
We love Crowley. R.I.P. Killed by a vending machine.
Now, would you let us? Okay, if that
he
happened
needed the
here,
hot fries.
Would you let us make jokes about it after your death?
Oh my God!
Can you sign off on that? That we could be like, yeah, Crowley.
Of course, Doran. You know my weird relationship with death. I love making dark jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much on the air. I don't want to get canceled, but yeah. Oh my God! If I get killed by a vending machine, I hope that I wind up like a ghost. So that I would get to, for the rest of time, have to stew on the fact that because I was trying to get bugles or something, I died. That is a really bad way to go.
That's a bad way.
Bugles also fire.
Oh, here you go with the corn chip type.
You don't like the bugle?
I mean, I like them with flavors.
Not only are bugles delicious, but they're also fun. You put them on each of your fingers. Yeah, ooh, look at me, I'm eating. Gets a laugh like a quarter of the time. It's a wonderful bit.
Bugles. Bugles aren't good. Look at Callus. Bugles.
Oh, you can't tell me you don't love a bugle, Callus.
But you're an idiot. Eat. E-I-M-E-D.
Oh. E.T. Oh, no.
That's a big move. It's just like when you get Twizzlers and you turn yourself into a walrus.
I never did that.
Pretzel sticks, you're a walrus?
It's not shocking the guy that played hide and seek at 17 high at a mall is also putting bugles on his fingers.
Yeah.
Brian Identity's E.T.
I texted Kabali yesterday, and I said, man, we had a lot of fun with you. Thank you for coming on. And he said, I absolutely love Callus. He goes, Callus is the best. Callus got such enjoyment yesterday from the intro music that he made for Mark Kabali that, I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen you more giddy.
I love music. You know that.
I know. You worked on that for months.
And you call me lazy all the time, so I figure I put some of my talents to good use.
The whole time.
Never called you lazy once.
That song was playing. Mark had his Mark face on the whole time where he's going like that.
It looks like he's staring at the eclipse.
Yeah, but he was like smiling. He was smiling this time. He was like, oh, I really like that.
You know, there was a moment during yesterday's show where Mark started a sentence and then kind of paused. And I thought briefly, and this isn't a joke, right? I thought for a second he was having a stroke. Did you catch that?
No.
There was this one brief moment where he was like, yeah, I don't know about paying Justin Fields. Like, whoa.
What's going on?
His mouth didn't move. It just sort of came out of he was talking out of the right side of his mouth, but the left side of his mouth stopped moving. I was a little scared. But he blasted right through it, so I figured he was fine.
Bugles.
Texter, you guys need a podcast. It's funny you say that because we're doing a radio show that you can get in podcast form. We have said this for a while, though. Like, there needs to be a day during the summer, like the Pirates are off and there's nothing going on, where we just do this.
Yep.
For the entire show.
Entire show.
Just screw around.
I mean, that's what we do off air. Like,
yes.
If we were allowed to record what we talk about off air and put it on air, it'd be award-winning stuff.
Well, Callus would be canceled. He's just horribly racist.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes. Yep. That's why he stands back there.
Someone texted in that if I was killed by a vending machine, I should be buried in one.
Yeah.
My dad would be mad, though, because he sells caskets. Be the easiest sale ever.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. Throw some snacks in the casket.
Bugles.
Bugles in the casket.
Bury me with bugles on my
Bugles
fingers.
and Fritos. Oh, God.
Ah, jeez. I don't want to talk about sports. There's a lot. I mean, we're jammed today. Absolutely jammed today. We've talked about the draft every now and again. We have a draft expert from ESPN coming on at 9 o'clock, Matt Miller. He's really good at his job. It'll be nice to get the opinion of someone who's informed. Pitt with an absolute stink bomb last night. I mean, just a disastrous loss. We'll see if the net rankings have updated and where Pitt now falls on the bubble. But we got to start with this. Can you look in the mirror and laugh at yourself? That's deep. And it's a tease. And we're back in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Any team that would give up what it would be required to acquire him, considering the idea that the Browns would be willing to trade him, which they haven't been, but if they were, then it would have to be to a team that is going to give up so much, and they're not going to give up that much without having him under contract or him being unhappy about being traded. So he's going to have to sign off on the trade, even though he doesn't have a no trade request. So he's going to basically be able to dictate it. That's if Cleveland ever gets to the spot where it moves off its current stance of we're not trading him. There's a lot of things that have to happen before we get there, just to give you an idea of where this is at.
Adam Schefter talking about premier pass rusher and villain, in my opinion, Myles Garrett. And I vehemently disagree with that stance from Adam Schefter. I don't think that Myles Garrett is going to get to pick where he goes if the Browns do move him. He's under contract for 2 more years. He doesn't have to go to a place where they're going to give him a contract right now. He could go to a place where he plays out this year and then gets the contract at the end of the season. Here's the other thing I don't agree with. The Browns' stance that they're not going to move him. They are 100%, this is not a guess, this is right, going to move him. They're going to move him. You can't bring back Myles Garrett next year when he just went full transfer portal announcement.
Yes.
In a trade request. Mm-hmm. We have entered a new era, Doran Dickerson, of professional sports where the "with that being said" is now being used by an NFL player on a nice, shiny graphic that's on social media.
Mm-hmm.
We've never seen that.
No.
We see it all the time in college. I had a great time at West Virginia University. With that being said, I'm going to go to a program that cares.
Yeah, and thank the Lord.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior.
That's right.
That's where it starts.
It's always the Savior. It's always the Lord. It's always, what a great fan base. It's always, respect my decision. Loved being there. Mountaineer for life. With that being said, see ya. We've never seen that in the NFL before. And we actually saw it yesterday with Cooper Kupp. Hey, they're going to trade me. And he posts along.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't like it, but here we are. Myles Garrett did them no favors. If Myles Garrett went to Andrew Berry, the general manager of the Browns office, and said, hey, man, I'd like to be traded, then you can work on something like that in the shadows. But now he has made it so it's an irreparable situation. He can't take snaps for Cleveland next year.
No, it's done.
It's absolutely done.
Can't put that guy back out there. He doesn't want to be there.
Right. And while I would love to laugh at the Cleveland Browns, okay, we can laugh at them for a second here. I mean, what a disaster. They had, when Andrew Berry took the job, just real quick, they had Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
So a guy who I think has now proven that he's a franchise quarterback, not a top 10 quarterback, but right there. They had him. They had Nick Chubb. They had one of the best offensive lines, or they would start to build one of the best offensive lines in the National Football League. They had good skill position talent. And they threw it all away for Deshaun Watson. You lose out on Baker, who played hurt his entire last year. They're showing me, at least, that he was a warrior. Oh, but he's immature. So you move off a franchise quarterback. You've now wasted Nick Chubb's prime. You've now wasted Myles Garrett's prime.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all funny because it's Cleveland.
Yeah. I mean, there's Denzel Ward. I mean, there's so many. They have good players.
Yes.
They do have good players. I try to think back and to think about Deshaun Watson's last year in Houston, whenever he did play. Like, was he that good to give up that much for during a scandal?
There were like 10 teams that were reportedly interested. So
during the scandal?
Yeah, I think he was good enough to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But why they felt the need to give him guaranteed money, the entire thing guaranteed, I have no problem with any team taking a swing for a franchise quarterback. And I think you can make the argument he was right around the top 5.
Okay, yeah.
Back then?
Yeah.
I have no problem taking a swing. But the off-the-field stuff, hello, more than a red flag. And the guaranteed contract was a bad idea, even if he panned out. Like, if Deshaun Watson, my voice cracked, was a top 5 quarterback now, his cap hit this year is still $75 million. The highest cap hit in the National Football League. So even if he's top 5, you can't adequately build the roster around a guy like that. You need him to carry the roster then. So they screwed the whole pooch, and it's worth laughing at them. But the reason I had the goofy tease coming into the show proper here is because I can't laugh too hard, because I don't know that the Steelers are any closer to winning a championship than Cleveland. The Browns could at least trade this guy to get draft picks, and not this year, but next year move up in the draft and get a franchise quarterback. The Steelers have a similar bargaining chip here with TJ Watt, and they're not interested at all in moving the guy. And I'm not saying that they definitely should move him, But they should be open to taking calls, and they're not, because they want TJ Watt to be a quote-unquote one-helmet guy. Like, even if Myles Garrett hadn't requested a trade, if I were the Browns front office, I would have at least explored it this offseason. And they're not a franchise, as we've just outlined, that operates in a better way than the Steelers. They don't. They're one of the few that is awful by comparison.
Yeah.
But they are going to move on from Myles Garrett, and it's going to help them find their next lottery ticket at franchise quarterback. The Steelers are going to give T.J. Watt an extension this offseason, and I think that is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, the Steelers, I don't think that they would move off Watt like you're saying, but if you're T.J. and you see the situation, like you pay attention to your comrades, I guess. I don't know what their relationship is with T.J. and Myles Garrett, but you play the same position. You're regarded as, probably two Hall of Fame players. You pay attention to what Myles Garrett's doing, what Max Crosby's doing, a lot of defenders are doing. Like, I would, if I was TJ, I would sit here today and be like, Like, if I was TJ, like, I would do the same thing. Like, do you really think that you're going to win a championship? Is that what your goal is as a player? And that's clearly what Myles Garrett's goal is. He wants to win. He wants to win a championship or have the opportunity to do so. TJ has to really ask himself if this is the right place for him to do that.
I think that's the crux of all of it. Yep.
The Steelers wouldn't do that, but TJ could initiate it if he really wants to win a championship. Like, if he or does he feel like they're close? Is he brainwashed to feel like that the Steelers are close to doing that?
Man, that is the perfect word. We heard Cam Hayward at the Pro Bowl say that the schedule did them no favors at the end. And I'm sure they think that with a schedule that they deem to be more fair, adding pieces around whomever the quarterback is, they believe that they've got a shot. They know what it felt like to be 10-3. They know that this is the best team that they've had in a while, at least the first 13 games. Like, TJ had to think we're a Super Bowl contender. Cam had to think they were a Super Bowl contender. We talked about it at the time.
Yeah.
That they had a shot not just to win one, but maybe a couple of playoff games. I just can't get the last 5 weeks out of my head, and I view it different than they do. But I do think TJ's brainwashed. I think all of them think they're closer than they actually are. And my question is a simple one to Steelers fans, and you just hit on it there at 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's say you sign T.J. Watt to a 3-year deal. So now you got him for the next 4 years. Can the Steelers realistically win a Super Bowl in that 4-year stretch? 412-928-9370. I don't know how you can say yes to that because you don't know who the quarterback's going to be this year, and you don't know what they're going to do at quarterback beyond this year.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody would say, oh, yeah, they're going to win the Super Bowl, I think you're out of your friggin' mind.
Well, you got to look at it like this, too. I mean, history, I look into history a little bit. It's not my end-all, be-all. But say that they have a stopgap quarterback this year, and then they go to the draft next year. Can you tell me when the last time a rookie quarterback won a Super Bowl?
Has never happened.
Never happened.
So there's 2 years right there.
There's 2 years. We can go through the stats where a second-year quarterback, when's the last time that they've won a Super Bowl?
Right.
Or I know that a bunch of them have gone to a Super Bowl, but when's the last time a second-year quarterback has won a Super Bowl? There's probably more statistics out there. Maybe. That was 20 years ago.
Yep.
And there's not many. So there's possibly 3 years. So if you're going to be a part of that, the end situation is not probably is. You're probably going to win a playoff game or two. So you got to talk to yourself. Like, what is my goal at the end of the day? What do I want to accomplish? Do I want to have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl? If I'm TJ, I'm exploring my options at this point. It is what it is. I'm going to explore my options.
Sorry, I was lost in my research here. So Ben did, obviously, Brady, second season as a starter, I guess, technically. Russell Wilson. That's that. Kurt Warner, second year as a starter, it says.
As a starter, he was like in his 8th year.
Right. So like
a second year.
You're fighting against
history. 23,
here.
24 years old.
Now, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Joe Burrow went.
They went, yeah.
In his second year and fell short. But you are fighting against history. And we also know the structure of the Steelers organization. they're not going to put a ton on the plate of a rookie quarterback, and they're probably not going to keep up with the Joneses offensively with a second-year quarterback. So the answer is they're not going to win a Super Bowl with T.J. Watt. It sucks to say, but that's the reality. And so then it begs the question, why would you sign him to an extension? And then, if you're not going to sign him to an extension, it begs the question, why wouldn't you trade the guy? At 412-928-9370. I'm really happy you brought up the rookie quarterback thing because I jotted that down myself. They're not going to win this year with Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. You're not going to win with a rookie quarterback. That's 2 years. And then you start asking yourself, what T.J. Watt are you getting?
Yes, he's getting older.
Right.
Is he going to have the same path as his brother?
Correct. And if this year's any indication, really good, not what he's been.
Mm-hmm.
And each of the last 2 years has dealt with injuries at the end of the season. Didn't play in the playoff game in Buffalo. And this year, he was not the same guy down the stretch, and you could probably blame injury for that. But guys who play his position, guys who are 30 years old, they're not getting better. They're getting worse. Cam Hayward is the exception, not the rule, and they don't play the same position. So I think the Steelers need to look long and hard at trading T.J. Watt. We all know they're not going to do that. But that's not fun for sports talk. Would you trade T.J. Watt? 412-928-9370. Are the Browns in a better position than the Steelers? 412-928-9370. That's all on the way. We'd love to hear from you, your phone calls, your texts, your tweets, and you can get after us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight against the New Jersey Devils at 7 o'clock. They last played over the weekend and won over the Nashville Predators. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dort.
It's a little chilly out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top dog law.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management. But you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Cloudy today, high 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The semi-official reason why the Mavericks traded Luka Doncic is that they were tired of his lackadaisical attitude toward conditioning, diet, and playing defense, of course. Another theory is that new owner Miriam Adelson needs to tank the team in order to enhance the threat of relocating to Vegas, unless granted a license to build a casino resort in Dallas. What is this, the basketball version of Major League the movie? I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? Are you excited for the big game and ready to get in on the action? Look no further than the BetMGM Sportsbook app. Sign up today using bonus code KOSTOS, K-O-S-T-O-S, to get up to $1,500 in bonus bets if your first bet loses. It's the best time of year to be a football fan, so be sure to lock in your picks on this year's big game in New Orleans with the Sportsbook born in Vegas. Earn MGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for surprise rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. There's no better place to enjoy the big game than BetMGM. So sign up today using bonus code KOSTOS, K-O-S-T-O-S, and make your bets. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well-traveled roadway in Butler County now out of commission. This report brought to you by Credit Karma. Route 422 in Franklin Township closed in both directions due to a multi-alarm structure fire between Dick and Eagle Mill Roads. Old Route 422 will be your alternate. Meanwhile, the Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twisdale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy near the Banksville Merge Point. Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North in the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Myles Garrett has requested a trade. He does not want to be a Cleveland Brown. I saw a lot of Browns fans were despondent, so upset about this, including our buddy Ken Carman, who hosts the morning show in Cleveland. But it doesn't seem like any Browns fans are actually mad at Myles Garrett. They all understand. They've been fans of this franchise.
Yep.
They know how bad they suck. And they don't blame Myles for wanting to get out and wanting to chase a championship. So, of course, then, we're talking about T.J. Watt and whether or not the Steelers can win a championship with T.J. Watt the next 4-ish years. I don't think the Steelers are going to give him a 5-year deal. I think they'd probably go max of 3. But you have to ask yourself this question. Do you really want to make T.J. Watt the highest paid defensive player in football? That's what he's going to want. The next guy is always that guy. He's a multiple-time defensive player of the year. He's been a multiple-time defensive player of the year candidate. He's a multiple-time All-Pro. But those are all things that happened in the past. Mm-hmm. So you'd be paying him for what he's done, not necessarily what he's going to do. It's not to say he can't continue to be a prominent pass rusher into his 30s. He can. Guys do it. But to make him the highest paid defensive player in football, that's a non-starter for me, Doran. I can't do it. And I love T.J. Watt. Who doesn't love T.J. Watt? We all love T.J. Watt. I can't make him the highest paid defensive player in the sport.
Yeah, but they're going to. That's what it comes down to. They're going to because of, just the history and what they did with Cam Hayward last year. I mean, he wasn't the highest paid defensive tackle, but they did right by Cam. They're going to do right by TJ. They're going to think that TJ Watt's still going to be TJ Watt. It should be up to them to help TJ Watt, though.
Yes.
Like give him some help, and maybe he can be, that quality of defensive player of the year again in the next couple of years. If you give him some help, if you move him around, if you don't just go mano-a-mano and say TJ, be Superman every single game, and he's going out there, he's giving 160%, and then, then his body starts to break down.
Right.
Like, give him some help, too.
That's the thing.
Like, if you're TJ, would you take less money if they could give him, some help? Like, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be a player, but like change some things up. Hey, I'll take less money if you change some things up, if you let me just.
It's a good question because I think both TJ and Myles are motivated by the same thing.
They are.
I've always looked at Myles as a selfish player, but he wants to win.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't want to win? He knows he's going to Canton. He put that in his statement. He always wanted to go from Cleveland to Canton, but he wants to win a championship. He's already a first ballot Hall of Famer. TJ Watt's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. These guys want to win. The difference is TJ thinks he can do it here, and Myles rightfully understands he's not going to do it in Cleveland. I wish that TJ, to your point, would swing his weight around a little bit more. And if he's not going to request a trade, go to them, and maybe he has, based on his end of the season press conference, go to them and say, hey, use me different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm amenable to it.
Mm-hmm.
Flip me sides every now and again. Blitz guys off my end every now and again. Free me up a handful of times a game.
Yep.
Because you're right, dude. It beats the ever-loving hell out of him. Every critical moment, every big-time third down, double-team chip. And the offense is sucked, so he's on the field for a ton of plays every game. And so it's not a surprise that at the end of the year, his ass is grass. Texter, Adam, I'm pretty sure TJ only has one defensive player of the year. Yeah, when it was coming out of my mouth, I realized I gave him the one from last year.
Yep.
But you know what? In my personal record book, he's a multiple-time defensive player of the year. Bang. Saved it, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Starkey's eventual six-pack is brought to you by Bet365.
Oh.
That's on the
Okay.
sheet here. Bet365 for Starkey's eventual six-pack.
Yeah.
Can you make T.J. Watt the highest-paid defensive player in football, or would you rather the Steelers trade him? You need a quarterback. Quarterback's more important than edge rusher. I think edge rusher might be the second most important position, or one of your tackles. But it ain't quarterback. It's not close to quarterback. You got to trade him. Bob in Latrobe. Hi, Bob.
How are you?
Delightful, Bob.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of layers to this. I don't believe anybody really wants T.J. Watt to go to the Steelers and ask for a trade. Myles Garrett is going to be known as a great pass rusher and the guy that swung his helmet at Mason Rudolph.
I mean, he might be known as a Super Bowl champion, Bob, because he's getting out of a bad situation.
Yeah, it's possible. It doesn't happen real often that a guy's still relatively close to his prime, and a team has to give up that kind of capital to get to him and still ends up becoming the champion. It happens, but it's not that common. Usually it's a guy looking for a payday at the end of his career and latches on with someone, and maybe he gets there and he's not a primary player in that. But with Watt, it's different. He's definitely not what he was, but that's what he is on the field. Players mean a lot more to their team than what you see on the field, and you guys know this. To think about the value he has in the locker room and what it would do to the team.
Yeah, that's what Art
sorry.
said too, Bob, and really appreciate the call. We'd love you to call back anytime. Love Latrobe, 412-928-9370.
A quick example of probably what's going to happen with Myles Garrett is Von Miller.
Right.
Von Miller, I mean, after, 10, 11 years, won a Super Bowl with Denver, went to the Rams, won another Super Bowl because he wanted to win again. He knew that he wasn't going to win in Denver.
Yeah, the team that acquires him, it's the part of the Schefter clip that we played at the very beginning of the show that I agree with. The team that trades for him is doing so because they think they're one piece away from winning a championship.
Yes, Buffalo.
Yeah, if Buffalo had Myles Garrett, they're probably playing in the Super Bowl right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that pains me. I don't personally want to see Myles win a championship because of the whole TJ Myles thing. And I don't know what kind of guy Myles is. The helmet swinging thing kind of sticks out in my head. I'm not here for the culture talk, though. That's what Art said. That's what the caller just said.
What culture, though?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you're going to miss this guy in the locker room. I love
He doesn't say
TJ.
3 words.
And even if he did, it's not getting them playoff wins.
No. You think that the defensive backs are paying attention to what T.J. Watt has to say in the locker room? No.
It's not James Ferrier who won. I mean, and he's a better player than Ferrier. Don't mistake me here. But there was a culture from Joe Green all the way up through those championship teams in the 2000s because there's a carryover, then there's a carryover, then there's a guy who's a carryover, then there's a guy who's a carryover.
It's different now, man.
These guys haven't won.
It's different across the league. The culture thing, like with guys and staples, that doesn't really happen as much anymore. I hate to break it to you. Like that thing that ended then with like Harrison, Ferrier, those guys. Like it's a different day and age in football now. Where, like, that stuff doesn't matter. Guys are out for themselves. Guys are out for their brand. They're not going to listen to – you think George Pickens are in a culture?
If T.J. Watt was this playoff maverick and the Steelers were hitting their head off of the Kansas City Chiefs every year, then I wouldn't want to lose the player and I wouldn't want to lose what at that point is a good locker room culture. But I think T.J. Watt ain't what he used to be, and you haven't won anything with him. He hasn't won a playoff game.
He's won as many playoff games as Corey Trice.
Yeah, right.
So, like, what culture is Corey? If you're looking for a culture and you're a young player, where are you getting that culture from? Unless it's like probably Cam Hayward, who had won a playoff game.
Right. And if you're paying your head coach $16 million and he's been around and never had a losing season, then the culture begins and ends with him. That's why he's still the coach, because Art believes in the winning culture. That's what he told Ashley Lyotis the other day. When he said it, we haven't had it that bad, Steelers fans. We believe we still have a winning culture. That's the head coach. That's why you pay him. And I understand the best teams got good locker rooms as well as a good coach. I do. But if you have that much faith in the head coach, then you should be able to move off of the T.J. Watts of the world and the Cam Haywards of the world and still believe that your coach can instill that within the locker room.
Well, I mean, it just begs the question, like, what is the organization about? Are they about with upholding the brand and, having staples retire as Steelers, or are they trying to win?
I want to get to that coming up next. The value of a one-helmet guy. Art has talked about that. I can understand. Well, we'll get into it coming up next. We need more time with this. Give us a ring. Nick, Bill, others on hold, 412-928-9370. We'll get to you. The value of a one-helmet guy. That's next. It's the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Major League Baseball umpire Pat Hoberg has been fired. This because he was sharing a betting service with a friend who was betting on Major League Baseball. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. We travel the world to bring you the most unique and stunning collections of fine designer jewelry, watches, and giftware. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think that's something we want to look at this offseason. TJ has been, one of the foundations of the defense for, quite a number of years now, and certainly hope we can have TJ here for the future beyond this year.
What he's really saying is that they want TJ to retire a Pittsburgh Steeler. And I get it. He's a hell of a player. I remember last season in the middle of the thing when things are going good, we were talking about TJ as one of the best defensive players in the history of the franchise. And you need to win, but on an individual level, right up there with the all-time Steeler greats.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's Mean Joe.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those guys in the 70s, but Troy Polamalu.
Yes.
And TJ Watt.
Mm-hmm.
And he had 21 and a half sacks in a season. He's an all-time great individual. But if you don't win, I don't need you to spend your entire career here. You can't be bigger to me than the franchise. And if the way the Steelers could get a franchise quarterback is moving on from TJ Watt, I think that's what you have to do. They're not going to. The one helmet thing doesn't really do it for me. Like, for winners, it does. Crosby, you want to retire a Penguin? You're damn right you can retire a Penguin.
For sure. I see, yes.
You know what I mean?
Exactly right. For
like
winners,
Derek
it does.
Jeter, you can retire a Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not good at the end of your career. You've earned that. And it's not all on TJ. Of course not why they haven't won playoff games, but the fact of the matter is they haven't won one with him. You don't get to be on scholarship. Like, you don't get to be here forever. Just why? Because you're great? You can have the best defensive player in football, and what's it get you? What has it got them? Nothing, because you're nothing without a great quarterback.
And, obviously I'm a former player, and we all kind of think the same. Whether you're one of the best and whether you're, like me and a bubble guy trying to make rosters, you still think the same. And if I were in TJ's shoes, like I said before, it's like, what is my final goal? Like, what do I want to accomplish? I've already accomplished this much with this organization. I've gave this organization everything that I possibly can give them. I'm going to be a Hall of Famer. But what could solidify my legacy as a player? We talked about Cam Newton. Would he give back the MVP? No, he wouldn't. Because guys honestly think that way, whether you like it or not. They would not trade in an MVP for a Super Bowl. Now, TJ might. So, there's guys that will do that. But in TJ's situation, you got to ask yourself, is this the place where I think in the next 5 years, probably has 5 years left in my career, where I'm going to have the best opportunity to win a Super Bowl? Because I guarantee that's his final goal.
Yes.
That's his goal.
Yeah, he's achieved all the individual things.
What's the last thing to achieve? It's a Super Bowl.
He needs to win a damn playoff game,
too.
Or
just have an opportunity, a legit opportunity.
Right. And that's the difference here between Miles and TJ is Miles looks around and he knows that they're miles and miles away from winning a Super Bowl. TJ looks around and thinks they're closer than they are. Art looks around and thinks they're closer than they are. Tomlin looks around and thinks they're closer than they are. Russ said it at the Pro Bowl the other day, thinks they're closer than they actually are. Everyone in there's got this belief that if the schedule had been different, if they didn't deal with some of the injuries, if they had been a little bit hotter at the end of the year, that they would have had a chance. But I think there's glass half full, and then there's sipping the Kool-Aid, and I think they're all sipping on that same Kool-Aid.
I also and I believe in the whole saying, if you can't beat them, join them. I'm against that too. So if you look at this situation and you're TJ, and it's like, okay, we have a winning record every year, we have an opportunity at the playoffs, and everybody's 0-0 in the playoffs. Like, I don't want to join the Chiefs. Like, what are people going to say about my career then?
Yeah, do I really get a ring? Does it count?
Am I going to go join Philadelphia? Am I going to join, Buffalo?
See, Buffalo would be fine, wouldn't it?
But they're so close. Like, I don't know how you feel.
But you could look at yourself as the missing link, the missing piece.
That is true. No, I think Myles Garrett would. I don't think TJ wouldn't. I think Myles Garrett would be like, yeah, I'll go play for the Chiefs.
TJ, I think it's interesting psychoanalysis here, because I know that the most important thing to TJ Watt is, damn it, I want to win a playoff game, and I want to win a championship.
Yes.
But I think he wants to do it here.
For sure.
So that's
But is that realistic?
No, it's not realistic.
But is he having that conversation with himself? Do we think that he thinks it's realistic?
I think he thinks they can win a championship with him. But here's the problem. They're not going to win this year, as you've laid out. They're not going to win with a rookie quarterback. So that's 2 years from now.
Yep.
When he's going on 32, but still with one of the highest salaries in the league. So he'll be getting paid more money for, in all likelihood, doing less, which is going to make it harder for them to win. It's a shame that the Steelers are in this position. And the Browns, I can't argue they're in a better position, because if they trade Myles, it's a $36 million dead cap hit. And they've got $75 million in cap space now that they have to pay Deshaun Watson. But they're still going to be in a position to get a rookie quarterback next year.
Let's be honest, the Steelers are in late years better position than the Browns. Late years. Because, like you just said, with all the cap issues that they're going to have, they're for the, 30th year trying to find a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steelers are light years ahead of if anybody says that the Browns and the Steelers are somewhat in the same boat here, they're really missing the whole great scheme of everything. I mean, the Steelers are way ahead of the Browns.
Yeah, Starkey was arguing that yesterday. Mulsey was arguing that yesterday. And while I understand where they're coming from, neither team is close to a championship, and Myles is going to be this bargaining chip that they can then use to attempt to get a quarterback. I can't trust an organization run by the Haslams that, frankly, nuked itself.
Right.
If I had to bet on who's going to figure it out first, I still am going to bet on the Steelers.
Yes.
But it would aid them in that process if they moved on from TJ Watt. I think
agree.
both things could be true. But, yeah, I can't say that the Browns are closer to winning a championship. They're closer to finding their next quarterback if they move on from Myles.
Which they are every single year.
But then that quarterback's going to have to deal with $100 million of dead cap. Yeah, they're in a bad spot. So is Pitt after that loss last night. I checked in on a couple of bracketologists that I follow. Where does Pitt sit in relation to the bubble after last night's horrific loss to Virginia? We'll get into that coming up next. Plus Jeff Capel, my God, he was accountable at the very least for what happened yesterday. Getting all that coming up next. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play a game tonight at home against the New Jersey Devils at 7 o'clock. Penguins won over the weekend over the Nashville Predators. The Penguins in the Metropolitan Division, they are tied for last with the Philadelphia Flyers. Both of those teams have 52 points, tied for 7th, again, tied for the bottom spot in the Metropolitan Division. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush showing signs of life. This report brought to you by Hollywood Casino and ESPN Sports Betting. Parkway West, you are heavy right around the top of Green Tree Hill all the way down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that's lining up at the Forest Hills on-ramp as you head down toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. No problems on Route 28. Traffic light delays on Route 65 approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge. Parkway North is mainly steady. HOV lanes open alongside that roadway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Hollywood Casino at the Meadows.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. He's our sports director. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We were talking earlier on about how many people are killed by vending machines. And between 1978 and 1995, 37 people killed by falling vending machines. How about this one? On average, 22 people are killed by cows every year, only 5 by sharks.
That's crazy.
Did you know that? Because I didn't.
Nope.
And that is our Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Pitt with a massive clunker last night. There's no other way to slice it. They lost a quad 3 game at home by double digits. And if you look around at all the bracketologists, Pitt was among the last 4 teams in the dance going into the game. Now, Lenardi hasn't put out his most recent bracket because it's 6:50 a.m., but there are a couple others that I trust that now have Pitt as one of the first teams out of the tournament after that loss. Jeff Capel, he did take accountability.
Really disappointed in our performance. This is probably as bad of a performance of any team I've ever coached. And it was embarrassing. And I'm sorry to the crowd, students, the fans. It's my responsibility. I have to do a better job of making sure we're ready to go. Thought we were. Obviously, we weren't. And we were bad in every aspect of the game of basketball.
I think he nailed it, and I'm happy he took accountability, and he took it on himself, which is good. I don't know how that happens.
I do. It's very, very rare in sports, in high-level sports, let's say Division I college sports and professional sports, that if you are a team and you are good, that you can just show up. They just tried to show up yesterday. You can't show up because you will get beat. Everything has to go right. You have to be disciplined. You have to do everything necessary in every single game. You can't schedule watch. You can't scoreboard watch. You can't net ranking watch. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You just can't do that. If you're a good team, you're not good enough to just show up. If you're a great team, you're not good enough to just show up because you will get beat. Because I don't care what the record is on the other side. They still can play.
Those are good players.
They're still good players. And the Pitt basketball team last night, they just showed up and they thought they were going to win because it's Virginia and they lost their coach and Virginia's not Virginia anymore and they're schedule watching like, if we get this win, we might get this quad 1, quad 2, whatever. They just tried to show up yesterday and they got bit right in the butt. That's what happened.
There's pressure too because, you need big wins. But as we've talked about and as we've seen, you can't avoid you have to, I should say, avoid the bad losses. So every one of these games is bigger than it would look like on some watch board. Like when John Rothstein tweets out games to watch tonight, it's not going to be on there because no one wants to watch Virginia play basketball. Shoot, man, nobody wanted to watch Virginia basketball when they were good. But these are the games that you can't lose.
Right.
And now they have. And there's this old adage that more teams play their way out of the tournament than play their way in. And here's the problem with Pitt now is today, right now, this very second, they're out. Now, they're close. They don't have a lot of opportunities to play themselves in. I don't know that they can lose again. I don't know that I'm 100% right on that, but their margin for error is now very slim. I want to talk to Jeff about this coming up next, too. Because I think there's a ton of pressure on Jeff Capel right now. There's a new athletic director. I don't know that means that Jeff would go anywhere if they don't make the tournament, but the reality is if they miss it this year, they should have made it last year. I get it. If they miss it this year, it's one tournament trip in 7 years. And now with the new athletic director, I'd be feeling heat if I were Jeff. Maybe he is. Maybe he doesn't pay attention to that kind of thing. I'm not sure. But there's a level of ambiguity there. Nailed that.
There you
go. He can't feel super confident in knowing one way or the other what it's going to look like if they don't make the tournament. I'm not saying they won't make it either, but the margin for error is very, very slim.
Well, we saw what happened last year and how they should have made it but didn't make it. I mean, that could be the similar situation this year where they do take care of business down this stretch, but they still don't make it.
Right.
Like, they could be, and you can, whoever makes those decisions be like, hey, we have proof of what you are last year. So you're basically the same this year. So you're not going to get in this year.
Right, because here's the other thing. They're on the outside, just barely looking in, again, at the couple of places that I've looked this morning. Even if you are one of the last 4 teams in as you go to conference championship weekend, we know all about the bid stealers. Pitt would have made it last year if not for historic amount of bid stealers.
Mm-hmm.
Was it 5, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
So the bubble shrinks then by 5. So if you're even in the quote-unquote last 4 in, you're not feeling like you're in a good spot. We'll get Jeff's opinion on this coming up next. Jorge Diaz-Graham, I thought, with a good quote after the game. And then we'll transition into some of the Myles Garrett stuff with Jeff. And, Doran, wide receiver watch.
Oh, yeah.
We're back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we never left. Wide receiver watch. That's next, the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. While you were sleeping, winter storm watches went up for several communities. We're expecting freezing rain that could start as soon as Wednesday afternoon for the Laurels and spread to other communities through the overnight hours into Thursday. The rest of the day, though, will be dry. Temperatures are in the mid-30s right now, and that's where we'll stay through sunset. Wind speeds will be out of the northwest at about 15 miles an hour this afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25-plus rushing yards in each quarter. I think I'd rather go whole game over. That's a tough one. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus. A big man touchdown. Any offensive lineman to score a TD. I'd like to go with one. How about a special teams touchdown, period? How about going with that? Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get 200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Looking for the
perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-843-9393. That's 800-843-9393. Again, that's 800-843-9393.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
World revolves around you. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Major Butler County roadway remains shut down. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. 422 in Franklin Township, Butler County remains closed as crews continue to fight an earlier multi-alarm structure fire. Watch for delays as you're directed onto Old Route 422. That closure is between Dick Road and Eagle Mill Road. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West acts over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I got to call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
We got hit in the first half and we never recovered from that. I think our body language wasn't right since the beginning, and I think we gave up. But we need to learn from this, and this has to be that game that changes the season. And I believe there's still time. I believe we're a good team. We just need to keep fighting together and just be that team we are.
That was the voice of Jorge Diaz-Graham saying the body language was bad and that Pitt quit yesterday. Joining us now to get into that and some Steelers things is our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. He's on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Jeff. What the hell happened last night at the Pete?
Oh, yeah, I mean, Capel said it. He was embarrassed. He apologized to the fan base. I'm glad they mentioned body language because it just seemed like there was just something off with those guys. I mean, at times their effort was there, but it's like collectively they were just in some type of fog in a game they really needed. And that's the killer of this game is, man, one of the strengths of Pitt is not that they had a ton of quad one wins, is that they didn't have any bad losses. This was a bad loss, and it's funny because you could see a little bit of old school Capel afterwards, and he's like, well, we have to give them a day off tomorrow, meaning today. and you could tell he really wanted to get those guys on the court today and maybe do a few things, and he's going to have to wait till tomorrow. We'll see how they respond because they've got games at Carolina and SMU, and this could spiral if they don't find something.
Jeff, I mean, that's exactly where I wanted to go. Like, do you think this team is good enough to respond, or is this what – I mean, you could tell the true signs of a team. Like, it's usually the following game after you get your butt whooped, especially at home. Do you think this team is capable of responding, or is this kind of what they are for the rest of the season?
I want to believe that they're capable of responding, especially with some of the seniors, with Ish Leggett, with Damian Dunn, that those two in particular are going to help lead this team forward. They're still a good team. I mean, the Wake Forest game, no one wins at Wake. Only Duke has won at Wake this year. Wake's an NCAA team, and they were right there in that game. I want to say that this is going to be a blip on the radar, but they have to prove it. And there's their margin for error. Once again, here we are in February, and the margin for error is slim after that game. They need to get most of these games, and they only have a couple of really good opportunities. These two at Louisville, because the teams that are coming to the Pete, the good part is it's not the cream of the crop of the ACC, but the bad thing is they're not going to get an opportunity for quality wins down the stretch at home.
Do you think that with a new athletic director that Jeff Capel's feeling any pressure, or is he so entrenched in the team and the season that he's not thinking about something like that?
No, I don't think that. I mean, let's see how they respond here over the next couple of games. There was just a weird one-off. I mean, the game started like the first couple of possessions on both sides. It was kind of like, all right, Pitt had some opportunities, and they're not making shots. And then you could just see Virginia gaining confidence. And once they gain confidence, I mean that 17-0 run was just, listen, it wasn't a matter of getting a bunch of bad bounces. That was a part of what was going on during that run. They just, you could just see Virginia like grow as a team in one night. Now, again, I thought Jorge hit it well. I mean, for English being a second language, I think he hit it on the head. I mean, it's up to them. It's on the line. How are they going to respond?
And I thought Jorge also hit this on the head too. He said they hit a lot of stuff late in the shot clock, like early. That's so demoralizing too. Like I thought Pitt. I don't think their effort was an issue early on the defensive end. Virginia, they were running good offense, and late in the clock, you feel like you guarded them, and they were hitting shots, and the Day kid had the greatest game that he's had in the history of his life, and those kind of things can suck the wind out of your sails. I do want to transition. Go ahead.
No, quickly, I was going to say, for a guy who averages, 6.8 and he has 27? Yeah, that'll demoralize you real quick.
That kind of thing just drives you absolutely bonkers as a coach, drives you nuts as a fan, no question about
it's
it.
It's like the Wake game when the Wake can't hit threes all year.
Right.
And then you play the defense to allow them to have threes, and then they're hitting them.
Right, exactly right. Jeff, flipping on over to the Steelers side of things, obviously Myles Garrett has requested a trade. The Steelers are not interested in moving T.J. Watt. Do you think that they're going to make him the highest paid defensive player in football? And should they, with a guy that has been injured at the end of the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's a really good question because you're right. TJ's going to want that type of recognition, that kind of acknowledgement of what he has done. I don't look at what happened last year as something that's TJ's fault, but he didn't produce down the stretch. There are some things he needs to improve. I do think a new contract is going to happen. Whether he's the highest paid or not is going to be an interesting negotiation. Remember last time when he was more in his prime and coming off an unbelievable season, it took until 3 days before the start of the regular season for them to agree on a contract. And he had the hold-in stuff. I think this negotiation is really interesting to me because if that one went so tight, And if you're thinking, all right, maybe I don't want to put him into that stratosphere, maybe I just want him to be in the top 10 or the top 5 and not the top. Man, this could take a long time, and you hope it's not a distraction.
Jeff, Cooper Kupp is going to be traded this offseason. Do you see him as a potential Steelers wide receiver?
I mean, the fit makes sense. I mean, he seems to bring the intangibles that you like into a room without a lot of leadership or a lot of veterans. Where are you thinking in the draft? I mean, you have to make these free agent decisions before the draft. I have no issue with Kupp. I'm not worried about positions. We're overloading on one position right now. You just need talent in that room. If you could acquire somebody like Cooper Kupp, given his track record, I'm all for it for all of the reasons, not just on field, but what he might bring into that room off it.
Jeff, time is a flat circle. Here we are. It is February 4th, and we're talking about the Steelers attempting to acquire a wide receiver. It feels good to be back. It's been a while. It's nice.
Yes.
Like, you know what it is? We've probably all seen at least clips of the movie Groundhog Day over the last week. I feel like we're there. I feel like I woke up this morning as Bill Murray and thinking, still don't have a quarterback, still don't have wide receivers.
We are now reached the era of professional sports where they've gone full transfer portal. Myles Garrett, he requests a trade, and he types it all up, and he says, with that being said, I've requested a trade. You got Cooper Kupp, I'm going to be traded. It's this big, long piece with graphics behind it. It's a brave new world in some ways, Jeff. I say time's a flat circle, but I think that this is now the beginning of the transfer portal professional sports age.
The crazy thing is, the way it is now, it's easier to acquire and get better in college than it is in the pros. I mean, you don't have all these rules. You could just go make things happen in college.
Yep.
Maybe that's what the Steelers need, is some kind of change in the rules. They could go, transform overnight. But this offseason dredges on, and we'll see what, we'll talk on Thursday. I'm working on an interesting story about quarterbacks and where they're drafted and the success rate over the last 10 years. And the first couple of examples of trying to find a flyer, the numbers are not good.
You know what I love about you, Jeff, is that you do the homework so that we don't have to.
Yes, I like that.
So we appreciate that. And we appreciate your time. Can't wait to talk about it on Thursday. Thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Let's talk about Cooper Kupp coming up next. But first, we're excited about this one, Doran. The Fan is turning 15. Can you believe that? How long have you been here? 8 years.
8 years.
So you've been here over half the time.
Yeah.
So we, our wonderful radio station, celebrating a 15-year anniversary party on February 26th, Rivers Casino. Party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's Bar and Grill in Etna this Wednesday from 5 until 6. That's tomorrow. First 10 people will get a pair of tickets. Plus, we will draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. The wide receiver wins. They are a-blowin'. Are they blowing Cooper Kupp to... I want to change my verbiage there.
Oh, man.
Is Cooper Kupp going to be a Steeler? That's next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Speaking of trades throughout the NFL, Myles Garrett has requested one from the Cleveland Browns. That first reported yesterday afternoon. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. We got the big game on Sunday, and I want to tell you about my obsession during football season. Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures has been eating dips with chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game. And we got the biggest game this weekend. Now Daisy came out with Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. They're a game changer. They're just as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So head to the supermarket this week for the big game. Get yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
Ah, so close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer and select markets.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. The Eagles have made it to Super Bowl 59, in part due to the play of 2 rookie corners. In 3 playoff games, Quinyon Mitchell has allowed only 5 receptions for 24 yards, no touchdowns, and has 2 picks. Cooper DeJean has yielded 10 catches for 97 yards and 0 TDs. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more. The best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news out of Butler County. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Crews have brought that earlier multi-alarm structure fire under control and were able to reopen Route 422 between Dick and Eagle Mill Roads. You'll be able to use that roadway again. Once again, Route 422 back open after that earlier structure fire. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. And Route 28 heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Breaking news, and not the good kind for Pitt fans. The NCAA net rankings have been updated, Doran Dickerson. Pitt was 35th going into the game last night. They have dropped 10 spots. 10 after the loss to Virginia. You can text us. Did you have a comment?
No,
Sorry.
I got nothing. Go ahead.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The good news is, silver lining, right? Carolina is up next. Carolina is a quad one opportunity since it's on the road. So Pitt could bounce back in a big way. SMU is their next game, would also qualify as a quad one win.
I appreciate your positivity right now. I really do. I really appreciate it. But you know how these things work. We're going to look back. And we're going to look back at this game yesterday and say, this is the reason why blank, blank, blank. They could go win and get a quad one win in North Carolina. They could take care of SMU, but we're going to look back. That's the game right there.
Well, you're never going to get the stink out of your, or the taste, I should say, out of your mouth. Because even if they win the next 2, you got Miami coming up. They got 4 wins, but you're not walking in there going, oh, they're definitely going to take care of business.
Right.
Like, it's going to stay with you. I will not write Pitt hoops off until this North Carolina game. Like, I need to see how they respond.
Yeah.
Because Jeff Capel sounded like a guy who was going to get the most out of his team the next time out.
No doubt.
Jorge Diaz-Graham sounded like he wanted to get pushed and that they are looking around going, we're better than this. So if they go and no-show at Carolina, I think it's done.
It's over.
You go in there and you bust your ass and you find a way to get a victory, okay, all right. I think everyone settles down, you get the confidence. Now you go out and you have another heavyweight fight against SMU and you just see where it goes. But if they're a no-show against North Carolina, that's bad. No bueno. That's Spanish. Yeah. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Cooper Kupp going to get traded. That's not a guess. That's a fact. It's not that it was reported. It was. It's that he put it out there, that he has been informed by the Rams that they're going to move him this offseason. And I'm going to get out in front of this one, Doran. I'm going to say not interested. I don't know where you come down on it. He is 31 years old. Let's find his birthday. Is he about to be 32? He'll be 32 next season, June 15th. He is a good player still. Of that, I have no doubt. 700 yards this year. Didn't play the whole season. If he had, he probably would have had 1,000 yards. Same the year before, same the year before that. But therein lies the problem, I think. A 32-year-old who has not been healthy at all the last 3 years to come to an offense not schemed up by Sean McVay. Would he be better than what they've got? Of course he would. Is he going to be here when you have your next franchise quarterback? Like, how long would you have him around? There are better options available, I think. So I'm a no on Cooper Kupp.
Well, I mean, the money, I think I did read. Do you have the money in front of you? I think I did read like they'd have to take on whatever team that traded for him would have to take on the $20 million or something like that. If you can redo the deal, I'm all for it because he would be better than Van Jefferson. You could put him in a more natural spot, maybe a more possession receiver spot, and you're probably going to draft a receiver.
Yeah.
That room does not have any veteran leadership, guys that know how to do it. I think that he would help with that.
That's a good point.
If you're going to draft a young wide receiver, say in the first round, you kind of want him to have somebody that could show him the ropes a little bit, how to be a professional. Cooper Kupp can do that. So he could kill many birds with one stone if you do sign him and you do redo the deal a little bit, get him a little bit lower, and then put him in a spot where he is the third receiver and doesn't have to have the volume that he was expected to have in Los Angeles.
So it would be George Pickens, draft pick, and Cooper Kupp.
And Roman Wilson.
All of a sudden, that's not a bad wide receiver room.
And I'm probably going to look to get somebody else, too. Another free agent.
I still want to trade George Pickens. The money's not that bad, actually, for Kupp now that I look at it. It's $12 million base salary this year, closer to $15 million base salary the next year.
Right.
Whatever free agent you're bringing in is going to cost you more than $12 or $15 million a year. So that's pretty cheap, actually. But the age thing worries me. You make a great point about you need a leader in the room.
Cut down the volume. Like he'd probably be better, quality over quantity type deal. Cut down the volume. I'd still would get like even a Christian Kirk, honestly. I know that he had a collarbone injury, a shoulder injury, so he'll be back.
But he's a good player when he's healthy.
He's a good player. So if you can just accrue good players instead of just mediocre receivers, you can still have the draft pick and maybe George Pickens.
And while I say he's not likely to be around with the next quote-unquote franchise quarterback or the flyer you take on franchise quarterback, his impact could be felt by a younger guy and potentially by George Pickens if they keep him around.
Yep.
So what say you, 412-928-9370? Do you want the Steelers to trade for Cooper Kupp? Simple question, 412-928-9370. We're going to test our trivia knowledge against Southside Jake coming up next, but we're also going to take your calls and thoughts and opinions on whether or not the Steelers should pursue Cooper Kupp. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball lost yesterday to Virginia by a final score of 73-57. That game was at home. Pitt, was just announced, has dropped 10 spots down in the net rankings. Pitt's next game is going to be against North Carolina this coming Saturday. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up. It's golf.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868 or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Elantra 36 monthly lease, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer fee. Couple buyers will qualify. Stock units only. Represent 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You would know. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Want your calls on Cooper Kupp? Do you want the Steelers to trade for him? 412-928-9370. He is available. He's been told by the Rams that they don't want him back. He seemed kind of perturbed by it.
Yeah, he was upset, huh?
He sure was. Chase, others waiting on hold. We'll get to you to talk about Cooper Kupp in a couple of minutes. Right now, are you smarter than a plumber? I got waxed last week by Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, how are you today?
Good morning, guys. How are you? And yes, I did pull the old shutout last week, Doran.
That's what I heard. Destroyed me. I needed Doran, and he was not there for me in my time of need, so I blame Doran, actually.
It's my fault, but you know what? We have an opportunity right now to beat your you-know-what.
Let's go, Jake.
Before we started, I like your hat, Crowley. Very
Thank
nice.
you.
Very, very nice.
All right.
Very, very throwback. All right, boys. We know Super Bowl Sunday, all right? This is all about Super Bowl trivia here. So
Let's go.
I texted you guys last night. I said, brush up. Brush up. You're going to need it. So here we go. Here we go. Who are the 5 active players that are former Super Bowl MVPs left in the league?
Mahomes.
I mean, listen to this guy. It's one. You get one question with 5 answers. So what if we don't get all 5?
Yep.
We lose.
This is easy. Come on. This is in the past 6 years.
All right. So Mahomes,
Russ.
Yep.
Was Russ the MVP?
I would assume.
All right.
It's usually quarterback, right?
Mahomes.
No.
I'm putting him in a square.
Maybe.
I got my sheet. So when the Rams won, who was the MVP?
Stafford.
Okay.
You know, Jake loves Stafford, so he's going to throw him in there.
Did Brady win the MVP when the Buccaneers won? He's not active. Damn
Yes.
it. Damn it.
Who else has
There's a guy from Denver when Denver won.
Von Miller.
Yes.
Von Miller. Okay, good point. All right, very good. So
There's 3.
We got Miller, Stafford, and Mahomes.
Baltimore.
Flacco's still active.
He is.
He's helping us here big time.
Yep.
All right.
I'm throwing you something here.
That leaves one more. Who
This is more than likely going to be a quarterback that's traded this year that's on a team.
Oh, Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm. But guess what? That's 5, but you got Cooper Kupp wrong.
I didn't say
Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, you said Matt Stafford.
Cooper Kupp was the MVP?
Son of a
Yes.
flip-flop. All
Yes.
right. Second,
Oh, man.
Second question. Son of a...
All right, that was a little much. I'll give it to you. Okay. All right. I came out firing hot. All right. How about this one, guys? I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna only take this back to 1990. Okay. How many non-offensive players have won Super Bowl MVP since 1990?
Von Miller.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sure in the Buccaneers,
Yes.
Warren Sapp.
one of
It
those
was not
guys.
Warren Sapp. You don't have to.
We don't have to name the guy.
5.
Well, hold on. 2000 for the Ravens wouldn't have been an offensive player. So there's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm Butler, didn't he win it?
Yeah, he did win it.
So there's 4. But you've said 5. We're going 5.
Yep.
6.
Oh,
come on.
Close, boys.
Do you have them for us?
Yeah, and actually Malcolm Butler wasn't the MVP.
He didn't win one? Okay.
No, it was Larry Brown, Desmond Howard, who was a kick returner,
Yeah.
Ray Lewis, Dexter Jackson, Malcolm Smith, and Von Miller.
Malcolm Smith. I knew there was a Malcolm in there. Did you give us credit for the first one, by the way?
You guys did pretty good.
All right, so we're 1-1. This is a money ball here. Money ball.
Yeah, this is a good question, actually. Very good one. What NFL team has the most Super Bowl MVPs?
Well, it'd be the Steelers.
Would it?
They've got 6
Patriots.
But they won 6 too. Steelers won 6. They won 6. Cowboys had one that lost. I'm going Cowboys. Rip it, Jake. Let's go.
Is that it? You're finally not the Cowboys?
49ers? Oh, man.
Joe Montana. They won 4.
Are you saying Cowboys?
Yes.
You're correct.
Oh, let's
You're
go.
100%
That's big.
correct.
That's big.
They have only been to 5 Super Bowls, but have 7 Super Bowl MVPs.
I knew they had one that won the MVP when they didn't win.
That's
big. Actually had a co-winner of Super Bowl MVPs in 1978.
Double MVP.
That's big. That's a big call.
We got the victory. Get the hell out of here, Jake. Thank you for your time.
Great call. Great call.
Thank you, Jake.
Southside Jake. Southside. Plumbing and heating. Great man.
That's a big.
I can't believe we just did the whole Cooper Kupp thing and then we didn't remember that Cooper Kupp won the MVP.
I totally forgot. Like, I still don't remember that he did.
It's too early for trivia.
I mean, how did Aaron Donald win?
Bang bang.
Cooper Kupp went off, didn't he? In the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he went off.
Yeah, that's right.
We should have known that. 412-928-9370. Speaking of Cooper Kupp, would you trade for him? I say no. Doran says yes. Chase and Butler break the tie.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm going to side with Doran on this one. I think that you have to trade for Cooper Kupp. I think he'd be a great leader in the locker room. He's got a great track record. And also, I got a list of receivers over 30 that are still producing at a high level. If you think about Keenan Allen, Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, all those guys are over 30, and they're still producing well. So I would say pull the trigger and take Kupp.
Well-reasoned, but how many of those guys the last 3 years missed, 15 combined games? That's
Mike
my
Evans.
concern.
Yeah.
Mike Evans he's also putting up 1,000 yards every year. Cooper Kupp hasn't.
Well, he's close.
I don't think Cooper Kupp's a terrible idea. I just wouldn't do it. Like I can understand where you're coming from. I understand where the caller's coming from. He's really not that expensive at $12 million this year and $15 million next year. I just think there's better options on the free agent market. And it also sounds like Cooper's going to have a say in where he goes. And so therein lies the rub, too.
Yeah, he seemed kind of mad in that little document.
And I think they're going to do right by him.
You think?
I do. Like, he wanted to finish his career there. They obviously think there's value in moving him. I think they're going to move him to a place where he wants to go. And if that's the case, would you want to come to Pittsburgh? We'll talk about that coming up next. Jason Mackey joins us at the top of the next hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reports came out yesterday that Major League Baseball umpire Pat Hoberg has been fired by the league because they have reason and evidence that he was betting. He had a betting account with his friend, and that friend was betting on Major League Baseball games. Can't do that. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Orlando needed to sell his home in Shadyside and contacted Gina to learn more about his options. With Gina's expert knowledge of the different neighborhoods in and around the Pittsburgh area, she was able to correctly price Orlando's home and sold his home in just 2 weeks for over $800,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound, you're a little heavy past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass, heading down toward the north side and the Parkway North. Heavy past the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident, put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top dog law.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180. And my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds later, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jason Mackey going to join us next. He, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Do you want the Steelers to trade for Cooper Kupp? 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's Route 19 in Peters Township. Would Cooper Kupp want to come here? I think he's going to have a say. Made it seem like he's going to have a say. Do you think he'd want to come here?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know how much of a say he's going to have based off of the little document that he put out whenever he said that he's going to, he's going to be traded. So I don't know. He's going to have to look at every situation clearly and see what best fits him. I was trying to see if Zach Azzani did cross paths with Cooper Kupp at all. No, he hasn't. But I don't know. It's if you think that you're getting a Russell Wilson, if you think you're getting a young Justin Fields who could revamp this offense, I don't think he's going to have a say. So I do wonder if the Steelers did call on him during the trade period in October.
I'm happy you bring that up because they did. They did. Someone texted in and said, what's with Steelers fans? Every time a guy is rumored to be traded, we're always like, hey, should the Steelers trade for that guy?
Because they need him. They
need a receiver, and they checked in on him. And I also don't think Steelers fans are unique in that. Like, we grew up, this younger generation of Penguins fans, on Ray Shero going after Marian Hossa, Billy Guerin, Chris Kunitz, on Jim Rutherford going after Phil Kessel. And for the Steelers, they traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick. They've been more aggressive in recent years. Everyone loves a trade. Mm-hmm. Who doesn't love a trade? Mm-hmm. Plus, there's dots to be connected here. Position of need, guy they checked in on. Sounds like they checked in on just about every wide receiver at the deadline. And they were told no, just like everybody else was on Cooper Kupp. And he was just coming off of injury, so it made it kind of murky. And they didn't know whether they were selling or not. And they had a couple of wins in that time frame that kept him around. So it makes sense to link the Steelers to this guy. And I can see it making sense for them to get him. He's just not for me. I would rather have a Christian Kirk. I would rather have somebody like that. Now, it doesn't mean you can't have both. I would rather go younger. And if he were as productive as he's been these last 3 years but hadn't been hurt, I'd be all over this.
Yeah.
It's the injury thing that scares me away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from a locker room leadership standpoint, yeah, dude, I totally get it. If he does have a say, though, I don't think he'd want to come here. Like, is it Justin Fields? Is it Russell Wilson? I'd want to know that. And I'm not sure either of those options would really get my juices flowing.
No. But you never know. You never know. And I know that the Rams have done business with the Steelers, clearly Dotson.
Yeah, they owe us one.
Yeah, and it's worked out. So whatever the Steelers would give up for him, I'm sure that the Rams would know it'd be in good faith and probably would pan out. So
I don't think it's going to be a massive haul to get him either.
No, I don't think so.
Like, this isn't the Tyreek Hill conversation. No. It's
a late round pick.
It's somewhere probably between. It might be less than even DK Metcalf. I mean, they have announced that they're doing this, and he has announced that they're doing this. So you've already taken off the table one of your points of leverage. You could shop a guy and not have the announcement made, and then that way you go to the highest bidder because you can always say, well, if you don't give us what we want, we're going to keep the guy.
Well, who made the announcement first?
It's a good question. All I saw was his.
Yeah, if he made it first and he's like, all right, bleep you.
Mm-hmm. He was pissed.
Yeah.
There's no doubt he was pissed.
See, I don't think he's going to be able to pick. Doing that, kind of just being like, yeah, this is not my decision. I thought I was going to be here. This is, go ahead and read it. I'm not going to read it for you. But for those of you that did see that, I think that he's upset with the organization, and they probably didn't like him putting that out there.
Yeah, that might be the case. They might be mad about that. If I'm the Browns, I'm really pissed at Myles Garrett for going out like that.
But Myles Garrett, that you're going to, if he wants to leave, you're going to fetch a high return. You're going to get something good. With Cooper Kupp, it's kind of like, I think that GMs and teams are feeling how you're feeling right now. So it's like, I'm not going to give a second round for Cooper Kupp. I would give a lot more for Myles Garrett.
Oh, no doubt.
So it's just like, yeah, it is what it is with that situation, in my opinion.
I do think Kupp's a fit in the offense. I mean, he's a big dude, big slot, but he can play on the outside. We had that conversation before. Oh, he's a slot guy. He can do both.
Mm-hmm.
Has done both. Does both or at least did at a very high level. He's not the guy he used to be, but it doesn't mean he's bad, and he'll crack back on you now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, he's a much richer man's version of Van Jefferson, but I don't want to get caught in that sauce. Like the Steelers, when they acquired Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, I said, those guys will be better than Kenny Pickett. But that's not the objective here, to get better than Kenny. It's to get to winning playoff games and ultimately the final goal of winning the Super Bowl. Cooper Kupp is an upgrade over what they have. It's not even questionable. He is frankly, a massive upgrade. But can they do better? I think they could, and not have to give up any assets, just pay the dollars. Because that's the thing. It's not going to cost a lot in terms of resources, but if you can hold on to a third or fourth round pick and go out and sign a guy, that to me would be preferable.
Yeah, but I think it could attach him to something. I mean, at this point, what?
I'm not giving up on him yet. I liked him. I still
From
like
what?
him. From college.
College? It's a different game. They didn't even throw the ball.
They spent a third-round pick on a guy just because he was hurt one year.
You liked him from college. You haven't even seen him catch a ball in the NFL.
That's right.
He's been hurt all year.
Yeah, but why would my opinion change on him? I liked him coming out. Why wouldn't I still like him now?
Because he's been hurt.
I like the player.
Well, he hasn't the player in college.
Yeah, but that's all I can base him off of.
Exactly. So it is what it is. Get rid of him.
If I liked him coming out, why wouldn't I like him now? And I'm not doing
because he's been in the NFL for a year and hasn't caught a pass.
I'm not getting older at the expense of a guy that I thought was good and I still think is going to be good. I'm not saying you don't get Kupp. I wouldn't do it, but I'm certainly not moving away from Roman Wilson.
Do you think Roman Wilson is better than Kupp?
I think he's a rookie basically next year.
Do you think he's better than Calvin Austin?
I have no idea.
But you've seen Calvin Austin play.
If he's not better than Calvin Austin, we've got a problem.
I don't think he's going to be better than Calvin Austin.
But you don't know. You liked him coming out.
Yeah, I liked the pick at the time. Because I thought he was going to be a third or fourth receiver, and he wasn't even that.
Yeah, because he was hurt. But if he was healthy, who knows what he would have become. I'm not giving up on him just yet. You can acquire a Kupp without or another wide receiver without having to move off.
But you're talking about the redundancy of other receivers on the roster.
I know that, but I'm not trying. If I'm moving anybody, I'm moving Calvin Austin. I'm not getting, 9 years older at a position if I don't have to. And I don't think they have to in order to bring a guy in like Cooper Kupp. Because what's it matter? Bring an old guy in and win it with Cooper Kupp. 412-928-9370. I used to make fun of people when they would stick up for Calvin Austin. Oh, what's Calvin going to add to the team? And now here I am, caping for Calvin Austin.
He's a good player. He's proven.
Excuse me, I meant
Roman.
Yeah.
Yeah. What has he done?
Buzz me. All right, coming up next, Jason Mackey will weigh in on the Cooper Kupp conversation. And what should the Steelers do with T.J. Watt? We know what they're going to do, but what should they do? That's on the way. But first, there's nothing. Oh, yeah, that's why I said. Got to tell you about an awesome thing coming up. You want a chance to win a trip to Vegas for you and 3 guests? Of course you do. Plus $20,000. What? To fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first rounds of the college basketball championship. All you got to do, download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour. You receive an entry. It's that simple. This national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. So get the free Odyssey app right now. Listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate Vegas prize pack. Mackey next, Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right? Needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there. And they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep, pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded. And the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com.
everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, schultzford.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. With Valentine's Day right around the corner, now is the perfect time to visit our newly renovated showroom in the South Hills. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met?
Chris Muller here. Love is in the air this February, but if you don't love your windows, fall in love with some new ones from Universal Windows Direct during their Love Your Windows sales event. Right now, you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, Universal Windows Direct is offering no interest financing for 3 years. And if you already have a price from another company, Universal Windows Direct will beat it. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And this February, like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour. February 27th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful.
Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour, another Drusky Entertainment event.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident on the inbound Parkway East. Crews are checking that report. It's near the Edgewood Twistvale interchange, just past Edgewood Avenue. Watch for slowdowns now all the way back to Churchill as you make your way down past the scene. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway North delays around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Hollywood Casino at the Meadows.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And joining us right now on that hotline is our buddy from the Post-Gazette, host shows here on The Fan. That is Jason Mackey. And Mackey, time is a flat circle. It was Brandon Ayuk. It was just about every wide receiver at the deadline, including Cooper Kupp, and now it's Cooper Kupp again. Should the Steelers, good morning, first of all, should the Steelers trade for Cooper Kupp?
Yes. I mean, yes. I feel like that's the most obvious need / player available / skill set. I don't know if it happens, Adam. I mean, do they have the desire to give up what it would take to get Cooper Kupp? I don't know how much say Cooper Kupp has in coming here. I mean, obviously the Rams are going to make the best decision for the organization, but I mean, if he has any input, does he want to come play a place where you don't know who the starting quarterback is right now? But I mean, yes, look at their receiver room. Look at Cooper Kupp. How can you not go after him? I'm a little surprised by your poll on Twitter, by the way. that said I think more than 50% are saying don't trade for Cooper Kupp.
I wouldn't do it because of the age and the recent injury concerns. I mean, if this doesn't work this way in the NFL, if there was a guarantee he'd stay healthy, yeah, I still think he's a really good player. But I think there's a ton of available options, including in the draft, and I would rather go in that direction.
Okay.
Nice.
I disagree with you, my friend.
I do too.
I disagree with anybody who's got that kind of goatee going on. What the hell's going on there, Mackie?
You don't like it?
What?
I think it looks good. It looks sharp.
Bad?
You know what? I do like it. I'm just jealous because whenever I grow a goatee, I look like Satan.
I can see that, by the way.
Thank you.
I can see that.
Jason, if they were to
Doran,
trade,
you're in?
I'm in. I think that he would fit everything that they need. If they were to trade Cooper Kupp, would that be enough? Would that be enough to reset this room? And let's throw in a draft pick. Let's say that they draft a Ibuka in the first round. Would that be enough?
Oh boy,
for this Steelers wide receiver room.
Are we trading George Pickens at that point, or are we keeping George Pickens?
Let's do both. Let's do trade and let's do not trade.
I mean, not a trade. I love it. I love the idea. Like, if your top three is George Pickens, Cooper Kupp, and Emeka Ibuka, with maybe Roman Wilson. I mean, I don't know. I do worry at that point that George Pickens would be irate and there wouldn't be enough football to go around with all those guys. And one advantage, Adam, that I see in taking Cooper Kupp is you don't have to address the position high in the draft at that point. Like, you're spending money. They should have money to spend. And that opens me up then to address defensive line.
Phooey. Defensive
line.
What?
I mean, it's a serious need.
Of course it's a serious need, but it's also one of the deeper positions.
Ibuka, that's going to be your first-round pick.
Of course it is, and it should be. This is as deep a defensive line draft as I can remember, and that's because I don't remember previous drafts. But that's what you read, is it's a very deep defensive line draft. I think you can get a good defensive lineman in the second round. And if I bring in Cooper Kupp and I've got George Pickens, let's just say that that's the way that it goes. Yeah, you're better than you were last year. It's not hard to get better than you were last year. You're also old at your number 2 position. Like, it helps you next year, but they're not winning jack next year anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the number, but I keep coming back to they should have the salary cap space to fit Cooper Kupp. And if he fits, like, on the field fits, they clearly have a need. What he does football-wise fits them to a T. They need to open up the middle of the field more. So I'm sorry, I just don't see a downside to doing it. I mean, unless the price is astronomical, I guess, but I can't imagine it's that much given his age and what he makes.
No, I wouldn't think it would cost a lot to bring him in. My concern is that if he's your number 2, then really Roman Wilson's your number 2 for like 7 games next year. Because I just don't think he's going to be able to stay healthy.
You don't think he can stay that healthy? Nah.
He hasn't. I mean, you never know, but he hasn't. Shall we talk T.J. Watt?
Well, neither is Roman Wilson.
Exactly.
Yeah, but neither did Calvin Austin, and Doran thinks he's the greatest wide receiver of all time.
Who? Calvin?
Yeah.
I think he's better than Roman Wilson.
But he missed his entire first year, too, and then turned into a
You
want
to do that again?
What?
Wait, go through that again with Roman Wilson?
I'm not giving up on a third-round pick because he got hurt for a year.
Neither am I, but I'm not counting on him for anything substantive.
You can't.
I can count on Cooper Kupp.
You absolutely can't argue that you can't count on Roman Wilson because he was hurt, and then out of the other side of your mouth say I can count on Cooper Kupp, who's been hurt each of the last 3 years.
Cooper Kupp was the Super Bowl MVP. He could still catch the football if he doesn't get hurt. I can still count on him.
I forgot. It's 2017.
I could count on him to be a leader of the wide receiver room, too, for young players.
That I buy into. And you do need that. Like, you desperately need that.
Desperately.
Because Zach Azani, he didn't fix that problem.
The idea, Adam, is adding more bodies. Like, nobody should have that many miles on the tire. You should be able to rotate people. I mean, you would really hope that Roman Wilson in year 2 can step up and give them something. I was very impressed with Calvin Austin. You might add another body in addition to what we're talking about. Cooper Kupp, one more, keep George Pickens. I mean, they have to add a significant amount of volume here.
Sure, and I'm advocating for them signing a free agent at wide receiver, perhaps 2. I'm just not trading for Cooper Kupp, but I think we're at something of an impasse here, gentlemen, and I feel ganged up on, and my feelings are hurt. On to TJ?
Sure.
That's nice. We don't care.
He does it to himself, and then he wants to blame us.
What went into the goatee, by the way? Was Abby like, yo, we need to spice this thing up, or you just think it makes you look cool?
Well, there's nothing that makes me look cool. I'm not that foolish. My wife does love it, and so that's why I keep it. I just needed a little change up. That's it. Nothing more than that. And now that it's here, Abby is a big fan, so I don't know if it's going to be leaving anytime soon. I look goofy with anything else.
Have you done the soul patch?
No.
I can see that the soul patch might work for him.
It could work.
It could absolutely work for him.
It can.
Me,
I look like enough of a dope on my own. I don't need any help.
If I grew a soul patch, it would look like an eyebrow on my bottom lip. But I digress. All right, so the Browns, well, they might trade Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett once out of town. Should the Steelers consider moving T.J. Watt, Jason? And if the answer to that is no, do you feel comfortable making T.J. Watt once again the highest paid defensive player in football?
Well, I don't think it matters what I think. I think it matters what they think. And we've had every indication that, yes, they're going to continue down this path with TJ Watt. Do I personally think it would make sense for them to explore something? Yeah, probably. I'd at least listen. I wonder what the trade return is. I mean, if it's multiple first-round picks, I would do it. But I don't think they're going to. And I think to sign TJ Watt, they're going to have to make him the highest defensive player in football. I don't know. I'm enticed by what you could have on the other side of that. And yes, you were losing somebody significant with TJ Watt. There's no way around that. But how many times do you have the amount of backfill in the form of Alex Highsmith or Nick Herbig, and you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and it's not working? Why not try to do something else? Why not try to address a need a different way, accumulate first-round pick? Again, all of this is moot if those offers aren't there, but I'd at least listen.
Jason, last question for you real quick. Who do you like in the Super Bowl?
I'm going to go with the Eagles in an upset. I don't know if I feel particularly good about that, but I think Saquon Barkley has his moment. I think the Chiefs finally don't have their moment. I think it's just not enough, and I think we see how good the Eagles really are.
And they are good.
What about you guys? They are.
Chiefs.
They are.
Yeah, it's
a fantastic team and aggressive defense.
I could not, in good conscience, bet on the Philadelphia Eagles and then lose that bet and sleep that night. But I feel like if I bet on the Chiefs and they lose, I could say, well, at least I took friggin' Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Also, here's a text. Mackey disagrees with Crowley. Crowley immediately insults his personal appearance. That's exactly right. That's how that happened.
Yes.
Jason, this was wonderful. Thank you as always. Spirited and delightful.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jason.
I like Jason.
You're callous.
Yeah, I did.
Yes. That's what you do to him every day.
Callous, you think that Jared Jones stinks? Well, guess what? You're fat. I can see where you're coming from, and I'm trying to grow as a person. And I'm taking out my angst on Mackey instead of you now.
And I was right about Jared Jones.
Oh, my God. No, you weren't.
He tapered off toward the end of the season. He got hurt, too.
Yeah, he got hurt. That's not the same thing as tapering off. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder. I did that to myself. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Someone did text in about our other Twitter poll, which was asking if you know that more people are killed every year by cows than by sharks. And they say they own a farm in the area. And that if we would spend a day on the farm, we would understand that cows are very dangerous creatures.
Really?
Did not know that. When they try to wean the calf off of the mom,
it gets frisky.
The mom gets pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Real pissed.
I'd like to see that, but I don't want to be put in harm's way.
Right. I would watch that from like the 15th row.
Yeah.
I don't want to be down there weaning baby cow from mama.
Yeah. No.
Mm-mm. That's got to be a culture shock. Like all of a sudden, oh, my baby is suckling at my bosom, and then next thing you know, some guy that looks like Callus is just yanking on my udders.
What does that mean?
This isn't what I signed up for.
Moo. Hey, get on, moo. Moo.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. More Cooper Cup discourse next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Moo.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moo. Pitt men's basketball lost to Virginia yesterday at home. Pitt's not going to play again until they play on Saturday against North Carolina. More Fun Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Since Sunday was the second day of the second month, it was fitting that a pair of number 22s were raised to the rafters. South Carolina retired Asia Wilson's uniform, while Iowa followed suit with Caitlin Clark. So congratulations to two catalysts for continuing the growth of women's sports. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back. But baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way. Now, this report brought to you by Hollywood Casino, ESPN Sports Betting. Accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway East near the Wilkinsburg off-ramp that's causing delays now back before Greensburg Pike to that Churchill Bend, and you'll be on your brakes pretty much all the way past the scene down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Accident reported on the 62nd Street Bridge near the intersection with Butler Street. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today. getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Would you want to be at Radio Row?
Me?
At the Super Bowl? Yeah.
With you? Yeah. To hang out with you.
Look at this. We didn't let Cooper Kupp come between us.
No.
That was one of our more spirited debates in a long time, and it was about Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. This receiver position has really just gotten to us.
We would have a great time. We go out on Bourbon Street, eat some oysters, perhaps a po' boy sandwich.
Some gumbo.
Oh, yeah, weather's great down there.
Yeah,
oh,
we'd have a great time. The only thing it would be bad because I think that we feed off each other really well. We'd want to go have a really good time, and then we'd have to wake up at like 4.
Yeah, show would suffer.
It'd be bad.
We're just going to call that like we see it. Show would suffer.
Yep.
Now, if the Steelers got back to the Super Bowl and we went down there, I think it's all business. Depending on where it is, obviously, yeah.
Business.
Miami or Vegas. We would tear it up.
I mean, yeah.
The radio show would be fun. Radio Row, I don't know.
Have you ever been to Radio Row?
I've done it at the Combine like 7 times.
See, I've never even...
There are good things about it. You get good guests. Problem is everyone else gets the same guests.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to one-up each other, like who can get the most out of the guest, but everyone's got the same people. And that annoys me. You just run him through the car wash. And plus, I love this guy. I love him. Love him to death. He's great at his job. He's a great person, Pony. But there's 800 ponies running around. All these Syracuse guys running around, Radio Row.
Think they're smarter than everybody.
That's right. And they might be. But Butt cracks are always hanging out.
What?
Yeah, we went Radio Row. Caboli will corroborate this story.
His butt crack was out?
No, and actually it has nothing to do with butt cracks. But there's always a lot of butt crack on Radio Row. Just old radio host dude bending over, firing off hot takes, and his crack sticking out. But a couple years ago, we were at Indianapolis for the Combine, and Caboli and I are waiting in line, getting checked in by security, and there were workers there trying to fix one of the lights at Lucas Oil Stadium, and some Philly writer was absolutely losing his mind on this work. Can't you wait until we're done? Don't you see we're all getting checked in here? It's limited space. Just losing his mind.
Yeah, I don't have time for people like that.
And Caboli took a patented Caboli picture of the dude and tweeted it out. Just this dude's pissed off face. I'm sure he's got it still.
He'll send it to us.
Yeah. You get a lot of that on Radio Row. 412-928-9370. We've been arguing about Cooper Kupp. How about Bert from Rostraver with a hell of a trade idea? Hello, Bert.
Hi, guys. Thanks. Yeah, as you know, there's the big blockbuster trade in the NBA, and I'd like to hear you guys extend your conversation and talk about a possible blockbuster trade of Garrett from Cleveland for T.J. Watt from Pittsburgh, and how that might affect things and what it could mean.
Thanks for the call, Bert. No.
I mean,
we have our Myles Garrett.
Right.
We don't like their Myles Garrett.
No, I would explore. The Steelers won't, but I would. I'd explore trying to acquire Myles Garrett. Just TJ.
Spending more money on defense?
I mean, if it's for Myles Garrett, for sure.
I mean, you do.
There.
Wouldn't happen.
No.
Not going to happen. Probably shouldn't happen. But
then you're Philadelphia.
I mean, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Can you believe this? Just tells look, edge rusher's important, no doubt. But those are the two best edge rushers in football. It's, I don't think, really close. Micah Parsons, but these guys have been in the league each for 8 years. One playoff win combined.
Yeah.
One.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not all on those guys. Of course it's not all on those guys. But if I'm not close to it, and these teams aren't close to it, and to varying degrees, I think the Steelers are arguably closer than Cleveland. I mean, they're not a dumpster fire of an organization in the way that Cleveland is. But if you're not close to it, I'm not spending $35, $40 million on an edge rusher. Unless I think that sometime during that stretch that we can build the roster up around him and get to that place.
How old is Myles Garrett? Is he the same age as TJ?
Same-ish age. I think he's slightly younger.
31? Is that what they are?
Yeah, 30.
30?
I'm on it.
See, edge rusher, I mean, I feel like you could play a long time. Look at Von Miller. I think he's my age, 36.
Boy, he looked at returning that fumble.
He did. I mean, that's the first time he's probably sprinted like that in years.
Yeah. I hear he's a serial farter in the locker room, too.
I told you a story one time I hung out with him in Vegas.
Was he ripping farts?
He had a white tank top on. He had a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and jeans. And he's playing Baccarat, and I'm just, standing there. And we're all in the same group, and he won $200K in 5 minutes.
That's right. Then didn't he start throwing the money around?
Yeah, then we went to the club, and he got bags of money, got the cash, and was just throwing it.
Doran, I like being friends with you now. I wish I was friends with you then.
It wasn't me with the money. I was trying to pick the money up when he was throwing it, put it in my pocket.
I would have been there, and you would have been boxing me out for the cash, but maybe $1 or $2 would have found its way to my pocket.
I'd hand you a couple 20s. I was here, go get us some drinks.
Give me a soda pop, please. All right, we're taking a sharp right turn coming up next. Tyler Kennedy going to join us. We're going to have him every week, every Tuesday at 8:35. Looking forward to talking to TK about the current state of the Pittsburgh Penguins. We've got Matt Miller of ESPN Draft Expert at 9 o'clock. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Myles Garrett, this was reported yesterday, he has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Yeah, the big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. 2 bets that I like early, and I say that every single time I read this read. It's early. I like the Chiefs to win outright, and I like Patrick Mahomes as the MVP. You can bet on that at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. ESPN Bet's big game giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're joined now by our friend, great man, Tyler Kennedy. Tyler Kennedy brought to you by Julian Gray & Associates. Take steps to protect yourself and your family throughout the different stages of your life with Julian Gray Associates. Good morning to you, TK. How'd your hockey event go this weekend at South Park?
It was awesome. Obviously, it gets better every year, and it was a big success. You know, I still enjoy playing. Obviously, I don't have the time I used to, so when I set this up, I think I played 7 games on Saturday, and I actually don't feel too bad. But it was awesome. Just the guys having fun, you know, just being around hockey players is awesome, you know. And then the next day was in the championship. We ended up losing, but it was still fun.
You end up losing? Who the hell was on the other team?
There's some guy. I'm telling you, there's some guys out there that can play. Guys that are like, you know, from like 35 to 40 or 50 that stay in shape and play a lot. Like, there's 2 guys that were in the tournament. There was Patty and Mike. And these guys were like legit players. Like, they can, I think they can probably play at a European level. That's how good they were.
Wow.
Just smooth, shoot the puck, thought the game, you know, just all the little things that you see as a former player. But yeah, there was some good talent there. There were some really good games, and it was fun.
TK, you bring up about you miss being around hockey players and how you love being around hockey players, and it was nice to be around some of those guys. How is it whenever the trade deadline does come around in the NHL, and a guy like Pettersson or a guy like Gensel last year, you lose one of your guys to a trade? Like, how is the locker room? How are you feeling, and you know, what are your emotions?
Obviously it sucks, you know, but especially with like how the Penguins have been going, like, I think everyone was bracing for this. And, you know, you kind of brace for this as a player, as a teammate, kind of knowing what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, it just makes you realize it's a business and things have to happen when you're not in a playoff position. And again, you just brace for it. I remember when Jordan Staal got traded to Carolina, and the craziest thing ever, our whole team was up in Thunder Bay at his wedding.
What?
And I was like, yeah, I was like, hey, you know, we're all having drinks, and I'm like, Stalzy, why are we all here? You're leaving us. Get out of here, you know what I mean? And it was like kind of crazy. But again, you know, it's part of the business, and you know it's kind of happening, and you know it can happen to you. But you move on, and you just kind of do your thing. Again, you kind of worry about yourself in that aspect and making sure you bring what you have to the team to be successful.
I see the Caps going up next year, and then the year that follows, and then the following year after that, it's going up to like $113 million. So that'll help the Penguins out. Do you think that they can maneuver this thing on a dime here? Like, can they get back to playoff contention next year? Can they be in the thick of it, or is this going to take, in your opinion, a couple of years to get back on track?
I think it's going to take a couple of years. I think every GM has like a 5-year plan of like how they're going to do it. And I think we're probably in year 2 of Kyle Dubas's plan. Are they going to make playoffs next year? I don't know, but I think when you think of the big free agents out there, if we got rid of some big contracts and bring a guy in like a Mitch Marner or a guy that's young but you can build a team around, I think they can probably speed up the process. But again, Kyle Dubas has a plan. He knows where he's kind of trying to target, who he's going after. But right now with the Penguins, with their big contracts, with their I hate saying, the no trade clause, because I don't feel like that's a factor with guys anymore, just because, you talk to players that I've never had one, but you talk to players that have had them, and they say, first thing, if a GM comes in and says, hey, would you trade it? Almost 95% of them would, just because the team's pretty much saying, we don't want you anymore, we want to get rid of you. And they're like, if you don't want me, I'm out of here. Unless you go to a team that they're not happy going to, like a Winnipeg, or a team that's like at the bottom of the barrel. So I do think they can turn it around, but it's not going to take a quick turnaround. It's going to take time, because when you do turn it around, you want to make sure you're making playoffs consistently, and you're contending, and you're building for a contender. Again, we don't want to be in the murky middle. We want to start growing and trying to become a really good team.
With that being said, do you think that Sullivan is a part of Dubas's plan? Do you think that he should be a part of the plan moving forward and the potential rebuild?
Yeah. Thanks for putting me on the spot there. I see that smile. That's like the biggest question. It depends who they trade, who they get rid of. Because right now, when you think of Sullivan, I think he's only been with like 3 or 4 guys for 7-8 years. You know what I mean? And so a lot of the new guys he's kind of a new coach to them. So it's a little bit different. Do I see him being part of the plan? Yes. I don't think they're going to – I think they believe in Mike Sullivan. I think they know he's a good coach. I think they'd regret if they got rid of him. But, again, guys, if we don't make playoffs again this year, like, someone's got to be on the hot seat, right? Someone's got to be like, all right, what's happening, And if they don't, like, you obviously think of the coach first, So I would think he's kind of on the hot seat, but do I think they're going to get rid of him? No, I don't. I think they believe in him. I think they know he can teach these young guys the right way to play and the right way to win.
TK, awesome stuff, man. Appreciate your time, and we look forward to doing this every Tuesday, man.
Let's go, boys. Have a good day, boys.
Thanks, TK.
Tyler Kennedy, I love that guy.
Yeah, he's money.
Do you think that in the championship game of his tournament, that if he needed to block a shot, that instincts take over, and because it's for a championship, he's putting his body on the line and he's blocking a shot?
Yes.
I think so, too.
Yes, but it's funny whenever you get to our age, your instincts do take over. Like, say I'm playing pickup basketball, it's like, all right, like I got to take over. I got to, like, dunk on somebody, and you just can't do it because your body won't let you. Like, he may think, like, I'm going to block this shot and try to go down and then pull a muscle in his back.
Yeah, your brain thinks you're 25,
Right.
but you're 35, and then all of a sudden you're hitting the ball on the bottom of
or
the
you're
rim.
too slow. You try to do it, but you're too slow, and the puck gets passed, and they score. Man. But I think that in his mind, yeah, he's definitely
going for
yeah,
it.
definitely. It probably killed him that he lost in his own.
Oh, probably drove him nuts. I do think it's interesting what he says about no trade clause. Like, you ask a guy, you probably will get a yes. Now, they'll tell you, like, instead of you can't trade me anywhere, here's 5 places I'd like to go. I think the issue with this particular team is, okay, Brian Rust, hell of a player. He's got a no trade clause. You can ask a Brian Rust. You go to Malkin or Letang, just to approach them, I think that's a difficult hallway to walk down.
Yes. Yes, that's the difference.
Yeah. With those guys in particular, because of the banners that they brought to PPG Paints Arena, like if you're approaching them,
oh, my time's up.
Right. It now becomes not an amicable thing. It becomes a divorce with some of the great players in the history of the franchise. And I don't know that Fenway wants that, and I think it's a really difficult thing for Kyle Dubas to do. Hey, Chris, can we just talk about this? Well, F you, man.
Right.
I think that's how that gets met. Matt Miller going to join us from ESPN. He's a draft analyst. That's at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, we go around the NFL. Simple question. Where do we think, if the Browns trade Myles Garrett, that he'd land? First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the New Jersey Devils tonight at 7 o'clock. The Penguins right now tied with the Philadelphia Flyers for the bottom spot in the Metropolitan Division. Both the Flyers and the Penguins have 52 points coming into today. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big traffic troubles on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. We do have an accident on the inbound Parkway East right around the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. That's causing delays now from Greensburg Pike past the scene to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North slows from Bellevue Westview to Perrysville. Then approaching East Street across the Veterans Bridge and jam past 6th and 7th Avenues on the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here, weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights, they can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this, all they do is windows, just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We have Matt Miller, ESPN draft scout, going to join us coming up at the top of the next hour. He mocked Emeka Egbuka to the Steelers' 21st overall. He did a 2-round mock. With their 52nd pick, he had him taking Rashad Junkins, running back out of Ohio State.
Rashad?
What did I call him?
Rashad.
Oh, it's Quinn Sean. Who's Rashawn Jenkins?
I don't know. Rashad Jennings?
Doran, who knows what's going on in my brain, man? You could
be rattling.
Thank you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I want to ask him about those two players, how this draft compares to 2022 in terms of quarterbacks. That was, of course, the Kenny Pickett draft. All that on the way with Matt Miller. Where do you think Myles Garrett lands if they trade him? And I think they will.
Buffalo?
Yeah, me too.
Or Washington?
Ooh, I like that one.
Yeah, maybe Washington. Could use a little help on their defensive line, on their defense, and see how close that they are. And young nucleus. Quinn's a great coach. They got a good thing going there. I could see there. Yeah.
It's hard to see Buffalo having this opportunity and not trying to move mountains to make it happen.
Yeah.
Like, you are 2 points away. What are you? I mean, you're a 4th down conversion away from going to the Super Bowl. You add Myles Garrett, I mean, you can easily convince yourself to that being the kind of move that pushes you over the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pretend to be super familiar with their cap situation or anything like that.
I know the cap situation was, bad last year. That's why they got rid of so many guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's really only an issue if you sign Garrett to a new deal. If they just take him on with the existing deal, they'll have to give up a bunch in terms of the return in the trade. But, I mean, he costs next to nothing real dollars the next couple of years because of how the Browns kick the can down the road and void years. The Browns are the ones who'd have to eat all that dead cap, $36 million. It makes all the sense in the world for Buffalo.
Maybe Dallas. I don't know why, but maybe Dallas.
Well, because they're Dallas.
Yeah, I think he's from Texas, and he probably grew up a Cowboys fan and have him and Michael Parsons on each side.
How much say does he have in where he wants to go? I'm not sure about that.
I think a lot of say.
See, I think they're pissed.
I think they understand the situation. I think they knew that this was coming at some point, and they respect him and everything that. Like, look, guys like Joe Thomas, guys like Myles Garrett, it has to be very tough to play for that organization.
Oh, my God.
And know that you're not going to win. And for those two, generally, like Myles Garrett has not been as bad as he probably could be playing for the Browns. As outspoken as he could be playing for the Browns. Joe Thomas was not, and I think that they will respect those guys. And I know they respect Joe Thomas, and I think they'll respect Myles Garrett's decision.
Even if they didn't, he's still going to a contender because no team's going to trade for him if they're not close. So he's going to wind up, if they trade him, on a much better team next year. And one that's going to be in the playoffs and one that's going to have a shot at hoisting the Lombardi. And that'll make me sick when he does because of, well, we all know. Coming up next, Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst. But before we get to Matt, 93.7 The Fan is turning 15, Doran. Almost old enough to drive. And you are invited to our anniversary party February 26th at Rivers Casino. The party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's Bar and Grill in Etna tomorrow from 5 o'clock until 6. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets, plus we will draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. ESPN draft analyst Matt Miller. Next, it's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Leftover delays from there down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound you're heavy from I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. And Route 28 jammed approaching the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Senior Bowl has wrapped up. Steelers have a lot of needs. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now by a big-time draft expert, one of our favorites, Matt Miller of ESPN. You can check him out on Twitter at NFL Draft Scout. Matt, hey, really appreciate you jumping on with us today, making some time for us here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm really just trying to get tips for when I'm in Pittsburgh in a year, so you guys can tell me all the spots. I'm excited.
So,
for the draft, that's right. Yeah.
It's gonna be a cluster. You know what, Matt?
We'll just take you out.
I like it. That sounds great to me. Let's do that.
You like fries on your salads, Matt?
I mean, like every now and then, I'm trying to stay like TV fit. You know, like I can't. I got to stay on my fighting weight.
There you go. Yeah, I'm radio fit, which is to say, I'm not. So the reason we wanted to have you on, Matt, for actually many reasons, but we saw your 2-round mock the other day where you had the Steelers taking Emeka Egbuka 21st overall and then Quinshon Judkins at 52nd. Can you just tell us a little bit about each of those guys? We can start with Egbuka and why he might be a fit for the Steelers at 21.
So I love Egbuka. And so it's also like you do these and you're like, okay, what is scheme fit, team need? And then sometimes it's just like, hey, I just love this player. Like, he is tough. He's selfless. I mean, during his time at Ohio State, he's been like the Robin to a couple different Batman. You know, like you've had Marvin Harrison Jr., now we have Jeremiah Smith. And throughout that, he's never complained about touches. He's never complained about targets. He's just been a great short to intermediate route runner. He is the best downfield blocker in the run game at wide receiver in this draft class. He is a punt returner. He's just kind of this like do-it-all guy that is incredibly reliable. Now, will he ever be a number one? Maybe not. Like his ceiling might be like a great number two. That's okay. Like you need those guys, right? So I'm a huge fan of his. He is, and I know people sometimes don't like this, but he's really safe. Like he's not going to bust. He's going to be really good for a really long time. And when I look at Pittsburgh and, what's happened with some of the wide receivers there, just having a wide receiver who shows up and works his tail off every day and is willing to do all the things you ask him to do, like there's a lot of value in that. And that's exactly who he would be. On Judkins, again, like this is just one of my favorite players in the class. He is incredibly physical. He's a downhill runner who is very productive, whether it be Ole Miss, now to Ohio State. He's aggressive on inside runs. He will run people over. Like there's some violence to his game. Watch him stiff arm folks. Like his best move as a runner is it's almost like he's going to punch you on the top of the head if you're trying to tackle him. But it's like he hits you and then throws your head down. So he's just a lot of fun to watch. Is he a great outside runner? Not always, but he showed in the College Football Playoff an aspect of his game as a receiver that I hadn't really seen. And going back to his freshman year, it was there. So I think both guys are just really good football players who are going to be able to start day one. Do they have a ton of upside? Or all those scouty buzzwords? No, but they're just really damn good at playing football, and they're going to add an element of toughness to the offense.
Matt, let's stick with running back. Say that Judkins gets picked early, or another running back does slip to the second round where the Steelers are picking. I do believe, I'm with you, I do believe that the Steelers will take a running back in the second round. What are some other guys that could possibly fit the Pittsburgh Steelers outside of Judkins?
So this is a great running back draft, and to the point that, some folks have said, take one in the first round. Like, I love Ashton Johnson. I wouldn't do it in the first round. So I think Judkins would be there. Caleb Johnson from Iowa. We know the Steelers love Iowa players, right? Caleb Johnson is that, again, physical, more of a outside zone runner, but he has that downhill finishing power. Not a great receiver out of the backfield, but is a great outside zone runner. So he would be a fit. Omarion Hampton from North Carolina is also a power back, 6 foot, 220 pounds. But he has better speed. He's going to be in the mid 4.4s, so he still has that inside zone power, a better receiver, better deep speed than someone like Caleb Johnson would have. I think Trevion Henderson from Ohio State is also in the mix as a round 2 player. He's more of your, get him out in space. He's a great receiver out of the backfield, really good in the screen game. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee is probably closer to early 3rd round. Dude's just all around really productive. He had 10 games this past year, over 100 yards. A little bit smaller than some of these other backs. He's 5'11", 200 pounds, but it is a great year to need a running back somewhere in that 2nd to early 3rd round range.
ESPN NFL draft analyst and insider Matt Miller joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. You can check him out on Twitter at NFL Draft Scout. Matt, I think Steelers fans, or I'll just speak for myself, I'm a little nervous that the Steelers at 21 might consider quarterback. And we know what happened the last time they took one in that range. That was Kenny Pickett. How does this draft compare to the 2022 draft? And is there anybody worth taking that risk with 21?
At 21, I don't feel great about it. I don't. And unless somehow Shedeur Sanders falls, which I don't see happening just because of how many teams have a need at the position. So I think this quarterback class is better than 2022. That was obviously, Kenny Pickett, and then we had a big gap until we got to, round 3, I think. It was when the second quarterback came off the board. Desmond Ridder was in round 3. So it's better than that. At 21, I like things about Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. I like things about Quinn Ewers from Texas, but I don't think either guy's ready to start right away. And I think that's the problem that we have in this era of the NFL is guys either, it seems like you either go first round when you're expected to be the savior of the team, or you go in like the 3rd to 4th round and it's okay, you're a project, and you might never get your shot because of that, right? This draft class is a great microcosm of that. We're going to have a couple dudes go early, and then it's going to be some hemming and hawing about where does the next quarterback go. So I hate to be that guy that has to dump the cold water on this quarterback class, but it's not a good quarterback class. Just because teams need them doesn't change that. And I think it's sometimes our responsibility to say those things. And a lot of folks are kind of afraid to be wrong and say, guys, this quarterback class isn't very good. But it's just not. And stacking it up to last year, 6 quarterbacks went in the top 15 last year. Like Cam Ward, I would take Cam Ward over Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. just because those guys were older. Penix Jr. had the injury concerns. But you're not being ranked ahead of J.J. McCarthy and Drake May. Those were really, really good quarterback prospects.
Jalen Milroe, is he a guy that might get overdrafted? What's your actual evaluation of him? Where do you think that he would go if this draft did pan out the way that you would see it pan out? Where would he actually go, but does he get overdrafted in this draft?
I think if we were being true to the scouting report, I would say 3rd round, 4th round, because the tools are pretty good. But, I just watched him last week at the Senior Bowl. He's not accurate. And there's just at some point, when you're a kid and you go to the amusement park and there's a sign that says you got to be this tall to ride the ride. I feel like that way about accuracy. You got to be this accurate to play in the NFL. And you can do things to improve that. We've seen Josh Allen do it, right? But those things are, if you're not accurate because your base, your footwork is bad, you can fix that. The cool thing about Josh Allen was watching him in person during the season, then the Senior Bowl, then the Combine, then the Pro Day. You saw that work being put in and the development. I've seen Jalen Milroe in person in season. I saw him last week at the Senior Bowl. He looked exactly the same to me. So I'm not saying he's not working on it, but we haven't seen it yet. So the combine's going to be huge for him. I do think he could be overdrafted because he's a dynamic runner. He's going to run in the 4.4s. But I mean, we're talking about a dude who's 6'2". He's not 220, 8 3/4 inch hands. And the passing this year at Alabama in an offense that took Michael Penix from a day 3 pick to a top 12 pick at Washington. Same offense at Alabama. You got Ryan Williams, one of the greatest freshman receivers we've ever seen, and his play actually regressed this year. Like, that gives me big time concerns. So I'm rooting for the kid. I hope he proves me wrong, because everything I've heard about him is that he's just an awesome person. He's a great leader. He's the kind of guy you want in your locker room. I just don't think he's a very good quarterback.
ESPN NFL draft analyst and insider Matt Miller joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Last thing here for you, Matt. The Steelers have an obvious need at defensive line. Take an end, take a tackle, whatever you got. I mean, 4 of their 6 rotational pieces last year were 30-plus. Everything I'm reading is that this is a great defensive line draft. So could they address that need beyond just round 1?
Yeah, absolutely, because I do think we're going to have some guys slip, right? Some guys are going to fall through the cracks. Where you're at in round 2, like, there's going to be good value. If you want like a true nose tackle, Alfred Collins from Texas. If you need a little bit more of a 3 technique, TJ Sanders from South Carolina is going to be there. Deion Walker from Kentucky is 6'8", 350 pounds. Like, he would certainly fit what you're doing up front. He could be there in round 2. So this is a good year. I think that the word is out that this is a great defensive line group. I had 17 guys in my top 50 before the Senior Bowl. I think it's going to be more than that after the Senior Bowl, because like more dudes just popped, and you're like, gosh, I got to get that guy up there. So it is. I think into round 3, you're getting starter level players. And then even in round 4, there's going to be guys who are, again, like maybe not the huge upside, but, they're like 5-year players in college who are just going to step in and be super, super solid from the jump.
Matt, this was awesome, man. Great info. We'd love to talk to you between now and next year when the draft is in Pittsburgh, but we'll still show you some of the great spots around here next year, all right?
I can't wait. Send me the good beer recommendations, and I'm going to look into this fries on salad thing.
Let's go. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Matt Miller, ESPN.
Here, I just had an epiphany, Crowley.
Epiphany.
This is how the draft is going to go for the Steelers. Round 1, they're going to take Ibuka. Round 2, they're going to take Henderson, not Junkins, because I think they want the receiving threat at running back. Round 3, if the draft stays true, they're going to take Milroe. Round 4, they're going to take a defensive lineman. But based on if the draft stays the way that I just heard Matt Miller describe it, and it doesn't, it's different. But this is just his evaluation. If it were to stay like that, that's how I see the first 4 picks going for the Steelers. I think they would draft Milroe based off of his evaluation. If it is 3rd and 4th round, if he's there in the 3rd round, they will take him. Not to be a starter, but they will take him.
Wouldn't shock me at all.
And then now he says there's 17 defensive linemen, and there could be more after the Senior Bowl that are in the top 50. Yeah, you can get a real quality, solid starter in the 4th round.
There is conflicting information out there on how much the Steelers like or dislike Milroe. I don't know what to believe anymore. Because when Kenny was drafted, all the buzz was Malik Willis. Tomlin is tantalized by Malik Willis. They love Malik Willis. And then they come out and they draft Kenny Pickett. So when I hear that they like a guy, I think maybe they don't. And when I hear they don't like a guy, I think maybe they do. So I have no idea. But if Justin Fields is their starting quarterback this year, and you draft a project like Milroe in the 3rd round, I could see them doing that based on what Art Rooney said a couple of weeks ago, that they want their backup to be similar to their starter. And Milroe's not a small guy. Neither's Justin Fields, and they can both flat fly. It wouldn't shock me at all.
Yep.
More reaction to what Matt Miller had to say coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I think we got to take him to, like, Jack's on the south side.
Yeah. Initiate him. Give him something dirty.
Some 55-year-old, or at least she's 30 but looks like she's 55, smoking a cigarette, playing pool.
Yep.
Just ripping on an ice-cold Icy Light.
Yep.
Yeah. Get ready to learn Icy Light, Matt Miller. Let's go. All right, we'll react to what he had to say coming up next. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This reported yesterday, Major League Baseball umpire Pat Hoberg fired by the league because they had some evidence that he shared a betting account with one of his friends, and that friend was betting on Major League Baseball. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is Pomp Science with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Last year, Nebraska's spring football game filled Memorial Stadium with 60,000 plus fans. Now, Coach Matt Rule wants to do away with the lucrative contest. Why, you ask? He doesn't want other teams to scout his players and then poach them on what's become an open market. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, not ready to move out just yet. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges down toward the north side. Meanwhile, we do have work in West Mifflin. Utility crews restricting a westbound lane of Lebanon Church Road between Delaware Road and Regis Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO-certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks to Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, for joining us in the last segment on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's providing, I should say, trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. That is Sullivan Super Service. A lot of good intel learned there from Matt. We kick it around all the time. The Senior Bowl is now over. The risers, the fallers. He says Ibuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State, is a safe pick. And generally, he's right. I don't like that. Like, I want upside. Go get a guy who can be a guy, a superstar. But as it relates to the wide receiver position in the Pittsburgh Steelers, be nice to get a little safe. Be nice to get someone you know could come and be productive right away, who isn't going to rock the boat. And yeah, okay, he doesn't profile as a superstar guy, but if you're a high-end number 2, that's a big piece of the puzzle.
A safe pick whenever he says that. I like safe pick. I like hearing that. Total opposite. But a safe pick, whenever I try to relate it to a guy that we can think about, is a Ladd McConkey. Like when Ladd McConkey got drafted, you knew exactly what you're going to get. He actually probably gave a little bit more than what you thought you were going to get this year. But without having any receiver core around him, I mean, he was an absolute dog for the Chargers this year, but you knew he was a safe pick. You knew that he was going to be what he was whenever you picked him from transitioning from college to the NFL, and that's kind of how I relate Ibuka to. Like, he is going to be a productive, put his head down, go out there and ball type wide receiver, and you're not going to have to worry about him.
And he said that he blocks, and he does all the little things. Yep. Look, the Steelers have had a lot of success getting those mid-round wide receivers and really getting a lot out of their talent. I mean, Antonio Brown is the obvious example, 6th-round pick, and he is one of the top 5 receivers of all time.
Latavius Bryant, Emmanuel Sanders.
Yep. But you don't have the quarterback right now that can spread the ball around to make guys like George Pickens happy enough. You know, Deontay Johnson was an issue, not a first-round pick. George Pickens has become an issue, not a first-round pick. Draft a guy that you don't need to develop, but you also don't need to grow up as a human being. And, I'm not saying that George Pickens is a bad guy, but he's an immature guy, and I think that wears thin on you. I don't want to take some guy in the middle rounds who could wind up being a tremendous player, but who you're not going to give or even entertain giving a second contract to. I don't think they're that interested in giving George Pickens a second contract. Will they keep him through next year? I think we're going to wait and see. I think there's a chance of that. But they're not going to give him a second contract. I want to draft a guy in the first round that isn't just going to be here for 4 years and a fifth-year option. Mm-hmm. I want a guy who's going to be here for the long haul that I'm not projecting on. And Ibuka fits that. Safe is good. I'm safe. That's why my wife married me. There's not great upside. I'm not sexy. I'm not winning any looks contests.
You're not losing them.
Not like a Pittsburgh 7.
You're safe.
I'm safe. That's right. You go after these 10s, you don't know what they're going to... Are they going to cheat on you? Like, what are they going to do? I'm safe. Draft me in round 1, Pittsburgh. I'm a Buka.
Adam Ibuka.
That's right. Add Buka. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I like that at that position. Now, if we're talking defensive line, I'm fine with a guy who has a high ceiling, but you got to work with. I'm fine with that. Corner, I'd probably be in the same boat that I am with Ibuka. Like, I want somewhat of a finished product.
Yes.
That you don't have to coach up.
Yes.
It's plug and play, that kind of thing. Like, those would be my two positions. And for a while, wide receiver was not that. You just give them benefit of the doubt. They might not be here for a long time, but you know you got a good player. I've changed my tune on wide receiver. That's how I felt about cornerback for a long time. And really guys in the secondary. Terrell Edmonds, overdrafted. Artie Burns, overdrafted. Yep. That list goes on and on and on. So those would be the two positions that I want to take the safe guy. Anything else, I'm not worried about it. Now, running back to me.
Well, quarterback. I mean, there's no safe quarterback, right? Is there? I mean, we thought Trevor Lawrence, say this all the time, we thought Trevor Lawrence was the safest quarterback that you could probably take in a long time, and look what's happening. I don't think quarterback's safe at all.
No, and quarterback is one that I'm taking a swing on every time. Like, I don't want the next Alex Smith. I want the next Josh Allen. And so I'm drafting talent.
Yeah.
Instead of quote-unquote NFL ready. Like, Kenny Pickett was supposed to be, he never had the highest upside, but the thought was he would be able to step right in, and he'd been in college forever, and he's an older guy and a mature guy, and so you knew what the floor was going to be with that guy. I don't need that in quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drafting traits.
Yes.
I mean, you want a leader, you want somebody that's respected, you want a winner, but I'm drafting traits.
Yep.
So that might lead you to Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
That's always going to be there because of Josh Allen, that you can fix a guy's accuracy too. Like, Josh Allen couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
But he had the arm, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's he had the talent to fix. Like, some guys, like Matt was saying, Jalen Milroe doesn't have the arm talent to fix, really. He doesn't think he does.
Right.
You could kind of see that. If Josh Allen was throwing an 80-yard on the moon ball at his pro day, like, okay, like, yeah, he can't hit the target, but he can throw 80 yards.
Right, so let's mold that clay.
Right.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you got Milroe with the 8 3/4-inch hands, which it matters, especially coming here. Like, you're not going to a dome. You're playing AFC North football, baby. And watch Josh Allen in that AFC Championship game. There was a run he had where he got just beyond the sticks, and he got kind of flipped around, and he's holding the ball out far away from his body with one hand, and it didn't move. Mm-hmm. The whole time he's running, because I wanted the Bills to win, because I love Joe Starkey, I'm thinking, tuck that thing away, tuck it away, tuck it away. He gets ragdolled, thrown. Ball doesn't move a pubic hair.
Mm-mm.
Jalen Milroe gets swung around like that. That thing's flying 15 yards in the air. I can't do it. I could see them doing the Milroe thing.
That's where I'm at. Like, I wouldn't do it. Well, I wouldn't do it higher than the third round, but I would take a chance, and especially if my owner was like, they want X and X to align. If I sign Justin Fields, I'm probably looking for somebody that's Justin Fields light.
Right.
If that's what he wants, then I'm probably going to draft. And if Milroe is there in the 3rd round, I will draft Milroe. But I would not draft him in the 1st round or the 2nd round to think that he could be the future franchise quarterback.
And you do need a cheap backup. I mean, it's much better to pay a rookie deal for a backup than it is to pay $10, $12 million for a backup. Like that's one way where you're. How do I want to put this? I mean, you're playing in the margins with that. Like you need one. Mm-hmm. So you either pay one or you could have a rookie that develops into one. And the Steelers, they had that in Landry Jones, who won them some games, and they had that in Mason Rudolph, who obviously won them some games. I wrestle with, especially if it's Milroe, they need so much help in this roster.
Right.
And even though I just said all I did about the backup quarterback, I'd rather fill the bigger holes before then. Texter, don't know if I ever laughed so hard at a radio program, then I'm safe. I'm a Pittsburgh 7. Is he laughing because I'm really like a Pittsburgh 5?
Maybe he's just laughing because he thinks that you're accurate with your own assessment.
Well, thank you.
I think you're better than that.
Oh! Callis, am I a Pittsburgh 7? Don't factor in my personality. We know how you feel about me.
I just always look at you and I think, man, this guy is a clown.
I look at you and then I look at pictures of what you were and what you are now.
That's true.
It's
You did look terrible before.
Yeah, you looked rough before, like rough.
Like I crawled out of Middle Earth or something.
You were as large as me.
That's
once upon a time.
Not true.
You look like you played in the movie American History X. Have you ever seen that?
No. But I'm sure what you said was funny.
Remember a long time ago when I DM'd you before we knew each other?
Yes.
It's that movie.
Oh! So you're saying I look like an ugly racist? All right. Matt Miller from ESPN had a lot of good intel in the first segment of the show. You should go back and listen on the Odyssey app. Hear some of that intel for yourself. But he compared this quarterback class to Kenny Pickett's quarterback class. What did he say? We'll tell you next. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, man. Something that's not as funny. Pitt men's basketball lost to Virginia yesterday, and they shouldn't have. They're going to play North Carolina on Saturday. Oh, for more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's Nort.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, maybe even Crowley, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It is officially the last week of the NFL season, and the big game is here. I've been telling people all season to believe in the Philadelphia Eagles, and I won't stop believing in the Birds now. Philly's defense has been the best all year, #1 in points and second in yards allowed. Eagles' money line is my best bet for the big game. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Gearing up for the big game? We are too. Join us on the Moth Podcast for a special episode dedicated to hilarious true stories about football, family, and growing up.
I loved Franco Harris so much that in 1975, I invited him to my bar mitzvah. And it was so cool that he actually sent me a telegram.
Each week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, and above all, true. Find the Moth Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochraneCareers.com.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet, and the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's the heart of winter, so you can expect many more days of frigid temperatures. If your heating system just isn't keeping up, it's time to call the reliable, honest experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The heating and cooling team at McVeigh are licensed and trained to repair and install any type of heating system and any brand of equipment. Don't wait. Keep your home warm and comfortable the rest of winter. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule online. Go to callmcveigh.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Saturday, February 8th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on hated Philadelphia. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
When I wake up the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, we're having fun. I feel like Starkey. How are we going to get this thing back on the rails?
It's pointless at this. I mean, I can't. I'm done.
I had to read a commercial during the last break, record one, and it took me like 9 takes. Now, that's not far from what usually happens, but usually I get her done about 4 or 5. Callus looking through the window, just cackling with laughter.
I couldn't stay in the booth. I usually do it. Come on.
Yeah, you were distracting me. I was distracting you.
Callus was cutting up on your outfit.
Yeah, he said I look like a racist guy. I'm dressed like a racist
Wearing
guy.
a West Virginia hat and a plaid jacket. It's 60 degrees outside.
Hey, I'll have you know that West Virginia fought for the Union.
Don't do it.
You're right. Thank you.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Social media's biggest loser, me. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. So Matt Miller, big-time ESPN draft analyst, joined us at the beginning of the hour. Feels like so long ago. And he said about quarterbacks at 21 for the Steelers, I don't feel great about it. And he said that he would take Cam Ward over Bo Nix from last year's draft, over Michael Penix from last year's draft. But that's it. The top 4 quarterbacks would still have been the top 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Like, the Steelers aren't going to swing a huge trade for Cam Ward. If they did, I haven't really even thought about that. I think I'd be fine with it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I like Cam Ward.
Yeah.
If they're going to do that, do it with him.
Right.
If Shador is there at 21, Matt did say that he would consider it. But I don't know, man. Like, I think he's accurate. I think he's got a good enough arm. I think he's got a good – this is me, the scout. I think he's got a good feel in the pocket. He played behind some awful offensive lines at Colorado. The only guy I would move up for is Cam Ward.
Yeah, the only guy I would move up for is Cam Ward. But I think that the Steelers would probably take Shador if he's there.
Yeah.
And I can see how they could justify it. Like, I'd probably scoff at it a little bit, but I'd be like, okay, like I can see why they did that.
He did say that this draft is better than the 2022 draft.
Yeah, because it was a big gap.
Huge gap. You had Kenny at 20, and then you had Desmond Ridder.
In the 3rd round.
Yeah, and you had Malik Willis, who went late, and bad draft. I think Sam Howell was in that draft, too.
Yeah.
Because him and Kenny played that remarkable game in the rain.
Yep.
Where it only rained when North Carolina had the football in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
God was looking out for Pitt that day, Doran.
Yes, he was.
He also mentioned that at 52, which is where the Steelers pick in the 2nd round, there's going to be great value at defensive line.
Yep.
And I just keep reading everywhere. Like Ray, Dulac, Bob Labriola from the Steelers. All these people. Got to draft a defensive lineman in the 1st round. Got to draft. Look, I'm not saying it's not close to their biggest need. And you might even be able to sway me into it being their biggest need. But because of the value in the 2nd round, with 17 guys in Matt Miller's top 50 being defensive linemen, I think it is a misallocation of assets, if that makes sense. If you draft a defensive lineman in round 1 when there's going to be a really quality player there at 17.
I agree.
Or at 52.
I agree. Or even in the 3rd round. He said you can get starters in the 3rd round.
Yeah. The 6'8" guy out of Kentucky, I think, is the one that Tomlin spent a bunch of time with at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
I mean, 6'8" on defensive line.
You can make that work. I don't care.
Yeah, they tried it with Daniel McCullers. They kept him around for like 6 years. And by virtue of his size, and like once every 3 games, bull rushing the center into the quarterback's lap, he got to keep his job. That guy was drafted in the 7th round.
7th, yep.
And you've got a 6'8" guy that could go in the 2nd round? Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because of the depth of running back, you get one of those in the 3rd round. It's still early. Things will change. Guys will rise up the board. Guys will fall. But to me, I think maybe my ideal draft, Ibuka round 1, defensive line round 2, running back round 3. Happy I made it out of this segment with my job.
I'm happy to.
We'll end the show with our Twitter polls. They're bizarre and wild. Coming up next, then we'll hand things over to Pomp and Joe. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Adam Crowley keeps job. That's a great headline. What's not a great headline? Pitt lost to Virginia yesterday. They're going to play again against North Carolina on Saturday. Also, Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They are tied for the bottom of the Metropolitan Division right now. They have 52 points, as do the Philadelphia Flyers. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now to Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Big game coming up on Sunday. I know what I'm eating, and that is my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures. Just one of my pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with French onion dip and a Daisy Ranch dip. They're a game changer, just as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do this weekend. Head to your local supermarket, get yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy Ranch dip.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday construction just beginning. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Inbound Route 28, watch for right lane closure just past the Highland Park Bridge. Crews are working there installing fiber optic cable. That's going to be happening until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Parkway East, you're lined up at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen. Proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. How about this? Breaking news. 93.7 The Fan is turning 15. You are all invited to our anniversary party, February 26th at Rivers Casino. The party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's Bar and Grill in Etna Wednesday. That's tomorrow from 5 until 6. First 10 people will get a pair of tickets, plus we will draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. Ready to go over these Twitter polls from what has been a wild show today, Doran?
Yes.
Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you want the Steelers to trade for Cooper Kupp? 60% of people, Doran, saying no. 40% of people saying yes. I'm actually surprised by that.
I am too. I mean, I think that people think that he's injured and old, kind of like what you have been saying, but I think he fits what the Steelers want to do, and they need bodies in that room.
I'll tell you what, if they did have Kupp and they draft Emeka Egbuka 21st overall, you got some dudes that are going to block now. Now, that's not why you draft a wide receiver. Believe me, I get that. We've heard it's wide receiver, not wide blocker about Hines Ward forever. But when you run the Arthur Smith scheme, you do need guys who are willing and able. Van Jefferson, for all of his faults, was going to try to put you on your ass. Mm-hmm. Who was the other guy? The special teams dude?
Roman Wilson.
No, not that one.
He was a good blocker,
No,
right?
He was
Coming out of college.
He was hurt all year. He actually was, though.
Yeah, I know.
A football
That's why you liked him.
He missed a year. Yeah. Who was the other guy? I already forgot him. I hardly knew ye.
Oh, Skoranek.
Yeah, Ben Skoranek. He would block his tail off.
Yep.
And he would go down there. He would recover a fumble on special teams, Doran.
Yeah, he's a good player. I wouldn't mind seeing him on the roster next year as a special teams in a 6 wide receiver.
Yeah,
something
sure.
like that.
Bring him to camp. Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely. There are roles for guys like that.
Absolutely.
Like, I always think about Darius Hayward-Bay. Different because he was drafted in the first round, but he could have flamed out of the league. He hung on and would go down there and bust people's face as a punt gunner. Ready for another Twitter poll?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that on average more people are killed by cows every year than by sharks? 56% of people say no, and I would like to add that 44% of people are lying. That say that they knew that more people were killed by cows than sharks.
Yeah, who knew that?
22 on average, Doran, killed by cows. 5 on average, worldwide, killed by sharks.
Yeah, whoever knew that is, what were they, a farmer? Are all the farmers just voting?
Could be. Could be. That's a good point. We had a texter call in, or we had a caller text in. We had somebody reach out and say that they're a farmer, and if you were there every day with the cows, you'd believe it. They don't like when you take the calf away and some big old dude starts yanking at their bosom. Also, we discovered that around 150 people every year die from falling coconuts.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
I swear I knew that.
What are you?
I knew that because you know why? Every time that I'm under a palm tree, if I'm on vacation, I look up to make sure that I'm not going to get hit in the head.
Bad way to go.
Right.
I don't think that there's ever really a good way to go, but being in the lap of luxury and getting bludgeoned by a coconut's not great.
Terrible.
Also, it's not zero. It's not a lot, but people die every year from iguanas falling out of trees in Miami. When it gets cold, because they're cold-blooded, they don't know what to do. They freeze, and they just, they can't move.
They just bloop.
Yeah, and so they'll be hanging onto their tree. And iguanas are big.
Yeah.
They'll fall right off the
Iguanas
tree.
are big.
They're huge, man. Don't sleep when it's cold in Miami. Those iguanas will fall right on your head. Can't say we never taught you anything on the Fan Morning Show. Pomp and Joe up next. What do we have in store for the people tomorrow, Doran?
Just a little bit of Ray, a little bit of Whaley.
A little bit of
everything.
Different ways to die.
Yep.
Callis, wonderful show by you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40 Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. And it is Super Bowl 59 week. No better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel. They make it so easy to feel the big moments from the game. One thing I believe in this game is that the Eagles will win. I really believe that on the money line. I like Philadelphia to slay the Dragon and beat the Chiefs. I'm putting stock in the better team beating the better quarterback. And look, Hurts was dynamite against the Chiefs 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, and guess what? Now he's got Saquon Barkley. I like Hurts to go over his rushing yard prop in this game. I like him to score a rushing touchdown. He had 3 in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs the last time they played. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
O'Reilly. Shop Superstart Premium, Extreme, or Platinum batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts and get up to a $15 gift card after rebate. O-Reward members can also get a $5 reward with their battery purchase. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And Morning Rush giving way to the Midday. This report brought to you by LGKG, your home team. Inbound Parkway East, you're stacked at Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. We have some outbound slowdowns right around the Bates interchange and that bend just past that on-ramp. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway West, that is jammed right around Parkway Center to the Fourth Pit Tunnels. And crews blocking the right lane of inbound Route 28 near the Highland Park Bridge for fiber optic installation cable. They're backing traffic up toward Delafield Avenue. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tough loss for Pitt basketball yesterday at the Peterson Event Center, playing against Virginia. Game that the Panthers really needed, but lost 73-57, and we're down 34-19 to Virginia, a team under 500. And in the bottom four of the ACC, the Panthers come up short, shoot 42% from the field. Virginia shot 56%. Panthers made 6 of 23s, but got crushed assist-wise, 20-5 against Virginia and 7-2 on the offensive glass. The Panthers have now lost 2 ACC games in a row and will play in Chapel Hill, 4 o'clock on Saturday, 3:30. Our pregame coverage begins. The Panthers beat North Carolina last Tuesday at the Pete. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No Bob today. We'll get that out of the way early, and you can deal with your disappointment. There's nothing I can do about that. Part-time Pomp is in on Mondays, Thursdays, and Wednesdays. Not necessarily in that order. Limits is here, however. He's to my left, and he's a wonderful man. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing wonderful. How are you today, Joe?
I'm good. I went to a basketball game last night, and I'd like to tell you a little story. So why don't you pull up a chair, because it's story time with Grandpa Joe.
Let's do it. I have my cocoa ready.
Although I've forgotten at this point that I am a grandfather because I never see my granddaughter. I've seen her once.
That's it?
Twice. I've held her once.
Why?
I don't know. hopefully that'll change.
How long's it been?
3 months or so.
That's a long time to go
It's
for
a long
Grandpa.
time. Yes, it's a long time for Grandpa Joe. But I'm going to tell you a story here. Limits if you'll pull up a chair with a little cup of hot cocoa.
Gather round.
Perhaps a marshmallow or 3 in it. And that is that I used to coach my daughter's basketball team when she was at OLG, not far from here. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade when the school folded without telling us. Just announced it gutlessly on a Friday, but that's beside the point. In the middle of the school year, toward the end of the school year. So, and now don't use the place for anything, including the gym I used to go for, at least not that I know of, not that they've told anybody. So forget all that. I love coaching her and her classmates. It was a tiny little class. It was like 9 girls in the whole class, and like 7 of them played basketball, and we were pretty good. So all these years later, I think only a couple still play, at least that I know of. One of them is Bella Sizak. One of them is Viola Tomaszewski. Viola has an interesting story. She didn't play sports at all, and I think she came out for the team on a bet with her friend Bella. And next thing you know, I see this girl's pretty athletic. I think she can play. I think she's going to help us. And lo and behold, all these years later, they play at Canavan. So I went to their game last night. I usually see them play once a year. And you know, if you've coached, at least you hope this is the case, that you're connected to the players that you coach for a long time, forever, really. It's like being a teacher. If you're doing it right and you're asking kids to, bust their asses in practice and things like that for years at a time, then you should be connected to those kids. You get to know them, you get to know their families and everything else, and it's a connection for life. As anybody who's done coaching or teaching the right way knows, it's a connection for life. So to go and watch them play is unbelievable, Limits. It is. Bella she used to be my little point guard, and she played with the heart of a lion and still does. And then Viola's just a miracle. Here she is. She belongs as a high school basketball player. I don't think she had ever played a sport or picked up a ball in her life going into 4th grade, 3rd grade, whatever it was. And now she's a legit player. So I felt great coming out of that game last night watching them play.
So that means that your coaching is the one that jump-started her career. You can take the credit for it.
Well, that's what her mom says. but in a way, I feel part of it. Let's just say that.
You should.
Because I encouraged her. I didn't get the impression early that she was all that gung-ho about basketball, but I could see for sure that she was an athlete, that there was an athlete waiting to come out there. And yes, I feel like I was a part of it. And that feels really, really good when you're a teacher or a coach, when you know that at least a little part of something good has happened and that you maybe helped nudge it in the right direction. That's what you do it for. Honestly, that's what you do it for. Sometimes you get mixed up. I got mixed up in winning becomes the most important thing. They didn't even win the game last night, by the way. It didn't matter. It was just so awesome to watch. So I'm feeling good today. I'm riding a little high from that, Limits.
I'm glad. That you're right on the impact that those coaches can have. Like, I remember some of my dad coached us in 5th grade basketball with Tom Richardson, who's a big listener of the show. My JV coach at St. E's, Ron Einwag, big listener of the show.
Yeah.
And those are the types of people that when you're at a young age, really influential age in sports, that really can help mold you as not just a player, but as a person.
Man, you're right. You're right.
They made me tougher.
Yes.
And that's one thing that I really took away from it, which is now like, I don't know, definitely over 10 years ago, 15 years ago now.
But if you see them, there's still a connection, right?
No doubt.
And then the opposite happens too. And a lot of times you learn how not to do things. And, you see somebody who coached you or who coached your kid and they pay no attention to you or her, like you never knew each other. Wait a second. She not only did we know each other, but she was at your practices 3 days a week, just, pouring her guts out. But now, nothing. The only good there is that you learn how not to be and what not to do. And you learn all those things along the way, whether it's how to be a good teammate,
And there have been plenty of experiences with both, and how to be a good coach, teacher, mentor, leader. And you learn from people. Inevitably, you learn what not to do and then what to do. So then hopefully when you're in that position, either as an upperclassman on a sports team in high school, for example, you learn how to be a leader and to be more welcoming to younger people maybe than they were to you. Things like that. Be happy for them. Try to have a spirited team. That's what it's all about. It's about banding together somehow in a competitive venture and fighting to win together. But unfortunately, in a lot of youth sports, what you see is just rampant selfishness on the part of parents, kids, coaches. It's every person for themselves. You know all that, right?
Yeah, I think one thing that's frustrating to me, and one thing I took away from your statement there, like OLG, a lot of the Catholic grade schools now are gone. Like mine merged.
Could you tell I'm still carrying a resentment against OLG limits?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, maybe slightly.
Maybe somebody could have told us in person the school was closing instead of the gutless email on a Friday afternoon.
I don't blame you. It's happened all over the area, unfortunately.
Yeah,
stories like that are not rare. As unfortunate as it is.
You'd think that'd be the first place where they would, have the guts to stand in front of you and tell you what's going on instead of misleading you the whole time that you still have a school. But I didn't come here to talk about my school resentments or even anything else related to that. I just wanted to share that story. On a positive note, I wanted to share that story because I imagine everybody out there listening has had some sort of experience playing, being involved as a parent, coaching, whatever, sports. And I think it's important to remember that it's the connections you make that last. I talk to, my whole career's been talking to athletes. And when I ask them years after their careers, and this is on the pro level, forget about high school or college or peewee or youth, what do you miss the most? It's never the competition. Never. It's always being in the locker room, being with my teammates, being on the bus rides, connecting with people. Those are the connections that last forever. And that's where you learn your lessons, good and bad. So, I think it's important to be thankful, too, for the selfish people you've been around and the bad coaches you've been around.
And we have a good note here on the text line. Someone texts in, I've coached Whitfield football for 13 years. I have players that have chosen me to be their godfather for their children. We have 7 former players on our staff because they chose to come back. Nothing like the connection you make through sports.
It really is. And when I taught at Waynesburg, the same thing. Like I certainly, I struggled at the beginning, but to have people come back, even just a few, somebody like a Jack Hillgrove, and say that I helped along the way. He's all you guys have good jobs now. Like you're in the field, you're in the business. Just to hear from people that in some way you nudge them forward a little bit or help them in any way, it's incredible. I mean, that's the pay. It certainly isn't the actual payment that you're getting. that better be, if you're going to get into coaching and teaching, it ain't going to be your paycheck that you're living for. Probably.
No, not at first at least, or maybe not for 20 years.
Maybe, likely not ever. I mean, it's sort of like when people say, it's 1%, or I don't know what the percentages are. A certain very low percentage of athletes make it as Division I college players, and a very low percentage of coaches ever get in a position where they're going to make actual money. So you better be in it for something else. Thank you, Limits. That was the opening soliloquy.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it was a great night, truly. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, we have all kinds of stories happening here, like all kinds of stuff. And I'm going to start with this. My eyes were wide open this morning when I was doing my Post-Gazette mailbag, my intergalactically read mailbag. And one of the questions was simply, should the Steelers trade T.J. Watt?
You've got mail.
So I decided to put out a little Twitter poll, an X poll, whatever it's called these days. And in 15 minutes, I got, I think, 290 responses. So it's by no means scientific, but yet that's a lot of people. And any poll, political poll, whatever, it's not like you're polling everybody. You're getting a small sample size, Guess what the percentage was? I said, should the Steelers trade T.J. Watt? Yes or no? What was the percentage who said yes?
Man, the love that T.J. Watt has in this city, I'm going to say under 50%.
64.1%. That's why I'm opening the show with this.
To trade him?
Yes. Because I happen to think that as much as we all love T.J. Watt, I mean, you talk about a classic Steeler. He's like the defensive version of Hines Ward, only way better at his position. And I'm a huge Hines fan. I think he's one of the greatest all-around receivers I've ever seen and should be in the Hall of Fame. But TJ is Hines Ward's attitude and demeanor and work ethic and physicality in Calvin Johnson's body. You know what I mean? Or Calvin Johnson's performance level. You know what I mean? In a superstar. He's Hines Ward in a superstar talent package. Do you know what I mean? Limits. That's TJ. He's an all-time Steeler no matter what. I don't care how many playoff games he wins. They haven't even been competitive in a playoff game with him on their roster. I don't think that's through his fault, although he could have been better in the playoff games. I get that. He had one moment in Kansas City that didn't last long. You understand my overall point. This dude is an all-time Steeler no matter what. No matter what. He's phenomenal. Having said that, I think there is a sentiment in this town, and it's actually a compliment to TJ, not an insult to him, that at this point in his career, he can help the Steelers maybe most by being traded, because everybody can see that this franchise has to have a quarterback. They need a quarterback. And maybe trading TJ helps to get you there in the form of what you get back for him. And maybe it helps to get you there by him not being here this coming season. And therefore, you finally have a losing season. And maybe you finally get a better draft position. Either, both of those, I think, can help. But more to the point, there's a lot of factors here. We've gone over a bunch of these, and I'll go over them again right now, but I'd love to hear from you. Because that's eye-opening, to put it mildly, to put out a poll like that and have 64% of nearly 300 people tell me that, yeah, it's time to trade TJ. And again, I think most of those people are thinking along these lines, that it's actually a compliment to TJ, first of all. It's not like, let's get rid of TJ. It's like, hey, at this point in his career, haven't won anything with him, got to pay him. He's going to turn 31. It's probably time. We need a quarterback. We need a quarterback. That's the sign, that's the thought bubble over that practice facility on the south side and over Acrisure Stadium. They should cover up the letters that spell out Acrisure Stadium and just put up there the letters or the sentence, "We need a quarterback." That's what it should say. Now, here are the facts regarding T.J. Watt. He turns 31 early next season, and his body has been through a ton. We know that. Because of the maniacal way he plays, because of the position he plays. He was banged up late this year. Not himself, I didn't think, at the end of the year. Banged up. He was injured last year and missed the playoffs. So banged up this year, end of year. Banged up last year to the point where he was out. The year before that, he missed 7 games. Is that going to get better as he goes into his early and mid-30s? I don't know. I think the smart money says no. I still think he has some great football left in him. Don't get me wrong, but his best football over long stretches of time, if all of sports history holds true, is likely behind him. So he turns 31 early next season. Body been through a lot. They haven't won anything with him. They haven't been competitive in a single playoff game with T.J. Watt. Think about it. It's had their renaissance for that short period of time. T.J. Watt is phenomenal. He's a generational player. And yet, They simply have not surrounded him with the kind of roster needed to win even a single playoff game or even be competitive in one. They haven't even been competitive in one. And he's due for a gigantic contract this offseason, an extension, a new deal, whatever you want to call it. He's going into the final year of his deal. And he would bring back certainly at least one first-round pick and maybe two. Adam Schefter was talking yesterday about Myles Garrett being on the trade block, and he said the comparable here is Khalil Mack when he went from the Raiders to the Bears. Now, Mack was younger than both of these guys, but both these guys are better than Mack. I think Khalil Mack was 3 years younger when he got the Raiders 2 first-round picks. So at least one, maybe two. Certainly a package that features at least one first-round pick. I just don't think it makes sense, as much as we all love T.J. Watt, to sink tens of millions of more into him for what? I guess the answer to that is because we love watching him play, and that's worth a lot. Just watching the guy play, I will certainly acknowledge that. And then the idea that Art Rooney II says Watt is a, quote, one helmet kind of player. You know, that sounds great. But the Steelers have nudged out all kinds of legendary players before they wanted to leave. Troy, Ben, Hines, they all come to mind. Those were all correct decisions, I might add. But the point there is that the Steelers were ready to move on from all three no matter what, and thus were perfectly willing to accept the idea that those guys could have been two helmet guys in the end. You know, to me, maybe it matters more to people out there than it does to me, the one helmet, one jersey type thing. I don't know. I just think somebody like a T.J. Watt is going to be legendary here no matter what. Do we think of Franco Harris as a Seattle Seahawk? You know, even a guy like James Harrison, he's a Steeler for life, no matter what happened. 412-928-9370, 928-9370. You tell me, you all are out talking to people every day at work, at home, at the bar, wherever. Do you get the feeling that poll that I put out is accurate? Among close to 300 people in 15 minutes got back to me. It was a 15-minute poll. Should the Steelers trade T.J. Watt? And 64% of the people said yes. I was stunned, to be honest with you. I really was. In your experience out there, walking around in your lives, talking sports all the time, which you do, does that sound accurate to you? And do you agree with it for all those reasons I just laid out? Aging player, banged up player, at times, incredible player, could still draw a very nice return package. Haven't won anything with him. Due for a huge extension. Would bring back one, maybe two first-round picks. Because here's the other thing. If you're ever going to trade him, it's now. You know, and it reminds me, was it Bob yesterday who mentioned, sort of like Evgeny Malkin at one point in his career. You knew if you were going to, if this was going to be a transformative trade for your side, that there was a time to trade Geno. And I'm not saying that they should have either. I'm just simply pointing out there was a time to do it, and then that time passed. You could probably trade him now if he would waive his no trade and get something okay for him, you know, and get that contract off the books for next year, talking about Malkin. But there was a time when you knew now or never. And I think with TJ, it's now or never. You know, you're either the time is ripe to trade him, or you're going to sign him to that new deal and he's a Steeler for life. And you do get benefits from that. There's no doubt. We all get to watch him play, which is a treat. This was with our friend Pomp, wasn't it, Limits? This was Art talking about TJ's future. 1 minute here. That's fine. And you can call in at 412-928-9370 because I am curious whether what you hear and see in your daily lives reflects that poll that I put out that said 64% of the people would like to see Watt traded. And I would add to that for the benefits it could bring the Steelers. Right? It's not George Pickens. It's not get rid of this guy. It's just time. What did Art say?
A lot of speculation about whether or not, how much that would be worth. I know you're a big one helmet guy, and I totally get that with these guys who've been around for a long time. But if something happened that can help you now by trading someone of that caliber, would you even consider it?
I have to put it in the unlikely category in terms of trading TJ. I mean, he's certainly been, one of the real, solid pieces that we have on that defense, and just a dedicated player, loves being a Steeler. And so, I think he's the kind of guy we want to have in the locker room going forward.
I mean, what defense? Honestly, they've put up some fancy regular season numbers at times, but he was part of the defenses that gave up, at least a couple of them, that gave up 40 points in 3 straight playoff games, becoming the first team in the history of the league to do that. And the way Art sort of chuckles at that makes me think he believes this is as unthinkable as trading Mike Tomlin. Now, I was listening to the PM show yesterday, and they were talking about the idea of comfort, and I've said that and agree with it. I'm not convinced that Art thinks anything is wrong here. Yeah, sure, you'd like to win a Super Bowl. I get that. Everybody would. 31 teams don't. That type of thing. We're all in the same boat if we don't win the Super Bowl. Well, no, you're not. And this should be a very uncomfortable situation, But the fact that they do get to the playoffs more often than not, win 10 games here and there, creates the illusion of comfort. Everybody's comfortable around here. That's the thing. Mike Tomlin, there's not a more comfortable coach in all of sports, maybe sports history. I mean, he's just locked in forever until he wants to leave. Couldn't be more comfortable. Art's comfortable. Everything feels comfortable. Just keep doing this. Maybe one of these years we'll win a playoff game, I mean, we're right there. We're in the playoffs. For the hard part's out of the way for us. Look at the mean over the last 25 years. We're above it. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. This isn't so bad here. We have won a lot of games around here, They just don't see it.
We do not care.
It's like somebody who has some sort of issue, but they're unwilling to look at it because their life is just comfortable enough where they can say, well, it couldn't be that big of a problem. Look at me, I got a house, I got a car. Things aren't bad here. No, they're bad. They're bad. You have 3 playoff wins in 14 years. None in 8. But that's not even really accurate. You haven't been competitive in a playoff game in 8 years, Art. It's not okay. I think that he thinks that they were undone this season by the Christmas tournament, as he mentioned. Even that phrasing, the Christmas tournament, is sort of a passive-aggressive shot, at the league for scheduling the Steelers like they did. The silly little Christmas tournament. Where the truth of the matter is the good teams survived that tournament, flourished, and built on that tournament, and that was the Chiefs and the Ravens, who went unbeaten in the little Christmas tournament. You are barely closer to any sort of real contention than the dregs of the league, only they can't fool themselves anymore. Teams that go 3-14, how do you fool yourself then? Plus, they have better draft picks. Plus, what are we doing here? Didn't Mike Tomlin say at the end of the season there would be changes? That's really what has me thinking that Art is comfortable. people who run or coach pro sports teams can talk all they want. And you as a fan and me as a fan and media person should never believe them. It's not to say they're all lying all the time. We should just never believe them, and we should just wait for their actions, because their actions tell all. And if you just finish a season in which you went 10-8 and were a double-digit playoff underdog and got destroyed by your arch rival on national TV with the commentator saying your team was quitting on its coach, and you make no changes in the wake of that, no significant ones ahead. In fact, you go out of your way to tell somebody like Jerry Dulac, while the pain is still festering among your fan base, you go out of your way to tell Jerry Dulac that Tomlin will be back next year. Your head coach will be back next year. And then your coordinators will be back next year. Really? So what change are you making? Your linebackers coach? It doesn't even sound like they had anything to do with him leaving. Sounds like he left them. What are we doing here? I don't understand. No changes. Do you have Tomlin from after the season limits talking about the changes that were ahead? Of course, Tomlin is Art's co-CEO. Like who judges Tomlin's performance? Nobody would be the answer. He's like team spokesman / Art's co-CEO / personnel guy / head coach / defensive coordinator / drill instructor at the Senior Bowl. The dude's doing everything except for being competitive in a single playoff game in going on a decade. I've never seen anything like this. But let's listen to the Steelers' co-CEO talking about changes that were ahead in the immediate aftermath of maybe the most humiliating playoff loss in team history. And I know there's some candidates up there, but when it's your arch rival and when you give up 300 yards rushing and when Kirk Herbstreit tells the entire country that you're quitting, man, that's a candidate. This was the Steelers' co-CEO a couple days later.
Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome, and so those are just the realities of the business. I would imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I've mentioned. And so I understand that. I'm open to that.
On a lot of levels, meaning on no levels? Is that how we translate that? Nothing's happened. There's no indication that the owner of the team president, is in any way unhappy with anything that happened. Because if he were, he would take action. And the same was true last year. A year in which Rooney's co-CEO, Mike Tomlin, it became very clear that he had failed on two critically important fronts. His hand-picked franchise quarterback that he hand-picked from Pitt, the coach did, and his hand-picked offensive coordinator that he hired and doubled and tripled down on. Both came to horrific endings last season, both of those tenures, in almost no time. How long was the coordinator here? 3 years? The quarterback was here 2 years. And both of those just completely went up in flames. And instead of saying, if you were in charge of Tomlin's job performance, instead of saying, Mike, this is like serious. We might have to talk about ending this. We gave you your last extension to make you the caretaker of this franchise as it transitioned from Ben and Kevin Colbert to something different. And we're left with the tattered remains of Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada. I'm not sure if this is going to work. We need to talk. No, that didn't happen. What happened was Art gave his co-CEO an extension that was longer than the last one and a hefty raise that made him the 5th highest paid coach in all of American sports. Call me crazy, but that doesn't exactly scream I'm dissatisfied with what's going on around here. It screams the opposite. And so does making zero significant change to your staff after this season. What is happening here, Limits? It seems like Art is just asleep at the wheel.
Well, it seems like they just cannot look themselves in the face and truly admit what is wrong. Like they're more afraid of what can happen if they change something, that it's going to get worse. They are so afraid of that bottoming out period, of being in the respects of Jacksonville, being like the Browns, being like the Raiders. But, I mean, there's no difference. You're not competing. You're not winning playoff games. How much different are you than those teams that are getting higher draft picks?
Not much.
Not much difference.
Not much difference between being the Jets and being a double-digit underdog in the first round and getting in by a game and getting your wheels blown off. Like, is there really a difference there? So they could still make some significant change, but it looks like it might be it looks like if it's anything, it's player personnel. I don't think it'll be that either. I almost made that mistake of saying that right then. I think there's going to be zero. You just heard Art talking about TJ. But I believe that could be a significant change that could help the Steelers in the long run. Short-term pain, long-term gain. I don't think they're going to do it. Do you think they should trade TJ Watt? And from your interactions on a daily basis, do you out there get the feeling that the people who responded to this poll on X, 64% of them saying they would trade TJ, do you get the feeling that that is really the sentiment around town? I'm interested to know. I'm interested to talk to you. 928-9370 fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you in our six-pack, brought to you by Bet365.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl Sunday, Philadelphia and Kansas City will battle it out in Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Hear it right here with the NFL on Westwood One, here on 93.7 The Fan, with the pregame coverage beginning at 2 o'clock and a 6:30 kickoff. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First in Maine, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Saturday, February 8th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on hated Philadelphia. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412 431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Are you interested in helping other people as a licensed therapist? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online accredited Master of Arts in Counseling degree that can be completed in less than 2 years. Financial aid is available. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See taxslayer.com for eligibility.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TaxSlayer. Get your max refund at TaxSlayer.com and file fearlessly. New Orleans hotel rooms for Super Bowl 59 are at historic highs. 4- and 5-star rooms are upwards of $4,000 per night. The good news is that Super Bowl ticket prices have fallen nearly 30% in the past week. But nobody likes the Eagles and Chiefs? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See taxslayer.com for eligibility.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Bowl over your appetite at Get Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime? Dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team installing large glass storefronts all around town. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price, or you can call 412-621-1799. They can also customize your bathroom mirrors.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news.
A CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Talking TJ Watt and the Steelers at the top of the show here because of a little Twitter poll I put out this morning. Would you trade him, yes or no? 15-minute poll is all it was. Almost 300 people weighed in. 64% said yes, which stunned me. And you can never tell if these things are, well, they're by no means scientific, but if they're even reflective of the fan base at large. But it's just that number has me asking the question. Let's put it that way at 412-928-9370. And we mentioned all the pros and all the cons, I believe. So let's hear from people. Limits?
Start with Adrian in the Berg.
Hello, Adrian.
Yeah, 300 dummy Steeler fans means absolutely nothing. There's thousands and thousands of Steelers fans, my man.
And you're about to speak for them, I think, huh?
Yeah. TJ Watt should not be traded. Absolutely not. That's the type of player you win championships with.
Really? You could have fooled me. They haven't even been competitive in a single playoff game, and he's about to turn 31.
Well, what you 5 people other than Doran Dickerson fail to realize that this is a team game on this station. So
yeah, I'm not blaming him. I'm not. In fact, this has very little to do with him. He's a generational player. He's also going to be 31 and is due for a new contract.
You don't trade anybody. You don't trade Pickens. You don't trade T.J. Watt. This team is talented. Russell Wilson needs to come back. His quarterback rating was 121 against Baltimore, 2 touchdowns, 270 yards. That's Super Bowl winning play by the quarterback position. The real problem is Mike Tomlin. If you want to get your best player off and running during crucial, important games in the regular season and in the playoffs, it's called blitz, okay? T.J. Watt's facing double teams every time. Mike Tomlin's philosophy, offensively and defensively, is the problem in Pittsburgh. If we're going to trade anybody, trade him, because it don't matter if we have Patrick Mahomes, Randy Moss, and Antonio Brown at wide receiver. Okay, the guy's going to run the ball over and over and over. They never gave Kenny Pickett a chance. It's his philosophy. Mike Tomlin, his time has come and gone. It was a Hall of Fame career. Now it's gone. It's over. Goodbye.
No, we agree on that. I would have traded him on that. On that, we agree. But they appear to be very comfortable. Also, congratulations on being the only person on earth who thinks that Russell Wilson's play was Super Bowl caliber. But I do agree with them on Tomlin. I do agree with them on that, Limits.
Why would you expect to just bring everybody back and it to be a different result?
Because we went 10-8 and we went to the play. We've won some. We've had some success around here, you know.
Now we were 10-3. We've had success. We've had 10 wins. We were the first to do it.
Do you have the art quote from Ashley Lyotis's interview, we've had some success around here,
I mentioned I'm a born and bred Pittsburgher too. I've followed this team for my entire life. We know the culture that you guys have built in this organization. Recently, some fans, some commentators, things like that have been maybe calling into question the culture a little bit, the lack of fight we've seen maybe from years past, maybe the lack of discipline we've seen from years past. Is that something that concerns you or bothers you when you hear that come into question?
No, I think, look, I'm very comfortable with the culture in this team. I think it is a winning culture. I think people need to keep it in perspective here. Even though we haven't kind of reached our goal of winning a Super Bowl, we've had winning teams. We've been making the playoffs, and I understand the disappointment in terms of not succeeding in the postseason, and that's what we have to do. But it's not like we haven't had some success around here, and we just need to continue to build on the culture that we have, and players like TJ and Cam Hayward, those kind of players, help you with the culture and make sure that it's being passed down to the younger players.
Comfortable being the key word. And I think he simply, reveals his philosophy there. Ultimately, I think it took a lot of sort of cracking at the stone there, pounding the stone there for the whole week with Art. But ultimately, he said the same thing as Brother Jim said, which is essentially, we outperform the mean around here. We win more games than we lose. It ain't that bad. And you should probably be okay with that. Now he throws in, we haven't reached our goal of winning the Super Bowl. I'd settle for a playoff run. I think a lot of people would settle for a team that's competitive in the postseason. They're not even competitive. They barely get in, and then they get blown out. So he talked about not succeeding in the post. We haven't been succeeding. We haven't even been competing in the postseason. And I wish, by the way, that more people had asked, or anyone had asked, Tomlin and Art Rooney what he thought of Herb Street's comments that they basically were quitting in front of an entire country, just getting their asses kicked by the Baltimore Ravens, and it looked like they were pretty okay with it.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I still can't get over that. Where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I feel like now, having spent, by far the majority of my life in this town, that it's a town where the one thing that we can't stand is not competing. That's what drives people to distraction about Bob Nutting and the Pirates, is you don't even feel like you're at the poker table. Like you feel like you're in a fight or about to be in a fight, and the person who's supposed to be leading you into the fight doesn't care enough, doesn't want to win, is okay with something less than that. That's what I've always felt about Nutting and the Pirates, that's really at the core of what enrages people. Is can we at least try? Let's take some swings. Let's go. And I think that's become the case with Art and the Steelers. It's like the people I talk to are like, they feel like they're crazy. Does anybody not see this? How can there not be any changes after what we just heard and saw? Are they really okay with this? I guess so. Because nothing's changing. Next.
Let's go to Brian in Brookline. Let's talk about TJ Watt.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Joe. So I'll answer your question, but I got a Buffalo question for you at the end.
if you could just kindly answer that for me, your opinion. Steelers, I respect them. I was sad when Woodson couldn't play anymore and he went to the 49ers. They didn't offer him a contract. I understand they want TJ to be a one-helmet guy, Cam Hayward, but I'm interested in winning. He is more bargainable right now to offload him while he's still somewhat TJ Watt. We could get a return and we could build.
Do you get the impression, Brian, and you're in Brookline, and you're a very conversational man, so I imagine you're talking to people throughout the day. Nobody's answered this yet, the question I actually threw out. Do you get the impression that Steelers fans in general would be okay and even in favor of trading TJ Watt?
No. They want him to be a one-helmet guy, which is crazy. They, just like that last guy, Adrian, you don't trade anybody. He has no idea. We have to offload some of these problem pieces to try to build pieces. Just like the question I'm about to ask you. Joe, what's more depressing? Sean McDermott wasting Josh Allen or the Steelers can't win a playoff game? What's more depressing?
Well, here's the thing about Buffalo and Baltimore and Detroit and everybody else, Brian, is that they at least have a chance. Like, you get to see a team compete in the playoffs, and you know you have a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and all those teams will next year, whereas the Steelers don't. The Steelers are a fraud and an imposter who put lipstick on the pig every year at 10-8 this year, for example, and they're okay with that. So it's by far, if I were a fan, it would be the Steelers. Do you follow? Is he still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Joe.
Yeah, so when you say wasting, you know, I guess that's all in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, they've been within 13 seconds of going to a Super Bowl in recent years. They've won 7 playoff games, and they'll go into next year as one of the top 3 or 4 favorites to win the Super Bowl again because of Josh Allen. So life is as torturous as it is for Ravens fans, Bills fans, this year for Lions fans, whatever. At least they know they're in it. They belong. They have a chance. They're going to play competitive playoff games that are going to go down to the wire. And, man, that's fun when you know you have a chance, when your team has a legit chance to win it all. Crushing when they don't, sure. But let's not lump those teams in with the Steelers, who don't even belong there in the first place, are a double-digit underdog, and get rolled right away, and then are so comfortable with it that they give their coach raises and contract extensions and make no moves after this season. You see the difference?
Yeah, see, we are more than a quarterback away. We need to. TJ's got to go. George Pickens has got to go. I mean, there's things that we can. Minka, I would like to offload that contract. If you want to be for real, I would like to offload these pieces.
Yeah, that would be drastic.
To build.
And that would be drastic, and that's the next frontier. When Tomlin talked about when Art's co-CEO talked about making a lot of changes this offseason, it's clearly not going to be coaching. It's not going to be GM or anything like that. So that only leaves players, and the Steelers are just simply unwilling to take a step back to take many steps forward. They're just not. Like, the non-losing streak has become their identity. They think they're in it every year. They take pride in this whole thing of, like, we never give away a season. Well, maybe they should give one away. And maybe trading TJ Watt helps you do that. Trading Minka. Trading Pickens. Just take a step back. But they won't do it. And they're apparently comfortable. You just heard Art use that exact, I'm comfortable with the culture around here. Okay. Keep it going. Who's next?
Now, Dave in North Huntington has a little bit of a different take.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, Joe. Actually, yeah, you got to trade T.J. Watt, as much as I hate to say it. But the previous caller was right, too. The main issue, so you trade T.J., you get maybe a couple first-round picks or first and a couple seconds, whatever, you rebuild. But the problem is, as you're saying, Art and Tomlin, they aren't going to do what needs to be done, even if they have the good quarterback or the other talent. They're not taking advantage of it. They're so stuck. They are becoming like the Pirates. Dan Rooney would have gone for this. I mean, they made Chuck Noll retire. Who knows what happened with
Well,
power?
That's been repeated on the air, and the whole Chuck Noll thing. Chuck Noll left of his own volition. He was done. He told his wife, this is going to be a good team. We're getting talent back, and I simply don't have the energy anymore. So just to clear that up.
Well, I wish Mike would do the same thing. I mean, he needs a change of scenery or something.
Well, you raise a great point, and that is this: that even if they got the number 1 pick in the draft next year and got Arch Manning or somebody, is this the type of atmosphere in which a player like that could thrive? The right offensive system, the right pieces around him, the right head coach, all of that. Those are all fair questions. They are. 412-928-9370. We can continue this conversation. In fact, I think we're just diving into it now. And I really want to know, like Brian in Brookline said, that he doesn't get the impression from all the people he talks to. He gets the impression people want TJ Watt to be a one-helmet guy. And of course I understand that. Of course I do. The guy's unbelievable. I get it. It's more out of curiosity at this point whether your walks through your daily life indicate the same thing. Do you get the impression that people want TJ Watt here or they want to trade him? Adrian said the 300 people meant nothing. Did you hear the beginning of his call?
Oh, yes.
And then he said Russell Wilson provided Super Bowl-level quarterback, which sort of undermined his first point.
When he played all the teams that ended up making the playoffs, he couldn't beat them. And then when he made it to the playoffs, he couldn't beat the Ravens.
Right.
But yet he had Super Bowl-level play.
But I did agree with Adrian that the Tomlin trade just would have been such a perfect restart. So perfect for everybody. For Mike, for the Steelers, and for the Bears. Although maybe the Bears wound up with a better guy because he's more offensive-minded in Ben Johnson. I don't know. But if their first call on this whole thing was Tomlin, my God, who knows what you could have gotten from the Bears? They gave up essentially a first-round pick for Chase Claypool.
Could have got at least one. I mean, think about what they gave up in, the Claypool trade and the Justin Fields trade, only a 6th-round pick. It seems like the Steelers just have the Bears' number. Omar Khan knows what he's doing.
Suppose this, oh, limitless wonder. Suppose Art takes the call and somehow it happens. You send Mike Tomlin to the Bears, where he gets a fresh start, maybe a franchise quarterback. And you get a couple of first-round picks here and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, could you just recruit Ben Johnson to come over here? Why not? That was my whole theory.
You might have.
That was my entire theory at the end of the regular season. Why not do that? The hottest name on the market the last 2 years, offensive coach. You change your philosophy, and you go to offense after spending $48 million on your offense this year, the worst in the NFL.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Also, Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll continue this TJ Watt conversation as it heats up here. And then I got a couple of other questions in the mailbag this week, George Pickens related, that I think you'll want to hear.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was the big news of the day yesterday as Myles Garrett released a statement requesting a trade from the Cleveland Browns, but Cleveland's response, pretty adamant that they have no interest in trading Garrett. We'll see what happens as the Senior Bowl just concluded in the Combine a couple weeks away in Indianapolis. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, WindowNation.com.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
It's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25-plus rushing yards in each quarter. I think I'd rather go whole game over. That's a tough one. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus. A big man touchdown. Any offensive lineman to score a TD. I'd like to go with one. How about a special teams touchdown, period? How about going with that? Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get 200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball lost to Virginia 73-57. Tough one for the Panthers at the Peterson Event Center. They've now lost 2 games in a row and will play against North Carolina Saturday at 4 o'clock. Hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The pregame coverage will begin at 3:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, we're going to get to the other, perhaps Steeler-related news of the day, this Cooper Kupp situation. But first, let's finish up on T.J. Watt. We've had a couple people say that Pittsburgh wants to keep T.J. Watt, even though I opened the day with a little Twitter poll, 15-minute Twitter poll, in which 64% said they'd be willing to trade him. And again, it's not really trading him different than George Pickens. It's Pickens, get rid of him before this gets worse. In TJ's case, it's let's parlay TJ into maybe a franchise quarterback. Certainly a way to enhance the roster in a big way moving forward, and also avoid what sounds like a very questionable investment of a 31-year-old, soon-to-be 31-year-old guy who's going to command a monster contract this offseason. That doesn't sound like great business to me. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a guy to be proud of, and you love watching him and all of that, obviously, right? But he's also been banged up in recent years. Certainly at the end of this season he was. We could all tell, right? Because of the maniacal way he plays. Last year he was injured for the playoffs, and the year before he missed 7 games. I don't know that that's going to get a lot better. He probably still has great football left in him. He almost certainly does. But his best years are behind him. His best long stretches of great football are behind him. At least that's what all of history would tell you. Let's go back to the lines limits.
Here's Ray in Altoona.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. What's up?
You're 100% right about the TJ Watt situation. And the thing with that is, if you really look, you can tell the difference between the fans. Realistic fans who watch the games and understand football understand that you need to move off TJ Watt at this point. He's going to be 35, 36 years old before this team's ready for a Super Bowl. People who get up and stat line, watch the next morning and read just the stats, or watch the game and don't know what they're watching, think, oh, we can't trade TJ. Oh, we're the Steelers. We do family stuff.
Wait, what?
And they think the Steelers should be like more the family thing than like a business.
Who does?
The fans.
Well,
and I think
do you believe that limits?
As well.
What do you mean? Go ahead. Let me talk a little more here. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Like, Ben was held on for 2 years longer than he should have. Hines was here 3 more years than he should have. It's just like a sentimental thing.
Oh, okay. No, I get that part of it. But with TJ, that the sentimental part is still a long ways off, though. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, logically thinking. But this fan base, I mean, let's be real. We got some people that aren't real fans. It's just they're local and they're vocal.
Well, here's the other thing with TJ is this whole one helmet thing. Like, this is a huge deal for the Steelers. That's a little bit overblown. As I mentioned earlier, they nudged out Ben, Troy, and Hines, just from recent vintage, before they wanted to go. So the point there is that the Steelers were perfectly willing to let those guys be 2-helmet guys. It's about business in the end. It sounds wonderful. It sounds wonderful. Let's have him be a 1-helmet guy. How about let's go find a franchise quarterback by any means necessary?
On that.
Yeah, I know.
And I think the problem with that is, though, is Art has no idea how to balance the family side of stuff and like we're all family and business. Like, if you really look, like you say about Tomlin being the co-CEO, how many decisions have been made off of Dino Tomlin's football career at this point?
I don't know. I don't get into that whole thing. There's so much more to worry about than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Dino Tomlin's career?
I know. What are we doing? I suppose people connect that somehow to Matt Canada. No. Listen, I have respect for Mike Tomlin as a coach. I just think it's done here. It ended in Baltimore. Couldn't we all see that? Couldn't everybody but Art see that? That was rock bottom. Well, a lot of teams would like to get to the playoffs and be humiliated by the Ravens and say they're quitting on national television and go 10-8. Okay, that's fine. That a lot of teams would have enjoyed that and would have considered this year a smashing success. I guess the Cardinals might have. But I don't think any team in the NFL would consider it successful to go 8 years without a playoff win or even being competitive in a playoff game. Would they? It's one of these things that people just fire off that I don't really agree with, or that there's more to the story than what they say. Well, Tomlin would be hired in 5 minutes. He'd be hired in 5 minutes if the Steelers got rid of him. I know he would. But so would Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, probably John Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, probably some coordinators who are more offensive-minded than Tomlin. Not only would all those guys be hired within 5 minutes too, a lot of them would be hired over Tomlin. So, the contention sounds powerful when you just blurt it out, but there's a lot of qualifiers on there. And the other one that's going around these days is 25 teams would like to be the Steelers and get into the playoffs most of the time. Really? 25? How many teams in the NFL would actually be satisfied and their fan bases would be satisfied if they went the next 8 years without being competitive in a single playoff game? Any? Even like the Cardinals and Jets? Like if you told their fans right now, and even told people within their organizations, you know what, in the next 8 years, you'll make the playoffs 5 times, so you'll miss it about 40% of the time, but you'll make it 5 times in the next 8 years, and you'll get destroyed in every one of those games. You signing up? Who's signing up? Do these teams change GMs and head coaches so they can go on an 8-year run where they're not competitive in a single playoff game? See, there's a little more to that soundbite, too, that I hear people rattle off. Anywho, who's next?
Here's Zach in New Kensington.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, big fan.
What's up?
So I think that trading T.J. Watt would be very similar to what the Lakers did by trading Anthony Davis. He's aging. There's a looming contract that's coming, like gigantic. And nobody wants to pay that on a losing team. So let's just get rid of him while the price is hot. And then I don't know if it could be a player-for-player trade. I wouldn't suggest that. But it's just a risky move that's required to get a spark, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking at Anthony Davis's situation right now. You're right about, of course, the big difference there is Anthony Davis helped win them a title. But,
yeah, he's a defensive player, and they traded him for an offensive player.
Yeah.
Which, in today's games of all sports, it's almost a requirement.
Listen, you're
you
right.
Try to go the defensive way, and they say defensive wins championships, but let's be real. Patrick Mahomes is going to win the Super Bowl, right?
He might. Yes, he has a pretty good chance to.
It's not going to be the Chiefs' defense, which it may well be.
See,
it's going to be Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, it's Mahomes more than anything, but the Chiefs' defense has been unbelievably good. And other teams like the Bills and Ravens are proof that you better have some form of defense on the field, even with a great quarterback if you're going to win. And the Chiefs' defense has been legitimately great. You know what I mean? So it takes more than just a great quarterback. It does. But here's the thing. If you don't have a great quarterback, you have almost no chance. Right? If you do have one, it's no guarantee. But if you don't have one, you have almost no chance. All right. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Guess who the favorite is to land Cooper Kupp, who's suddenly available? Let's talk about that next at 412-928-9370. First, Gina Giampetro. Let's talk about her. Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township, and after hearing about Gina on the radio, she contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home. Because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, she was able to sell Roseanne's home in less than a week. Here's the thing. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have announced that they've signed left-handed pitcher Tim Meza to a one-year contract for the 2025 season. Could be a bullpen piece for the Bucks. And to make room on the 40-man roster, infielder Alika Williams is designated for assignment. The 40-man roster remains full as the Pirates pitchers and catchers will report for spring training at the beginning of next week. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-843-9393. That's 800-843-9393. Again, that's 800-843-9393.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Cloudy this afternoon, the high 36.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to checkethos.com and get it done today. That's CHECKETHOS.com. Checkethos.com. Sample rates is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Get your max refund at TaxSlayer.com and file fearlessly. Another body blow to the Cleveland Browns. Their best player, Myles Garrett, has asked for a trade. Not only that, the Browns still owe an injured Deshaun Watson $170 million, yet they'll likely need to draft a quarterback with the second overall pick, and the toxic cycle will continue. I'm Maggie Gray.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to checkethos.com and get it done today. That's CHECKETHOS.com. Checkethos.com. Sample rates is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Golf doesn't stop when the temperatures drop. At Shooters Golf, it's always tee time. Our heated, climate-controlled bays and cutting-edge top tracer technology let you play 18 holes year-round, rain or snow. I know, I play Pebble Beach over there all the time. Whether you're perfecting your swing or playing a full round with friends, you'll stay comfortable while enjoying the game you love. Plus, fuel up with a beer and a bite from our full-service bar and kitchen. Book your bay today at shootersgolf.com and keep the game going no matter the season.
The Cigars International Superstore is now open in Bridgeville next to Topgolf. Join them Friday, February 7th for Puente Friday. Cigars International has received a rare shipment of Opus X, God of Fire Series B, and Angelinos by God of Fire. These premium cigars are produced in limited quantities each year. Also catch the big game with them on Sunday and enjoy bar specials all night long. Cigars International feature a giant walk-in humidor with a large variety of brands and accessories. Come to Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville this week.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Choose from select Superstar Premium, Extreme, or Platinum batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts and get up to a $15 gift card after rebate. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstar batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
News broke yesterday that Cooper Kupp is going to be available. There were rumors of this last season when the Rams were floundering early in the year, but they turned it around. They kept him. I remember urging the Steelers to try to make that move then because anybody would have been an upgrade on what they had behind George Pickens, and that was number one. And number two, it looked like Kupp still had a lot left in the tank, or left in the cup, you might say, limits. But that was before things kind of went south for him at the end of the year. I watched their game against the Bills, and he was very good, 91 yards receiving. After that, disappeared from the offense and looked a step slow when I was watching them play late in the season. Just didn't look like the same guy. But anyway, he's available. The Rams have informed him they'll work with him to go to a team that he wants to go to, if that's at all possible. And the odds are out as to who his next team will be, and I believe we may know of a team at the top of that list.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers, according to Bovada, are the favorites to trade for Cooper Kupp, and DraftKings also gives it plus 500 odds tied with the Cincinnati Bengals to land Kupp.
Wow. So here's the question. There's a couple of questions. One, can Cooper Kupp still play? Is he worth trading for? What would you give up for him? And then I got this question from Jim Duggar in the mailbag today. What about a Kupp Pickens trade? What could that look like? Pickens and a 5 for Kupp and a 1 or 2? Humor me. I said to Dr. Duggar that I like the idea, limits. I like the idea. You ain't getting a 1 involved there. But what if it was George Pickens to the Rams with a 5th-round pick for Cooper Kupp and a 3rd-round pick under the sort of umbrella that Deontay Johnson left in, which was addition by subtraction? Would you do that? Even if Kupp isn't a needle-moving receiver anymore, would you do that?
So I'm getting Cooper Kupp and a 2nd-round pick back.
Yes,
I would do that. Because I think that you could get...
No. Cooper and a 3rd-rounder.
Cooper and a 3rd-rounder?
Yeah.
I would still do it because the Rams' 3rd-round pick is decently high this year.
I'd do it, too. And then the Rams can decide if they want to sign Pickens, and Pickens can decide if he wants to stay there. I realize there's complications here. I realize this is probably unlikely, but like the man said, humor me. And could I see the Rams going for that kind of talent? Even if for a year and getting out from under Cooper's contract? Yeah. Like, I don't think that's a ridiculous thought. And then the Steelers bringing in Cooper Kupp plus a nice little draft pick. Again, addition by subtraction. You draft a receiver. You have a leader. You have the leader of the wideouts like Hines Ward used to be. You have Cooper Kupp as a guy who can show some new guys the way a little bit and still play. Like, I don't have nearly as much interest in Cooper Kupp, the player, as I did back in October or so when rumors first started flying that he might get traded. But I still think he can play a little bit. Plus, you get a pick. Plus, you get rid of Pickens. Sign me up in a second for that. How about you?
And that would be the 90th pick back from the Rams, not 100, which they have as a compensatory pick. I would do it partly because I am not willing at this point to give George Pickens a large contract. And I can't trust George Pickens with the reports of him being late to the Chiefs game, pulling people's face masks down, fighting with Newsome in the end zone. And look, the problems aren't off the field, they're on the field. And that's just kind of part of the problem. So I would rather bring Cooper Kupp in, who still has some left in the tank, as a veteran wide receiver, and still draft somebody with that third-round pick or the second that you have at your own disposal.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he has left limits. I'm not. I don't know if he was hurt again at the end of the year, but check this out. He had to open the season against Detroit, he had a 14-catch, 110-yard game. He outdid all the Steelers' other receivers in one game.
He can still play.
Other than Pickens.
He can still play.
Well, see, I'm not sure about that because then he had a high ankle sprain. Plus, he's going to be 32 any day now. He's had other injuries in recent years. He did have some good games later, couple 100-yard games. But listen to what happened after he had 92 against Buffalo on December 8th. No catches against San Fran. 3 for 24, the Jets. 1 for 29, Raiders. Then he sits out. 1 for 29 in the first playoff game against Minnesota. And then in the Philly game, 5 for 61, which is okay. Yeah, you'll take that. I just don't think he's the same. I don't think he's a number one receiver. Let's put it that way.
No, he's not anymore. Good two?
Maybe a good two. But again, a good guy to have around could still be somewhat productive and gets you a pick and moves and you move on from Pickens. That's a win.
Let's put it in this category. If you were to trade George Pickens right now, and let's say it was with a different team and not in the Cooper Kupp type of trade, what do you think that the Steelers would get back?
What?
If the Steelers were to trade George Pickens to another team that wasn't the Rams involved in a Cooper Kupp trade, what would the Steelers get back? Like if they were to trade him and it was anybody other than the Rams, what type of pick do you think they would get? Because I think it would be either a second or a third.
Yeah.
And so if you're already getting Cooper Kupp plus a third-round pick,
right?
Why would you not do that?
I'd be looking into it. Maybe somebody has a glitch that I'm not thinking of. I'm sure they do at 412-928-9370. The moral of that story is it's time to move on from George Pickens. And I know that we've discussed this extensively on the air. But do you really think it's going to get better? And I'm honestly not sure which would lead to a worse situation, paying him or not paying him. I think both outcomes are probably bad. What they said about George coming into the draft was true. He's been enabled his whole life, it would appear, and that didn't stop here when Mike Tomlin started running an interference for him from day one, saying those draft reports really angered him, Tomlin said. When George was complaining after he'd been here 5 minutes on the sidelines during a game they were winning in Atlanta, Tomlin said he laughed at any criticism of that. When George said he refused to block at the goal line in Indy because he didn't want to get hurt, imagine how that plays in a locker room. Tomlin basically said nothing. George basically didn't apologize for anything. And that's been the way of it. Right up to this year when he quit on routes against Dallas, wore the F word on his face in the same game, was more interested in battling a cornerback and then Browns fans than doing his job on the play against the Browns. Had one of the worst games you'll ever see from any receiver ever against Cincinnati, and I'm probably forgetting other things from this year. The whole thing just adds up to once these guys start to go south on Tomlin, he never gets them back. He just doesn't. The question is always this: how much production can you get from one of these problematic receivers before it's not worth it anymore? Sometimes it's late in their careers, like Antonio Brown. Sometimes it's sort of in the middle, like Deontay and Martavis Bryant. And sometimes it's real early, like Chase Claypool. I would put Pickens early to middle here. It's getting late early out there. So this is not a player you win with, in my opinion. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe somewhere else where they hold him accountable, they'll get the best out of George Pickens, but that is not here. Oh, yeah, late to the Chiefs game, and then the reports we got was that he was late to a lot of things. Isn't that what Mike DeFabo told us that day? We need to get Mike DeFabo on the air again, by the way, Limits. I told him we could even talk hockey, and then I forgot, for which I apologize.
Your wish is my command.
Are we in the second segment of this hour or the first?
This is the second.
Okay. 412-928-9370. We talked about the TJ Watt situation and how there seems to be a growing sentiment in town, perhaps, that people could live with trading TJ Watt. But that's a different situation. This is you are ridding yourself of a potential problem before it really explodes. And again, I'm not sure if it would explode more by giving him the money and thus him becoming more enabled than ever or emboldened than ever, or not giving him the money. Then what do you face at training camp? A hold in, a hold out? What? Do you agree with that? Oh, limitless wonder. You're headed for trouble with George Pickens, in my opinion. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. I don't feel like paying him is going to solve all the problems. I just don't. Like, if you give him a significant contract and allocate a lot of money to him, and maybe that boosts his ego even more and grows it. And Pickens is a top 5 wide receiver talent-wise in the NFL. I don't think there's much denying that. It doesn't seem like Mike Tomlin is able to rein him in like he thought he would be able to. Like he thought he'd be able to with so many other wide receivers. And maybe that's also just a point where the Steelers need to take some accountability in the types of players that they're drafting. Like, Pickens is significantly talented, but other teams that you hear from and other scouts say that they didn't even have Pickens on their board. And that's just the type of problem that we run into, like we ran into with Claypool and a couple other wide receivers. So I think this is part of a bigger overarching problem for the Steelers in their draft process of receivers that they're picking.
Probably. And that gets back to the point that all these things we talk about, like, okay, so they're going to draft a receiver this year. Are they going to get a guy who's committed to a cause and wants to play football and be great? Or are they going to get – you're right. They're just missing on these guys from the character, makeup, whatever you want to call it standpoint. And there's so many – did you see Terry McLaurin from Washington? That's a guy you win with. Heard an interview with him. He was fantastic. This guy you don't win with. Deontay Johnson's out of football, for God's sakes. How old is he? Is he 28
27?
or something? Chase Claypool's out of football. They're both out. Is Chase Claypool
28?
How old is Chase Claypool?
He's young.
Chase Claypool was great as a rookie and pretty darn good in his second year.
26.
Was the problem would this have happened to Claypool and Deontay and Pickens anywhere else? Like, I'm starting to believe that the Steelers are the opposite of what they think they are. Not only is this not a place where players who have issues can turn it around and flourish, it might be a place where those things get worse.
Well, it's not like they haven't had second chances to be able to revitalize their careers.
I know, but that was after they were here. That's my whole point.
Yeah, so wouldn't that also be derogatory towards Chicago with Claypool and Baltimore with Deontay running backwards? And I mean, Carolina's Carolina.
I don't know. No, my point would be once you go through school or a team or somewhere, you come out a different person. Do they come out better after they leave here?
Well, Juju seemingly turned it around when he went to Kansas City.
Juju didn't have anything to turn around. Juju played his ass off his whole time here, every snap.
Yeah, but there was a lot of character issues off the field.
There were
with
no
Juju
character issues off the field.
Some
with
of the
Juju.
TikTok stuff.
That's not a character issue, in my opinion. That's just a guy being young and probably stupid in that situation anyway, because he was doing stuff that ticks off other teams. But Juju, in my opinion, had no character issues, none, and played his ass off every single snap that he was a Steeler.
Would you call it maturity issues then?
Maybe maturity. Nothing like this.
No, not like this.
These are entirely different situations. You're talking about guys who quit during games, left and right.
Maybe that was just in Claypool's DNA. I don't know. It seems like with Pickens and the scouting reports that we had before the draft that people were put out there, scouts and GMs, that they didn't even want to pick him.
They knew he was a problem, a potential problem.
Had the Steelers made it worse.
And the Steelers believe that they have some magical, unbelievably, given their history, they believe they have some magical cure for problematic receivers. It's incredible. And it goes back to them just living in a state of utter delusion these days. Anywho, 412-928-9370. Who are the other teams that are candidates for Cup?
The New England Patriots, the Washington Commanders, Dallas, and the Chargers on one separate list. And then another for DraftKings, Steelers, Bengals, Washington also up there with the Patriots, Chargers, and Denver.
See, he'd be a real, at this point in his career, high-end number 3 is where I'd really love to slot him in somewhere.
He'd probably be the number 1 option on some days for the Steelers.
Yeah, depending on who they draft and how that turns out. They're absolutely taking a receiver. However, I did hear at some point, your friend from Slippery Rock, what's his name again?
Nick Faribaugh.
He was really good with the PM guys yesterday in studio.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
That was a great moment in show history.
Where do you think he actually went to school?
Pitt.
Yes.
I've learned that over the years. I've gone from Slippery Rock to IUP to Pitt. He said he thinks Pickens is absolutely back here next year. He thinks they're going to run it back.
Absolutely back. I don't agree with that.
I say 60-40 gone. You?
I say 50-50. Just because I don't think that they're going to be so flat-footed at the wide receiver position this year. They're going to want to have a solution for Pickens, who they slot into his spot before they trade him. And I think Omar Khan will learn from his mistakes with Deontay this past year.
Ray Fittipaldo wrote today, postgazette.com, Steelers have a George Pickens decision to make. They should look at how Chiefs, Bills handled their diva wide receivers before proceeding. Was Tyreek Hill considered a diva type in Kansas City? I mean, he had off-the-field issues, I believe, in college. But to me, that's different than being a diva, like I'm not going to play hard. I don't remember. But I did he?
No, I don't think it was necessarily that he was going to play hard, but things that he said in the media and some things off the field, I think, kind of got under the skin of Kansas City folks.
Maybe they saw trouble ahead. I don't know. But Ray's point is that they should take a lesson from the Tyreek Hill in Kansas City situation and Stephon Diggs in Buffalo situation, to which I would say, I guess, except you can survive with mediocre or high-end mediocre talent at the receiver position if you have Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean?
I mean, would you have taken any of the Steeler wide receivers over any of the Bills wide receivers this year other than George Pickens? Like Cooper, Shakir, Coleman. I don't think it's much of a comparison.
Yeah, would have taken all of them over anybody but Pickens.
Every single one.
Right, but what's your point there?
Well, my point is you were talking about just comparison-wise with Buffalo and with Josh Allen and how quarterbacks can make the ultimate difference. Like, when I look at Pickens, and I feel like if another team trades for him like what happened with Kansas City and with Tyreek Hill, it's ultimately going to come down to money and the fact that Buffalo, I mean, are they paying any of their wide receivers?
Well, no, my point was that Ray wrote today that the Steelers should follow suit with the Chiefs and Bills and cut ties with a problematic receiver before it's too late. Generally, I agree with that. I just don't know that I'm looking at, like, you know, it's easy for the Bills and Chiefs to do that because their two quarterbacks can thrive with anybody. You know what I mean? Here, you better make sure you replenish that problematic wide receiver with something big time and replenish that room in general in a big way. I'm not saying Ray didn't say that, but it's just it was much easier. It's always easier to move on from a star receiver when you have two of the greatest quarterbacks who have ever played the game. They don't even have a quarterback right now, right?
No doubt. And I do find it interesting because this Cooper Kupp conversation came up in the middle of the season too. Like they were the favorites to trade for him before the Rams went on. I think it was a Thursday night game that they won and put themselves back in a position to make the playoffs, which they ultimately did. And I mean, we'll have to just see. Like, he would be a good fit in this type of Arthur Smith offense over the middle if they decide to use the middle of the field.
Well, yeah, that would be the problem. He's maybe not a good fit in Arthur Smith's offense because they don't use the middle of the field, but you're right. Maybe they would.
Well, maybe it's personnel-wise.
I don't know, man. I don't know if Cooper Kupp's just not a needle mover. But if he gets you a pick and you can get rid of Pickens in the trade, I love it. 928-9370. If you want to get in a last-second call here. Meantime, at noon, we have John Parado. We have pitchers and catchers reporting next week. And the Pirates have done nothing. Like, what does their lineup look like here? What's their rotation going to look like at the top of at the beginning of the season? Has a chance to be very, very good, right? Because Paul Skeens is in it. Jared Jones, Mitch Keller. So hopefully Johnny has some answers for us. Meantime, Limits, let's take a call, my friend, before the top of the hour. Who do we have?
Let's go to Aaron in Uniontown.
What's up, guys? Aaron? What's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Nothing. Hey, so two things. One, bringing Cooper Kupp in isn't going to do anything. You're just going to be, if you trade him to the Rams, Pickens in a third round, Mike Tomlin's still your coach at the end of the day. But I just want to make a comment with what Starkey said, that he's just now starting to believe that it might be an organizational problem. Like, did you just come to the realization with the Pickens ordeal, or?
No, I've been writing about George Pickens since the moment he arrived on the Steelers practice field. Well, I have no idea where you're coming from. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about on the macro, like.
I've been writing about that for about 8 years. But thanks for checking in. Yeah. You must not listen or read what I write.
All right, Starkey. Thanks for being combative.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Good. Yeah, I'm the one who was combative there. These people are incredibly delusional. Go ahead and replay the beginning of that call, and you tell me who's combative. Me or that jackass? I guess I am combative at this point, huh?
A little bit.
Did you just get here? I believe that was his line. So who's opening with the combative lines, me or him?
That was a first punch.
Yeah.
First blow to the
right. And that's what you
delivered the knockout.
That's what you get a lot, I notice these days, is cowards who like to throw the first punch and then say you're the guy who did it. Let's hear the beginning. You have it? Now you'll have it in a minute. Yeah. Obviously, he hasn't listened or read anything I've talked about for about 8 years now, right? In fact, I had Art on here way back when they were 13-3 and lost to Blake Bortles and was questioning Art on the air. And I couldn't help but notice that that's the last time we've talked on the air. And he said to me, Joe, we were 13-3. That's pretty good. And back then, he probably had a great point. I mean, they had just been to an AFC title game, and they were 13-3 that year. And then they had the horrific Shazier injury. So back then, you could take them very seriously as a contender. That's a pretty good season, even though it ended in horrific fashion. But I'm just not sure where or what or how he came to this conclusion that I'm just now coming around to realizing that the Steelers are pretty comfortable with high-end mediocrity, because I've been talking about it for, about 8 years. You got it? Let's hear it.
In town.
What's up,
guys.
Aaron? What's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Nothing. Hey, so two things. One, bringing Cooper Kupp in isn't going to do anything. You're just going to be, if you trade him to the Rams, Pickens in a third round, Mike Tomlin's still your coach at the end of the day. But I just want to make a comment with what Starkey said, that he's just now starting to believe that it might be an organizational problem. Like, did you just come to the realization with the Pickens ordeal, or?
No, I've been writing about George Pickens since the moment he arrived on the Steelers.
That's enough.
That's enough. Yes, I became combative.
I didn't feel like he was that combative at first.
He was headed in that direction. Yeah. Did you? Keep playing it then. Keep playing it. Idea where you're coming from. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about on the macro. Like.
I've been writing about that for about 8 years. But thanks for checking in. Yeah.
Yeah.
You must not listen or read what I write. What
yeah,
did he
you were
say
the
then?
you were the combative one.
No, I wasn't the combative one. I am now, though, with you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Starkey. Thanks for being
Thank you.
combative.
Yeah, yep.
Thanks for being combative.
That's the little clip you need at the end. No, he basically said at the beginning, did you just arrive at this conclusion? That's what he said.
Yeah, that is what he said. I think it could be interpreted different ways.
Thank you, Limits, for disagreeing with me on our show. I appreciate that.
Well, I was just trying to defend our loyal caller.
What's his name? Aaron?
Yes.
All right.
From Uniontown.
Perhaps I was combative, Aaron. I'm sorry. 93.7 The Fan is turning 15, and you're invited to our anniversary party on February 26th at Rivers Casino. The party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's Bar and Grill in Etna this Wednesday from 5 to 6. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets. Plus, we'll draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. 50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Let's talk a little Pirates coming up. You want to get combative? Maybe we can with Mr. John Parado. Although he's not a very combative guy, is he, Limits? He's a very nice man.
Very nice man. It should be a good conversation.
I think it will be, yes. In the meantime, the Good Feet store. I have had problems with the joints of my big toes for years. Or had, I should say, until I came across the Good Feet store. And I know it's quitting season right now. A lot of people quitting the things that they do because their New Year's resolutions fell to the wayside based on foot pain. Maybe it's plantar fasciitis for you. Maybe it's needles in your heel. Maybe it's pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be. And a lot of times it goes undiagnosed, and it did with me too. All you want is less pain at some point. That's what I got, less pain. The pain was reduced when I went to the Good Feet store. Why? Because of the Good Feet foot arch support system. That's why. Designed around your feet, your shoes. You don't need new shoes, anything like that. It's designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. That's the bottom line. You can visit one of the stores. I went to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. You can go to goodfeet.com. Check out the whole thing. There's one in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball lost to Virginia last night, and it puts Pitt right on the bubble. 73-57 was the final score. Panthers have lost 2 games in a row. We'll play North Carolina 4 o'clock on Saturday in Chapel Hill. 3:30 is when the pregame coverage begins. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, temperatures in the afternoon will remain in the 30s with feels like temperatures in the 20s due to wind speeds at about 15 miles an hour coming in out of the northwest. Overnight temperatures will dip to the mid to low 20s. Wednesday highs will hit the mid 30s. Rain and even freezing rain are expected to start shortly after sunset on Wednesday, continuing through almost noon on Thursday. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15. And you're invited to the party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how to get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15, the Fan's 15th Faniversary Party, is brought to you by Pittsburgh Brewing and Tri-State Office Furniture. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan, auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Hey, are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass in Metal. This is the same team you've seen installing those large glass storefronts all around town. Choose from frameless designs, elegant finishes, and custom configurations to elevate that quality time in your bathroom. Give them a call, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal can also customize your bathroom mirrors.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180. And my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top dog law.
At NJAM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868 or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitchers and catchers will report to Bradenton for the Pirates next week, and the first workout will be on the 12th. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, do we have John Parado on the air? There's a technical problem in the back, and Limits says
we got him.
It's melted down.
I was not the happiest camper, but we got him now.
All right, let's go to Johnny Parado. Perhaps I was a little overzealous with our last caller. I apologize. Who cares?
I think you were in the right, Joe.
Nah, I don't know.
I think I overreacted.
I don't know what I was. I got a little hot on him. That's all right. He'll live, I'll live. These things happen. But we need to apologize when these things happen. Would you agree with that, Limits, that it makes for a happier home?
Yes, and I apologize to you.
And I apologize to you. And I apologize to Aaron.
And I apologize to Johnny.
And I apologize to Johnny as well. Johnny, are you there?
I'm right here.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
We're doing well here. We've had some technical issues. We had me overreacting with a caller. I think I blame the Pirates for everything. This offseason has us all on edge. Johnny, they didn't do anything. They've got a generational pitcher here, and nothing's happened. And yet somehow I'm at least mildly surprised. I'm the idiot. I realize that. But even last year they signed Chapman to a $10 million deal. I thought they were going to at least do something. They've done nothing.
They really have done nothing, unless they make some big spurt all of a sudden here with a week left in the off season. It's really disappointing. I certainly I didn't expect them to go out and sign Alex Bregman or Pete Alonso or someone like that, but. When your biggest off-season acquisition is Spencer Horwitz, we could possibly help them, but he only has 425 plate appearances in the big leagues. And you really have only addressed the bullpen with kind of patching holes here and there instead of going out and getting somebody like a Chapman or an established reliever, and also not even really getting any starting pitching depth. I know that they like their starters, but still, I'd certainly feel a little more comfortable if they had one more starting pitcher, even if it's somebody who could be like maybe in a swingman role, and if you didn't need him in a rotation, he could move to the bullpen. I don't know. Maybe they wait the spring training and guys get desperate and their prices really drop because they want to get into camp. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but certainly it's hard to believe a team that only won 76 games last year thinks that they can get enough internal improvement to make a playoff run.
Does a guy or two come to mind that they could have had? Like, I think of Jock Peterson. He went $37 million 2 years with the Rangers. That doesn't really bankrupt a franchise. What is that? 16, 17, 18.5 million each year? I mean, you just put him in as your cleanup hitter. He crushes right-handed pitching. Anybody else, or him included, Johnny, that you can think of that they could have maybe had? Do people not want to come here? What's the deal?
I think the thing with Peterson is they were worried he can't really play in the outfield anymore, and they already have McCutchen at DH. But I also don't think they would have went to $37 million, because if you look at the Pirates historically in free agency, they don't pay guys $18 or $19 million a year. And this is over 10 years ago now, and the biggest free agent contract they've ever given anyone is Francisco Liriano when they signed him to a 3-year, $39 million deal, which is an average of $13 million a year. They just don't pay their guys that kind of money, especially free agents. And you look at Ben Cherington, he's been on the job 5 years now, and he's yet to sign a free agent to a multi-year contract. And it's just not how they roll. I don't know if it's Ben Cherington trying to prove that he can build a team without spending on free agency, or if it's Bob Nutting just saying, look, you have a really tight budget, so you better make the best of what you have. But they just don't. It's like they're allergic to free agency. They just don't want to play in that water, even the shallow part of it.
Is this true, Johnny, that I think it's the Twitter handle is North Shore 9, and this was maybe 2 weeks ago, said the last time the Pirates signed a free agent to a multi-year deal was Ivan Nova's 3-year, $26 million contract in 2016? Yeah. 2016? Since they signed a free agent to a deal worth more than 1 year?
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long, it's almost you forget that Ivan Nova ever pitched here in Pittsburgh, let alone, be the last multi-year guy. And, yeah, those guys from North Shore 9, they're right on the money with stuff. They're really good. And, it's hard to believe. I mean, like I said, the only two players they've ever signed free agency to an average annual value of at least $10 million, they signed Russell Martin, and that was eons ago, to a 2-year, $20 million deal, and the Liriano contract, and that's it. And I mean, you look at Kansas City, you look at other small markets, and I mean, they at least do some stuff in free agency. But it's just like the Pirates are bound and determined. And, again, I don't know if it's Ben Cherington being stubborn because, I know when he got hired, I was surprised he took this job. I mean, certainly the Pirate job isn't a plum GM job. But I had people that know him tell me, they told me that he wanted to prove to himself that he could build a team in a small market and win. He won a World Series in Boston, but he also had one of the biggest payrolls in baseball. And I don't know if it's stubbornness on his part to prove that he can win with mainly all homegrown players or what, but they need more help. They need a right fielder. They need some more bullpen help. And I just find it hard to believe. Maybe they'll get better internally somewhat, but I can't imagine a team the way it's constituted making a jump from 76 to like 86 or 88 wins. I just don't see it in the cards.
John Parado from Pittsburgh Baseball Now and other various media entities. You can read his stuff, listen to him on this station. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Johnny, are they going to have a lower payroll this year than they had last year? Because the only one lower last year was for a team that barely existed, the Sacramento A's.
It could be. I mean, I'm still thinking they have to do something here in the next week or so, or like I mentioned a few moments ago, maybe wait till after the start of spring training when guys really get panicky and start to think, well, I may not have a job if I don't sign somewhere. I mean, as of right now, the payroll is going to be lower, and it's almost hard to believe that you can have a lower payroll. I mean, they already have one of the lowest in baseball, and I know the Pirates bristle, and I have people in their front office tell me they think it's unfair when the media calls Bob Nutting cheap and, in the front office cheap. But when you see what they've done this winter, I don't know what other word applies other than cheap. They're just not spending any money at all.
I mean, at the rate it's going last year to this year, by next year, the players are going to be paying them to play. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
Well, they do have fantasy camp. Maybe they could just use those guys that pay to go to fantasy camp and play them in the regular season.
I mean, I just they have a generational young pitcher, and this they have a short window. Like, what's the window for Skeens? We were talking about this yesterday. How much longer before we have to start talking about will they trade him? Because as I recall, Garrett Cole got traded with 2 years left of team control on his deal here. So Skeens, what do they have? 5 more beginning this year?
3.
Is that right?
3.
3 more?
Because I think after 4 years, their fear would be if he goes in, you need 6 years for free agency.
Yeah.
And their fear is if he goes into that 5th year and he gets hurt during that 5th year and ends up having to miss all of the following season, if he would have Tommy John surgery, for example, or shoulder surgery, then all of a sudden he's an untradeable asset and they end up getting nothing for him. I think that's what happened with Cole. I think the Pirates thought we better hold our breath before he gets hurt. Don't hold our breath forever and hope he doesn't get hurt. And I really think it'll be that way with Skeens. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and I know it's going to upset a lot of fans, but I really, unless they really change their ways, I don't see him being around past 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got confused there. My bad. I think they still do have at least 4 years of control, maybe 5, including this year. But you're saying after 3 is when we'll start to talk about that, right?
Well, it'll be after 4. He has one under. He has 1 year of service time now, so you're looking 25, 26, 27. I would think in the winter of 27, 28, unless he takes a hometown discount and stays here. I would say that they would likely trade him. I mean, if you go by their track record of, how they spend or don't spend, I just can't imagine they're going to pony up what it would take to keep him. And even though I know that Paul likes it here, I don't know if he's going to take a steep discount to stay here either.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And John Parado is on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Limits?
John, I'm curious your thoughts on the lineup construction. As I was going through it with Joel Nelson over the weekend, we were trying to think, who is going to hit leadoff? Who's hitting cleanup? Who would you slot into those positions?
Well, the way Shelton changes his lineup every day, it's sort of like they talk about positionless basketball now. It's sort of like positionless batting order. Every day it changes. But it seems, the way they've been talking, that Isaiah Kiner-Falefa will probably be the primary leadoff hitter. And I think the way the lineup shakes out right now, you're probably looking at Andrew McCutchen or maybe even Joey Bart, as the cleanup hitter. But, it just fluctuates so much from day to day that it's really hard to predict who exactly it will be.
Man, I'm thinking about some other positions. How about Key Brian Hayes? What are you imagining spring training's going to go like for him, and how this whole thing is going to go? It's such a gigantic, albatross right now is that contract on this franchise. How's that going to play out, John?
It really boils down to one word, and it's health. I mean, if this off-season strengthening program, and it seems like, every year he's on an off-season back strengthening program, and it holds up for a while, and then he ends up re-injuring himself. I mean, if he's healthy, he's a good player. I mean, he's certainly a Gold Glove caliber third baseman. He's won a Gold Glove. He's one of the best defensive players, regardless of position in baseball, when he's healthy. I think he would hit. I don't think he'd hit 25 homers, but I think he could hit 15 to 20 with some doubles, and I think he could hit 270 to 275. But it's health, and I mean the back problems just keep persisting, and I don't think it's his fault. I mean, he's tried everything. He's seen various doctors, and you just wonder if it's just going to be a persistent chronic problem throughout his career. Because, Joe, I think we've all known people, whether they're athletes or not, with back problems, and usually if you have a bad back, it tends to be a chronic type condition. And, I hope not for his sake, but I do worry that he might never be able to be the player that he could be because of this back problem.
Is Schulte on the hot seat going into this season? Could you see them, if they get off to a rotten start, making a move?
It doesn't appear so. The total lack of urgency this offseason makes me think that they're fine with the status quo. I mean, there were a lot of people that thought that, Cherington and Schulte should have been let go at the end of last season with the way they collapsed in the last 2 months of the year. But I don't get that vibe. Unless it's something terrible, like they get off to like a 6-31 start or something just completely terrible. But, Bob Nutting is a patient guy, and he does not have that sense of urgency to want to make moves. I mean, you look at, some of the other times over the years. I mean, Neil Huntington, obviously his last couple of years here, he wasn't as effective, and I give him all the credit in the world because he's the only GM that's won here in 3 decades. But it became clear that him and Clint Hurdle weren't an effective duo anymore, and they held on for a couple of extra years after they needed to make a move, and I just have the feeling there is no heat on either guy. I get no sense of that whatsoever talking to people with the Pirates.
Johnny, one of the things that's borderline, unfathomable here is that Henry Davis, going into what should be year 2, year 3 for him, a number 1 overall pick, you'd think that this would be a source of major excitement, like a building block to go with Skeens. And is he even going to start with the major league club? And if so, at what position?
I don't want to say for sure he won't make the team. I think he'll be given a chance. I do think he'll be given a fair shake. But I just don't see how he would beat out Joey Bart. And if Endy Rodriguez is healthy, if he would beat out Endy for the number 2 job. And even Jason DeLay, who, I know he always gets lost in the shuffle, but they like DeLay a lot. They've kept him on the 40-man roster, and if you're going to go defense as your number 2 catcher, which, assuming Bart is your number 1, I think if it comes down to DeLay or Davis, if the Pirates decide they need Rodriguez to go back to AAA and knock off a little rust after missing almost all of last season, DeLay obviously is the much better defensive catcher. So I think Henry's going to have a really big spring to make the team. Like I said, I'm not ruling him out, but I also, if I had to pick my 26-man opening day roster right now, he wouldn't be on it.
Man, if you're the number 1 overall pick and you should be heading into year 2 or 3 and you can't beat out the human rain delay, we got problems, Johnny.
Yes, it's very disappointing. And, now the Pirates spin it, because we drafted him and didn't pay him full slot value, we were able to draft Bubba Chandler in the third round and sign him for above slot. And that's true, but still, I mean, when you have the number one pick, you've got to find somebody that's going to be a difference maker. And maybe Henry Davis will be, but, and I've said this before, I think if it is, it's going to be in another organization. It just doesn't seem like it's going to work out for him here. It's too bad because he's a really hard worker. I mean, it's not for a lack of effort. I mean, he puts the time in. He probably puts more time in than any player in that clubhouse, but it just hasn't produced any results.
Here's the thing, Johnny. I want so badly to be excited about this team. I think a lot of people do. But it's so hard to do. And it wouldn't here's the real thing. It wouldn't have taken much. One guy, I think, a legit hitter, just one, I think would have people unbelievably fired up. Like it's such a starving fan base that a breadcrumb would have people dancing in the streets, but we can't even get a breadcrumb. We can't even get a crumb.
I don't know. I'm baffled. I didn't expect them to go out and spend $80 million in free agency this winter, but I thought they would definitely address right field. And I mean, it just, even Ben Cherington has said that multiple times when he's talked with the media this winter, that right field is a situation they want to address. Well, spring training starts in a week from tomorrow, and they still haven't addressed it. And I'm baffled by it. I really am. I thought they would spend some money, but apparently they're gonna, unless something happens quick, they're just going to go with what they have in the organization and hope those guys get better. And I think that's a pretty big gamble to take.
John, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your confidence level that David Bednar will get back to his traditional Pirates form this year?
Very good question, Limits.
Thank you.
That is a good question. Very good. 7.5. I will say this. I saw him at Pirate Fest. He looked like he had dropped a little bit of weight. I know he had a bad year last year, but there were times when he did pitch well. I mean, he did run off 19 saves in a row in the middle of the season. So there was a time where he pitched not quite to his standards from previous years, but he still was a pretty effective closer. And, he had 3 really good years in a row, and I have a hard time giving up on a guy after just one bad year. And I think he's committed, and obviously the Pirates are committed to him. They signed him, brought him back instead of non-tendering him and making him a free agent. I think he knows that he needed to get in better shape, and I think the other thing too, I think that injury, the lat injury he had in spring training, that screwed up all his preparation. He wasn't really ready when the season started, and I think the Pirates mishandled that. They should have sent him to the minor leagues on a rehab assignment and let him get healthy instead of throwing him right into the fire in big league games. And I just think it was just one of those years for him, and I'm pretty confident that he's going to have a good year.
Johnny, we appreciate the time. Are you going to spring training?
Yeah, I'll be down for a couple days next week for the start. I'll be, staking out whoever the right fielder might be. Maybe Amos Otis will come out of retirement or something like that.
Maybe Ron Cook's son, Billy Cook, you can interview.
Absolutely, or maybe Ron himself. He has a lot of free time now. He could get in shape and play right field.
Well, maybe we'll talk to you next week. That would be wonderful. See you, man. Safe travels.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Good talking with you.
What a wonderful man he is, Limits, huh? Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Johnny was on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. You want a chance to win a trip to Vegas for you and 3 guests plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. All you have to do is download and listen to the fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. National contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to the fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. Meantime, we have a Super Bowl to play. Haven't talked about it a lot. I would imagine part of The Limitless Express, which is coming up next, may deal with a Super Bowl question or two. Am I right?
Oh, you know it will.
You know what else you got? You got something big planned here?
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of different topics, including some college football sprinkled in as well. How much is NIL playing a factor in coaches being shifted around?
Well, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back. This time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59's pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cooper Kupp announced yesterday that the Rams informed him he will no longer be a part of the organization next season. And according to Bovada, the Steelers are the favorites to trade for the former All-Pro wide receiver. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. Pull up a seat at our hospitality bar for an unparalleled shopping experience in a relaxed, comfortable environment. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to tryethos.com and get it done today. That's TRYETHOS.com. TRYETHOS.com. Sample rates as a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. Two great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best
in the business.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL players and coaches should make sure their passports are up to date. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell told reporters Monday a 16-game international schedule is a goal. A permanent international franchise has potential, and, quote, he wouldn't be surprised if that international franchise got to host the Super Bowl sometime soon. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Yes, sir. That means it's time for the Limitless Express. Hop on board. Limits?
Let's take a trip around the National Football League, beginning with some of the comments that Roger Goodell made with the media to begin Super Bowl week. He said a lot, and one was including that the NFL is considering a pro-flag football league. And per a source to Pro Football Talk, that's an understatement, and that the effort is very much underway. So we could see, Joe, by the time that the Olympics rolls around in 2028, the NFL already has a flag football league to send their best athletes.
So let me get this straight. Would it be pro players? What are we talking about here?
So when they're saying they're considering like a pro flag football league, I think it would be basically something in conjunction with the NFL, kind of like they have a mini partnership somewhat with the UFL.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be NFL players. The Pro Football Talk says it could be an avenue for older players who want to transition away from tackle football or young players who can't find a home on an NFL team.
I think it's interesting. My kid plays flag football. It's become a big sport for girls in high school. And I think it's going to grow. And I think people might be interested. And I think if it were former NFL players, like at the pro level, that might be interesting. I think there's potential for this. I really do.
Could you imagine Ben retires from the Steelers and he goes and plays 5 years of flag football?
Plus, from what I hear, Minka's really good at flag football. Didn't he get a couple turnovers the other day?
Whoa. He had 2 in the game.
Maybe he'll be the star of the new league.
You know,
right?
I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left in him.
I would love to see Ben in a flag football situation. He'd be unbelievable.
And I mean, it's basically like 7-on-7. There's very little running the football. There's no pass rushing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit skeptical. Of course, anybody would be, but I also think I'd watch it and check it out and see what it was all about. Like it reminds me, in a way, of this new spinoff, the WNBA off-season spinoff, Unrivaled, it's called, the 3-on-3. Have you checked it out?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. Isn't Angel Reese playing in that?
A lot of stars are. Caitlin Clark is not, but a lot of the stars are. I think it's great. I love it, but I love basketball. I also love football. And when I watched the flag football in high school, I think it's fun. It's basically like watching, like you said, 7-on-7, just all passing.
When would you play it? Summer?
I don't
Spring?
know. Play it for a month. Yeah, in the spring.
Month in like June?
Sure.
And then training camp
Why
rolls
not?
around in the
Yes.
beginning of August?
Yes.
End of July?
Right.
That would be a good transition
Yes, it
back
would.
into football.
I think so.
You have the draft. 1 week later, the flag football season starts.
Exactly.
Well, I think we can all get behind that. Roger Goodell said something, I don't know, I'm a little bit more hesitant of. He said that he believes the NFL will eventually have an international franchise, and when it happens, a Super Bowl could also be hosted abroad to support it.
I don't know, man. This whole international thing with the NFL, is it working? I need to see more data. Is it working? Because the games stink over there. I don't remember any of them.
Because they send the Jags over there every year.
I know.
Now twice.
That might be the problem. Is it worth it? I don't know. Maybe it is.
I don't find it worth it. I'm not interested in it.
He could probably, or they could probably show me some data that we've made, inroads in this country and that country, and we're selling this much apparel, or people are signing up to watch games, on Amazon Prime. I don't know, honestly. I don't. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it to be a worldwide venture. I mean, how much more money can you make? I know that's a silly question. Probably a lot more. They're rolling in billions of dollars.
Well, if you want to play the Super Bowl in Toronto, fine. Now, all right. Well, we'll give you that. Like, Toronto is basically like an adopted U.S. city with how many sports teams that they have in North American sports. But playing it in, like, London? Could you imagine the Steelers make the Super Bowl? Or could you imagine you're a Browns fan? Or the Bills make the Super Bowl, and it's the first time you get to see the Browns play in the Super Bowl, and you are a fan that's been saving up your entire life, and you got to go to London to watch the Super Bowl to go to the game?
I don't get it. I don't like it. But, hey, the NFL's rolling in money, and it's not because they're stupid.
Yeah, but, like, think about the biggest sport internationally is international European soccer. Could you imagine European soccer playing a championship game in, like, New York or Los Angeles? I could never see that.
Next.
Roger Goodell also spoke about a couple other interesting topics, including that the league does not show favoritism towards the Kansas City Chiefs. He said it's a ridiculous theory for anyone who might take it seriously.
It's a ridiculous theory that it's like an organized conspiracy in favor of the Chiefs. It's not a ridiculous theory to think that referees who are officiating Chiefs games are even subconsciously swayed. You know what I mean? And someone should point out to Roger, what was the number I had? Was it 81-55 penalty advantage for the Chiefs at home in their playoff games? We all just watched the last game. Somebody should have just followed up with, yeah, I get it. It's not an organized conspiracy. You're not ordering, your referees to make the Chiefs win. On a separate but perhaps related note, what the hell happened in the AFC Championship game, Roger?
And the automatic technology to there was a report that was put out over the weekend that the NFL is considering help with technology to determine what's a first down, but they wouldn't put a microchip like you suggested in the ball. They would use some type of technological advancement to determine what the first down.
That would be good. You know, we can clone human beings practically right now. Do we still need a plastic pole to measure first downs in the NFL? Or not even that? I don't even know how they tried to measure. They didn't measure the Josh Allen first down in that game. I don't know what they did. They had two completely different spots, one of which may have sent the visiting team to the Super Bowl, one of which worked in the other direction, and they were like a foot apart at least. Is that not a huge problem? I think it is.
Significantly. And if they're doing this technological advancement, like, Joe, what do you think they're going to do? Use the yellow line on the TV broadcast to determine if he got there?
Maybe the technology will be sideline-based attached to the first down marker.
Goodell also said that Tom Brady calls him frequently to make sure that he's balancing his owner and broadcaster responsibilities appropriately.
That's nice. That's good. I'm sick of Tom Brady. Are you?
Yeah, I don't think he's that good at he's not better than Greg Olson. Greg Olson is a great broadcaster.
Great? You're saying great already?
Yeah. Greg Olson, not Brady.
I know.
Greg Olson.
Greg Olson.
Very, very good at what he does. He's great.
Who's the best? Who's the best one?
Who? Well, I thought that Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth were the best. I thought they played off of each other so well.
The best analyst. Who's the best analyst?
Best analyst?
Yeah. Chris Collinsworth, you think?
I do. And I know a lot of people here don't like him and think that he doesn't like the Steelers. I think he loves the Steelers with so many comparisons and comments that he makes.
I'm sick of all of them.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think it's Brady just because he's new.
So just because he's new, he's the best?
Yeah, I can't handle any of them. Romo at some point just lost it. I don't know what happened to him. He became a cartoon character. Collinsworth, like me, has a voice that annoys a lot of people, and my wife and I are two of them. I just can't listen to his voice. And then everybody else is annoying or just nondescript. I'd like to go back to the days. Do you remember what? You don't because you weren't born yet. They experimented with a game. It was Miami and the Jets where they had no announcers, just the game. I think I'd like that, or maybe AI announcing the game.
And what did you think of it?
Is it AI? Yeah, AI.
Yeah, artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
How would AI calling the game be better?
Just call it the way that Pat Summerall used to do. First down, Dolphins. That's all I need. Then maybe one little piece of analysis, and then the crowd.
So you want Larry Richard on your broadcast doing the PA?
Yes, I want Larry Richard, and he could also do the analysis because it would be fun and entertaining. I'm crazy. I'm different because I like Dennis Miller and Tony Kornheiser. That's what I liked. You know how I really like to watch the game? The Manning cast. That's my favorite thing to watch. Tony Romo just never shuts up.
Oh, they might get a first down here, Jim. Oh, they got to get it, Jim. Oh, Josh Allen, I think he got it, Jim. We're in for a good one, Jim.
I mean, it's a constant flood of words. It's just like, please, just stop talking. Please. And yes, I know there's people who feel the same way about me. I'm aware of that. But I need less. Less is more when it comes to songwriting and guitar playing and writing and broadcasting football games. I think almost everything in life, less is more, and nobody seems to get it. And if you're not going to give me less is more, or even if you are, I just prefer to be entertained. I don't need to have an X's and O's breakdown of every single blanking play in a football game. I can watch it. I can watch it a little bit casually while I'm listening to Eli and Peyton interview, anybody, so a comedian. They've done that before. That's the way to watch games for me.
Texter points out the Skycast, like in the college football playoff. So ESPN had a couple of different versions of how you could watch it, and one included that.
Yes, I would like that. Listen, if you're into the X's and O's, put Belichick and Nick Saban and Dick LeBeau in a room watching the game and analyzing it. Now that I could sink my teeth into, right? And I'd like it to be combative and informative and fun. See, a lot of times when you put these coaches in a room, there's one guy who dominates the conversation and everybody else is afraid. I would like to get some crazy guys in there. Like give me, I don't know, Lane Kiffin and somebody like that going after Belichick and then going at each other. You know what I mean? During the broadcast. And then having Saban tell them both to shut up, and this is what happened. You know what I mean? We're missing out on a golden opportunity there with those coaches' broadcasts.
Well,
there's too much coach talk.
Do you think that takes away from what's actually going on in the field, though, where maybe they miss a couple of plays because they're analyzing another?
No, nor do I think the Manning cast is. And they're watching the game, too. So if they're in the middle of interviewing, name a comedian. All of a
Jim
sudden.
Gaffigan.
Yes, Jim Gaffigan.
John Mulaney.
And they see that George Pickens, just jumped into the crowd and is fighting people. Then they go and they talk about that. But let's be honest here. If there's 120 plays in a football game, 70 of them are not noteworthy. Maybe 90 of them. So I don't need Tony Romo to explain why that off tackle that just went for a yard didn't work. I don't care.
See, I actually like the broadcast a lot, the way that it's set up. Maybe it's because I do a lot of play-by-play.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably the reason. Like, I'm a staunch if the Steelers are playing. I like to be, like, in my same seat watching the broadcast, watching the game and analyzing it the way I do instead of, like, a loud atmosphere with a lot of other things going on.
I completely understand. To each his or her own limits.
Just my personal preference.
That's what I just said. Next.
Charlie Borges.
I guess I am combative today, huh?
No. I don't think so.
Now you're going to say no to anything.
Yes.
Go ahead. What's up?
Yes, no.
What do we got?
Charlie Borges, our friend. What's your nickname for Charlie, our producer? Charlie Borges?
Nelson, for Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about this? I used to watch Match Game 75 with Charles Nelson Riley.
And Gene Rayburn and Fannie Flagg and J.P. Morgan and Nipsey Russell, I might add.
That's right. One of the best Match Games as ever. Because they came back with it with like a new version a couple of years ago.
Absolutely incredible.
And it wasn't nearly as good as that one with Richard Dawson and everyone.
Richard Dawson. How could I forget?
He
of course.
Like the main character.
Yeah. He was great.
Charlie says...
You know anybody who smokes a pipe anymore that doesn't have pot in it, like an old school pipe with regular tobacco? Pop-Up Starkey used to smoke one of those babies.
Did he?
Yeah, and Charles Nelson Riley had the long cigarette. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. Do you know, and does anybody smoke a pipe anymore?
He had those glasses on with that like side smile smirk that he used to give whenever he'd give an answer.
Does anybody sit around in their house, like old people, and light up a pipe that has tobacco and not pot in it? I know people do with pot.
Frosty the Snowman does. There must have been some magic.
In that oversized hat they wore. We got to play that at the end of this segment because people hate it so much.
People do it. Some people still love it. Charlie Borges, great segue, said that as a part of the Hall of Fame ballots, everyone that made their ballot public, it's been released. So
which Hall of Fame?
For the MLB Hall of Fame. So all the ballots that the writers could check off, yes, I would like to make my ballot public, have been announced. And it includes Ron's ballot. And
what did Ron say? Did he have a comment?
Charlie includes that Ron Cook voted for Ichiro. There was one person who did not vote for Ichiro. It was not Ron.
I'm glad to know. Do we know now who didn't vote for Ichiro then?
No, because that person decided to stay anonymous.
Then here's what the Baseball Hall of Fame needs to do. Well, what it really needs to do is stop letting sports writers be the arbiters of morality. But what it could do after that, or in place of that, if it doesn't have the guts to do that, is tell every voter, we're going to be transparent from now on. You willing to do that? Reveal who you are and what your votes were, and then anybody who says no is cut from the list. You agree?
Fully agree with that.
Thank you, Limits. Coming up next, Jerry DePaula on Pitt. I was thinking about Pitt today because I got a question about Narduzzi and Capel. It was like, which one of these guys might be gone first? And there's a lot to that question, depending on how you think they're both performing, obviously. But there's also mitigating factors like they're both signed until, the end of time here. Like, I'm not sure which is coming first, the end of the world or either one of their contracts.
It's
unbelievable.
End of the world as we know it.
It is unbelievable. What about the state of Pitt sports at the moment? Of course, this becomes more acute today in light of the Pitt basketball team's horrendous performance last night. And we'll have Jeff Capel's comments on that performance, and they were pretty eye-opening. So all of that coming up next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We're going to have DePaula first. I'm going to ask him about some of these buyouts, about what it would take if Pitt wanted to move on, about whether he thinks they should, about whether he thinks they will, and then we can all riff on it. We could really use Pitt sports at the moment. Like, really, considering how the pro teams are doing, we desperately need them, and they don't appear to be there for us right now, Limits. Please take us out with Mulsey the Snowman, ending with Bob, because I need a little pick-me-up here. I had the altercation with, what's his name, Adrian from the last hour. Probably my fault. And for some reason, I'm a little on edge today. So thank you.
Now, the Fan's Christmas chorus brings you Mulsey the Snowman.
Oh, Mulsey the Snowman soul. With a giant bald head and a button nose, his favorite pitcher was Garrett Cole. Oh, Mosey the snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the listeners know how he came to life one day.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Mosey danced around.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yes, Mosey the Snowman on February 4th. February 9th will be the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 59 between Philadelphia and Kansas City in New Orleans. The Super Bowl Media Day was yesterday, and you can hear the full game on 93.7 The Fan this Sunday, 6:30 kickoff. 2 o'clock is when the NFL on Westwood One's coverage will begin. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's winter, and your lease is up. Don't try to move on your own. Let two men in a truck handle your apartment or business move. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Check out our reviews, then call us for a free quote.
2 men in a truck.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Elantra 36 months lease, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer fee. All buyers qualifying. Second until 0% 13125.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe, both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program and New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth